time, but this is surely going to be quite the task. MSL's on that AWP, and Bentet's going all the way to the bomb boxes. Oh no, MSL's going to whiff the shot. Bentet, now there's a way to pull this one off. He's trying to bait them out into the open. He can't quite do that just yet, though. They're not in position to attack him. He'll have a moment to breathe as he gets the bomb down. Bentet now looking to try to isolate these players into 1v1s. There is the crab walk. Oh god, it's happening, isn't it? Bentet, he's doing it. One more to go. He can't find it in time. Gade had a very forward position. Bentet, it was the one spot he wasn't anticipating.
Oh man, you wanted to believe it was definitely formulating in the right direction. The way he caught out MSL was so brilliantly done. As MSL was trying to backpedal to set up for the retake and allow the plant, Bentet said, nah, I'm going to catch you on your way out, and set himself up for a winnable 1v2. We'll give some credit to North on the early part of the round. That was a great little cat setup, as well as AZ challenging middle, getting tag damage on, automatic, really softening him up. And just the way that they played off their flashes and such at cat with those two players was really brilliant, to be fair. So they did some initial groundwork to get to that point. They let it slip a little bit where they were able to grasp on right at the very end, and MSL trying to use that momentum to find an opening pick on Daps.
I love the confidence there, honestly. You got to be confident to go for those, and they're 4-10 down. You know, that's some big balls there from MSL to go for that mid peak. And maybe they've just anticipated punishing the constant abuse of the mid timings, but long is taken by Gen.G. They've got that under control for now, despite being down a man. And given the fact that they are down a man, they may just go for the full committed play here. It doesn't make sense to try to spend a lot of time around the rest of the map. And Automatic's looking for that deep peak, but North not giving it to him just yet. They probably know that this is happening now. The Southkeys are certainly there. In they go, up the A ramp, and oh my! Cajun found a forward position for a frag, and that actually works out really nicely. Oh, Som though, finding one around the side of the smoke. Wow, I thought Kirby had the position there to really keep things under control.
It was looking good for North initially, but now it's starting to crumble. Big kills from Som, gets Gen.G the advantage in the bomb plant. Gade and Bentet are to make some exchanges. MSL left alone, and Bentet the closer, 17 kills to his name. Som also a big impact with those 13 frags. What a half from Gen.G. We'll see if they can keep it up as we transition sides, but first, we transition to a quick break.
A disastrous start for North on Dust 2. They lost to that. They won the pistol, then lost to the force buy that followed, and their economy never recovered. And I mean, they managed to scrape together 4 rounds. It's something, but they need a hell of a resurgence here against Gen.G as we switch to the second half.
Indeed, they are going to need everything. And it's worth noting that they have a pretty good playbook on Dusty. They have some nice set pieces, some good utility usage. MSL's known to be a crafty guy that comes up with some nice, tactics and get a good structure behind his team. So I'm confident that they can at least show us a bit of something on T-side, as long as they can not get immediately eradicated by Gen.G winning the opening pistol and the opening buy, and they don't even really get a chance to get any breathing room to play their T-side. But if they can get that little bit of space, I think they can make this a close contest. But yeah, tip your hat to Gen.G. They've been playing some great Counter-Strike throughout this tournament, and that was a great half. But here we go into the pistol. Looks like an A-split from North. They have some utility behind it as well.
Readying the splits. The classic A split on Dust 2. Name a more classic strat than that. Some there by the car position.
Rush B.
Well, fair enough. Touche. He has a great spot with that USP. It can deliver a lot if he has the right distraction at play, if he's got a good timing. And he's been on so far with those headshots. Automatic. Oh, he's under a lot of pressure. Gets instantly killed, as will Som. So trying to back out of CT spawn. They have been smoked off. That's a great smoke to throw. You can toss that one from long. That blocks off CT. And Gen.G have to reroute the retake attempt all the way through Catwalk. And North have a very good idea about this. They'll hear the stepping. They've got great positions. And they've even got some upgrades as well. MSL playing the headshot position. Bentet takes him down. Bentet takes down AZ as well. He is a pistol master as he pushes in, closing the distance. But there's too many North players.
Yeah, they just had way too much control of that round through and through. It's going to be almost impossible. It's going to take some type of Herculean effort. And Bentet, he was trying. He was putting his best foot forward. He was getting a couple of kills, but it just never quite got to the boiling point to where they could really get it going. And so that is going to be North to 5 rounds. We do see the force up from Gen.G. 2 scouts going to be included in that. Full buy-up, of course, from North. They're going to open up with a long A spawn, so they're going to go ahead and push through. A lot of utility damage, though, has been done. KB does get the entry, though, at long A, but still, there are some softened targets out there, Dan. That makes things dangerous with those 2 scouts in play. 1 bullet now can kill 4 of those players.
No, you're
even
completely right. Oh, there's even more HEs to come. Oh, God. That's actually chunky damage again to the players that one already wounded. And again, those scouts do become very dangerous, but there's just one in play now, but they can't quite get any opportunities to really shoot. And that's just going to leave Daps and Som with their pistols. But still, the Deagle can be quite meaty in the damage that it can deal. So maybe there's another kill or 2 to be had. And Gen.G, what do they decide to do? They could try to save the Kevlar into the next round. Yeah. And that might be the best option, given that they have no position to work from. Daps is playing that soft exit position, not too committed. Right.
Those are some thick boy grenades, though. I will say that. They got a lot of work done, and it started to make you sweat a little bit if you were a fan of North, because, again, one-shot body shots from scouts were going to take out almost anyone on that team at that point. The CZs, the Deagles, they were going to have an easier time cutting through, but great work from KRB, MSL, and AZ, able to get the kills they need to lock things up despite the dangers they were facing early on, and that will put them to 6. And no money for Gen.G, so it should be a free 7th for North, and that's where things get interesting, because now the gap's starting to close a little bit. North can start finding their footing, but it all comes down to the opening gun round. That's whenever we'll see what North really made of.
That's pretty cool too. Som, because of the bomb blast, was able to rescue a scout, which is really useful. Sometimes it can be smart to try to hang out and see if the bomb will send any guns your way. And in this case, a scout's collected, so we'll have to see if that scout's going to be good for any kills. Automatic, obviously, great with a sniper, as is Kusa. And by the way, this is so annoying. Oh God, it's so annoying. People are way too good at that. Lining it up behind the door to get the headshot. And there you go. Som saved the scout thanks to the bomb blast. And look at how it's been converted in the following round.
Yeah, that is a nasty one from Automatic to kick things off. It slows everything down for North. It forces them to have to work with less resources now. Let's see what they want to do here. Taking things very cautiously, trying to control up Catwalk. AZ leading the charge, a new role for him on this map for this team. We'll talk about that a bit later, because right now I need to focus in on the speed of this attack into the A site.
Gate will lead the charge with that Galil, and Gen.G, they don't really have too much to say for themselves here on this A bomb site. The bomb will be planted for short. Gate holding a nice off angle, so AZ playing from a more elevated position, so you can see they're just absolutely owning this one. Really good response from North, given that they had troubles at the beginning of the round. The scouts really creating problems, and another connection automatic. He knows that
even though North are winning these rounds, Dan, Gen.G's making them feel it. You know, they're going to take their wounds on the way out each time, which I think it keeps Gen.G confident. You know, they're still, you know, doing damage, they're getting frags, even in rounds where they have no business winning. They're posing threats, and that certainly helps them out, I imagine. We're going to get to the opening gun round next. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, yeah, it definitely feels good. It makes a difference to feel like even though you got nothing, that you're still putting the pain on, and it's not just a round where you're just getting ravaged.
Yeah. With the opening gun round coming up, again, you're going to notice some differences from North. KRB taking outside long A, so he's kind of back to like more of a lurky peripheral role type thing, even though he's classically known as like kind of a secondary entry player. And they have AZ actually taking over the secondary entry role. And he's actually top 5 in the tournament so far for, you know, opening duel success. So I think that's interesting kind of role swap, and I know AZ, pretty decent player in the past, but never really known as a star, but I feel like now he's getting a role that's meant for star players, and I want to see if he can live back up to that name again, because I know in the past this guy was a prospect, and so it'd be cool to see him do that again, and so far he's had a really good tournament. So, and KRB's been successful in this role. He's actually one of the top players in the tournament. He's been kind of a seesaw player lately. He had like a really good Berlin Major run and a couple other good tournaments where he popped off, but he's also had his struggles like at the EPL finals and at Malmö. So what kind of player is he going to be the rest of the playoffs is going to be the question, as it's that slow default from North.
Automatic upgrading to the AWP, playing that cat position. You can, as a cat, you can just drop off if you want to. He's going to drop off after getting the frag. Nice one. And repositioning. So North, they managed to get cat under control, but at a cost. And Automatic's going back for more here. Elevating himself on elbow, looking for another kill, and they seem wise to this, playing very deep, very cautious indeed. Automatic picking up this position again. He was flashed off. You're going to flash it again, it seems, because Automatic's back, and he's back with a vengeance. Another kill. That might be too much damage. I don't know how North will recover from this. They'll try. They're going to force it in. They've got no other choice after those 2 kills. But Bentet's the man lurking a ramp. There is a Molotov to try to force him into an awkward position, but he still gets the kill, and Automatic's out there as well. This just really seems like a hopeless situation for North. How will they find their way out of this one?
If you fire off that ramp, you better be careful what you wish for, and Bentet's playing that position. It forces him out, sure, but then he gets the fight that he wants and gets the kill and keeps the advantage for Gen.G. 4-on-2 right now. KRB and AZ trying to see if they can't hold on. It's going to be so difficult, though. So many resources that Gen.G have at their disposal to convert this one and get to 12 rounds as they start working their way in. Now the Boa Constrictor is clamping down. KRB, though, good for 1 kill, but now it's all up to him. He's so far away. There's not much he can do. Kills will go Gen.G's way. They'll get the defuse, and there it is, a 12th round for the, I guess, majority North American team. Obviously, Bentet from Indonesia.
Yeah, what a roster to put together. It's it was definitely a head scratcher for many, and but obviously, you know, the players I'm sure had a lot of say in who they were picking up and how it was going to go, and and you know what, honestly looks like so far out of the gate, you know, you can see the argument for each player and the positions that they play on the team. It's looking good so far. It's a nice and coordinated retake after the initial picks. North, though, they just need a couple fortuitous moments, I feel, to turn the tide.
What you'll see North do a lot is they almost constantly throw the catwalk cross smokes, and they throw a third smoke, and they also throw the CT drop down smoke. So they run that a lot to create like a pattern, and then they do a lot of different variations off of that. Either they will just do the cat CT drop and actually attack A, or they'll shuffle all their numbers back and actually hit like 3 or 4 players out long A, or they'll run into a mid B split. And so it does make them a little bit hard to read, but this round they're actually holding their utility, and they're actually just using it to go for a little bit of a faster mid B split, it appears. They're mollying to make sure there's no boosted player. Now they're just going to run it up.
Davs here on the scaffold, and this is a great position. They don't anticipate this. The trade comes through, but that's actually not too bad from Davs. He picks up 1. Oh, God, that is that's quite the entry from AZ. Instantly finds Som, instantly takes him down. And that's going to be a wrap in this round for Gen.G. There's nothing they can do. That's way too successful. And once if you get just instant entries on a B split like that, the rotation times are just too punishing for the CTs to recover.
Again, that's AZ kind of in that new entry role for this team with MSL coming back on board and, you know, Gen.G taking over the B tunnels position, Caribbean moving over to long A, which I think was like an old Valda position. He's actually taken over a lot of Valda's old roles with MSL coming on board. But AZ, again, you know, he's top 5 in opening kills per round, and there you see it there, 2 big kills to get North their 8th round and keep them in the hunt of this first map of the series. They haven't had a whole lot of like hopeful things to hold on to throughout this game, but now they're starting to find their footing. We've been able to see them get a couple of key rounds here.
Lovely. Headshots galore. Okay, into the next one. North looking to try to find more success. And we're talking about them turning the tide. If they win this round, they'll break the money of Gen.G.
Yep.
And it will be 9 to 12. And North will be perhaps well on their way to a 10 to 12. And then all of a sudden it looks fairly even. So with all the struggles that we've seen out of North, they're very much in this one still and looking to convert this into a win entirely. It was an 11-4 start for Gen.G, but they found limited success so far.
Again, just that same 1-3-1 opening for North. You're going to see them kind of use that as their bread and butter. That's what you expect from an NSL team. He gets that initial foundation. He's going to work from that, make those mid-round reads, maybe some set pieces down the line to have a change of pace. But right now, it's just kind of keeping it basic. No real commitment yet. Again, I expect to see them start running those smokes over towards Cat, maybe Elevator, maybe CT Slope, and then just kind of work different plays from that positioning. It's kind of what they're used to. They've already pulled Kirby off of long, though, so that's worth noting. So they're going to go heavy-handed again towards mid. This time, Gage dry peeking.
Yeah, he had a really forward position just getting out there. Fortunately for Gen.G, they don't have anybody to expose from that position, but they're locked into the site. They're in a spot where they're going to get split on, and they're going to sit in the site to try to defend it. It will be difficult, but if timing is with them, they might be able to pull this one off. Som there at the bottom with the M4A1. Maybe not the most ideal weapon for this, but he'll do what he can. He's going to be burned, actually, trying to do what he can on the side, but they'll get picks towards A, so they're just going to go back to A. They know it's just the B players alive, and they're going to let them just stew in that B bomb site. There's nothing that they can do. North giving them the runaround. Very well done. Baiting the rotation and then just owning it. And then picking up the
mid B play turn into, you know what, let's just go back through CT spawn to the A bomb site.
Yeah.
So kind of a weird one. Very crafty stuff there from MSL. It's a 9th round for North. Now they're starting to get their momentum rolling, as you noted. Not much money there for the side of Gen.G, so kind of a freebie for North to meet Gen.G in the double digits column. When it comes to rounds 1. At least you'd hope so.
Yep.
There are some upgraded pistols and some nades out there. We'll see.
CT side does too is very, very difficult.
Yep.
Very difficult. North experienced it on the first half, but they may even stand to have a better T side than Gen.G did if things continue this way. You know, we talked about that situation when Gen.G's money gets broken and what's likely to happen after that. North likely to getting that 10-12 on the board very shortly. There's not too much left to defend here for Gen.G. They've got 2 players around the EA bomb site, but just with pistols, no utility to speak of to slow things down for North. But Kusta is in that fairly forward position on elbow. If he's able to get a couple fast entries, that would be pretty huge. And here goes MSL. He's ready for it. Oh god, he takes a lot of damage though. Kusta drops off. Gade might be looking for it. Ooh, looked like there was a chance there. Som in the back on the distraction, trying to catch somebody as well. Not successful though.
Damage being dealt though from Gen.G to North. They have a kill. Kirby though catching down from the lower tunnels that helps alleviate things. Automatic was boosted. Good for 1. That's going to be it though. So they're being a bit pesky, but not enough to cause North to break a sweat. As it's now just been Tet with this 5-7 in CT spawn. Will actually try to run. Actually beats the timing on that. Starts running through, but AZ was still ready for it. Had an idea that maybe Bentet would still push, and he is going to be right. Gets the kill. That's a 10th for North, as expected. But now the buy up here coming in from Gen.G. I'm curious, does Sam go for the second op? I know he does play that B rotator position. I know I've seen him do it a couple of times in the past, so it's definitely an option on the table. As Automatic will certainly get his sniper. Sam yet to buy, as it is a little bit of a timeout going on here. It's attack coming in from Gen.G. We do see Alma Putty there, giving some extra insight, I'm sure. He carried over with the core 3 from Cloud9. think he was, what, their analyst, because James IRL was their coach. It is a double out from some in the end. So you will see that out in the next round.
This is an interesting moment, you know, for Gen.G. All that momentum that they had, it's just really, truly now, it's truly now gone. North are right back in this. They're the ones that have the momentum and the confidence. And so Gen.G. have to prove that they can do it in less than ideal circumstances. And it's a fairly classic setup here. Dav's playing pretty close to the mid doors.
And the thing is, North haven't even had to show their hand yet, really, Dan. Like, they've been able to win these rounds just off of, like, basic defaults, limited utility use required. You see this round just opening up with a scrappy mid-exchange, and North are going to come out ahead in the fight. They're on a 4-on-3, but Ben10 could play spoilers on this cat push. He might catch one in Subway, who's vulnerable. That is indeed KRB, taken off the board. So Ben10, just great reactionary CS, but B is now vulnerable, and it is going to be taken any moment now, it does seem.
Yeah, and for Gen.G, it's too risky to try to go for a rotation unless you're sure, because you'll spend a lot of time out of position. And it seems like they've figured out what's going on now. Automatic's now holding the door, which allows Kusta to get closer. Now it's been smoked off. That's there as well. This is going to be a retake and a half here for Gen.G. They're going to go for it. Kusta straight through the smoke with the flashbang. He'll get taken down first. Ben10's crept out, though. And he's in a close position by the car, but it's just him. Nice shot from MSL. It will take him down with that AWP. And that's going to be another round for Gen.G. Well, sorry, for North, I should say. Well played by North to finish that one off. I like the setup from the CTs. I felt like that the timing of Dabs, you know, crunching in on Catwalk at the same time. I felt like there was a lot of potential there, but for Gen.G, they weren't able to execute it well enough.
It was just that mid-exchange that North won. You know, trading 2 for 1, forcing B to be vulnerable. Even with Ben10 making playoff cat, it wasn't enough. And now you can see Gen.G, not much to work with. North, a great way to tie this thing up now. They do see Kusta playing up close on the blue bin. Maybe going to get unchecked. Maybe he does play some spoiler, but nah, KRB's not going to have any of that.
Great flash. A lot of detail. A lot of awareness. Oh, did he get a tag? I don't think he did. Because MSL only went down to 61. Maybe he did, I'm not sure. Either way, Ben10 with a scout on the A-bomb side. That's not too much considering that there's 5 players sitting on long, ready to attack.
That's also already flanked through B tunnels into T-spawn, so at least Gen.G knows what they're up against. They know that everyone's at long. They've rotated all their players here. Dat's also in pinching position. The thing is they just don't have the firepower to really make this work, but they're giving themselves the best chance on their positioning at least.
And North have given everything up and they know it, so they should reasonably assume that this is going on. Oh no, now this is getting very dangerous. Dats has a moment to go for that flank, and Gate has to make the move forwards up onto the bomb site. He's going to find one. It's up to automatic now on the site. He's being spotted, and he will be taken out as well. So 12-12. Finally, North have tied the score. It's been a long comeback, but they've got there.
Now we got a game on our hands all of a sudden, man. It's getting real tense up here. Again, this is for a shot at the Grand Finals. This is for a shot at winning the Lion's Share for $100,000. It's moving up in the Pro Tour rankings for future invitations, and it's also booking you a ticket to Jönköping for DreamHack Masters in just a few months. So there is so much on the line for both of these new, fresh lineups who are trying to prove themselves and establish their presence in the scene. This is their first chance to really leave their mark. So they're going to be fighting hard here. Again, these mid-exchanges between Gate and AZ have been very favorable for North, you feel. That's kind of the ticket, I think, for Gen.G to try to either not take those fights or handle them more efficiently or, you know, just change things up.
Catwalk control, the standard default playing out for North here.
3 cat for Gen.G though, Dan. They are contesting this very heavily, which I think is just kind of them recognizing North love to control cat early every single round and use it for different variations. And so if you deny them that launching platform, you can really throw a wrench in things. And that's exactly what they've been doing this round with this utility.
Gade is so lucky to be alive right now. That HE put it down to 2 HP. Yikes. And then once again, the 2-3 A split comes through for North. Gen.G will likely try to clear cat at some point. There it goes, looking to go for the retake with the incendiary. Gade's forced to smoke it off. They know that he's in that corner. He's got 2 HP. Anything will kill him at this point. And they go back to the site. There's a quick flash from Benta. He knows what's going on, trying to get position. The furthest position he can get is towards Gandalf. And Kusa will take down Gade now finally on short, which allows the rest of Gen.G to go short for that retake. So a 5v3 retake situation for Gen.G. They're looking pretty good in terms of the numbers. And Benta, his position unchecked, finds a quick kill, makes it even worse for North. Kirby trying to do what he can here, but he's unable to do anything. And MSL by himself in the pit position with the AWP. It's not looking good at all. They can easily go for this defuse. And they're going to all swing at once. MSL's in so much trouble. Able to get one. Kusa goes down. Given a chance, but inevitably it will be the round won by Gen.G. And in a timely fashion, denying North from taking the lead.
Again, just denying that catwalk presence that North kind of rely on to set up most of their tactics. It forces them to cause an audible and have to kind of redirect their numbers back towards long A. And while that certainly gave North a way into the site, they kind of read the situation appropriately and kind of got away from it. Gen.G also had their protocols in place to be able to back off of catwalk and still handle, you know, the long cross and handle the retaking process. And they had the numbers all the way through after those favorable kills towards mid and cat that they were able to collect off of that mid and cat aggression. So well orchestrated by Gen.G. They do take that lead right back.
So knows his angles. Oh, he does a good chunk of damage to AZ. That's great, actually. Forced back by the flashbang. North don't want any CTs playing close to the double doors, so got to keep that presence alive. Also, you know, you want to try to convince the other team to have, you know, a player in CT, which really weakens the A-bomb site. You can see that there's nobody on the site, so it's really rough for Gen.G at the moment, but this is just one of those typical Dust 2 situations for the CT side. HE for Benta, he knows exactly where they're coming from. Oh, good HE connection. And North actually not up on the elbow position just yet, really slowing things down.
Yeah, this utility from Gen.G has been on points, doing damage to Gade and AZ. It's slowing everything down. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, but still North not getting out as fast as they want to. They're going to go for the drop down on the CT slope. Saldo perfectly prepared for it, lines up two. Gade eventually able to trade it back, but still the man advantage for Gen.G, but not for long here. Beyond the backstab catches Gusta. It's all on Vincent now at Goose, but he's up to the task. He's found a couple in his own right. It's all on Kierby.
Almost what he's going to get that last one. Benta looks so good in that position. Kirby, oh, great shot there. Just pops Dap's head like a grape. And now he's going to have the hard job of getting the plant. Oh, just barely gets the bomb. What a gauntlet. Now he's got 10 seconds to plant the bomb. He has to cross the smokes there to cover.
Solid.
Will there be a jump, though? Waiting. Oh, he's found a chance, and he manages to nail it. That was so scary. So scary for Kirby. Oh, man,
I thought that would be way less labor because he actually did happen to catch him jump off the catwalk, and I was like, man, he has the perfect information he needs, and then still it was a bit labored in the end, but nonetheless, Kierby, actually the top performer for North this tournament. He's one of the top performers overall in this event when it comes to rating and KD difference. In fact, I think he has the best KD difference coming into it outside of Poison from Complexity, who's just been an absolute monster, so he's number 2 overall in that category. So to see him come out, make a big play, that's definitely great news for North.
Yeah, what an important round as well. You know, we're really getting into the dying rounds of this first map, and both of these teams suddenly playing very close to one another, but the clutches, you know, that's where things always are decided, and here it's North with that last clutch win. That's really going to rock the economy of Gen.G. They're not in a great spot in terms of their economy, but they have enough to get the AWP out. There's an MP9 on Bentet, and everyone else has rifles, lacking a few nades here. I don't see a kit as well, so that's a problem too.
Yeah, definitely a problem for those retakes, no doubt about it. And we've seen a lot of those situations come up, so definitely could be a really big factor in things. As again, we see North, the tried and true, the 1-3-1, the cat presence early. Just sticking to really the same kind of base default, but again, no surprise when you think of MSL. As Gen.G will be using some support flashes from lower tunnels to help them clear their way up into stairs and get that first level of catwalk that you want. Forces the CTs to have to reconsider their rotations, and whether it's going to be a cat split or a mid B, you can shift so quickly between the two as a T. That's what makes this map so hard on the defense.
Automatic, great position. This is a great spot to go for the AWP aggression. He finds it. I don't think they've really done an AWP push, slow push just yet, so it's a great round to bring it out. You catch one of the D4 players playing the extremity, and now they know the D player's coming forwards. It's a question of getting position. It's going to be difficult. Both playing under the window. Automatic, great shot. Oh, it goes for the quick scope. I think quick click too quickly, but it doesn't quite matter. Picks it up anyway. Automatic with the B-side defense, looking to clear it all out for the ace. It's stolen Kusta. Oh, how could you do this? But still, it doesn't matter. They got the W.
Yeah, the W is what matters most, let's be honest. But come on, man, let him get his ace. I don't know if we've had an ace at this tournament, to be fair. I didn't see the games that Harry and Hugo did, but...
I think we saw an ace or two, yes.
Maybe one on Vertigo on that crazy overtime game.
But
or multiple overtimes game on first day. There might have been one there. I know there was a couple of quad kills from Flit, but not sure if we actually had the ace. But either way, we're still denied at 10.
Indeed, and we'll see that classic Molly come across to the doors to deny fast entry, so no long control immediately, but looks like they might want to go for delayed long control. They're hanging out outside the longhouse, so looking to wait for that moment where there's only one player on long to go for the attack.
Automatic has been so impactful throughout this game. Him and Sam have really left off the page, you have to feel. And then Ben-Tet is like the one quietly just getting a bunch of frags, whether it be on cleanup duty or clutch moments. So they're really getting it all, but this time it's Kusta who says, you know what, I want a little bit of shine. Anchoring that long A position, finds a couple of big kills and moving Gen.G ever closer to that point. Those are some big duels to win. When the pressure's on, the score is close, and losing a couple players like that in a long A push, that's a huge blow to North.
Yeah, such a strong angle, and he played it to perfection. Now Automatic steps up to the plate once again with the AWP on the A side on Goose, although they'll mostly go for the cat drop, and now he's got two positions to worry about. He doesn't have... Actually, there is a player in long who can actually crossfire with him, and that's indeed going to help out enormously. Davs takes care of the one on long, and Automatic finishes off the cat push. Beautiful stuff. Gen.G really coming to life now, finding their footing finally on this CT side right at the end. North got so close, they won so many rounds, but now it's all Gen.G.
Yeah, they just have all their bases covered, whether it was Sam's entry work on the T side or Automatic's dynamic opping, changing up his positioning, you know, dealing with pressure situations well. And then again, Ben-Tet is at 26 kills, just taking care of all the dirty work. 98 ADR to his name. So they are absolutely crushing it. Also, their utility damage has been off the charts, man. I mean, some of the utility damage that we're seeing guys like Kusta and Automatic get, as well as Ben-Tet, it's far superior to what North's been able to accomplish with their own HE grenades and such as well. So they're winning that battle also.
Big confidence from Automatic. You know, the buy's a bit rubbish for North, but they have to force it as well. So he takes that mid peak, and he's going for the lower dark transition. And there's a free one. Doesn't need to step out for any more. That's advantage enough. They know that they're already in advantage in terms of weaponry. And this, oh man, adding insult to injury with this boost. Will that nade find the finish? Yes, it will. Nails AZ. And now there's only 3 left standing. This is so catastrophic for North. They've got nothing left before they could even get started, Dust.
Get the Viking ships ready. Send them out to pasture on that lake and shoot the fiery arrows, because I think this one's done. It would be an incredible feat for North to come back from this one, and as I say that, it just gets further and further away from being a possibility. Automatic catching Gade there, now just KRB and Cajun B. It's been such a brilliant game from Gen.G through and through. I've been so impressed by their approach, and it looks like they're going to be one step closer to the grand finals here any moment.
Oh yikes, it's the victory lap, isn't it, for Automatic at the very least? And here it is, the last kill. It will be delivered by Som. Great performance from Gen.G. You got to hand it to North. They had great resilience. They honestly had they had like the worst situation you can have on Dust 2, and they at least carried 4 rounds. They made it really competitive. And even though Gen.G won, I feel like that credit is due for North, even though they lost that first
They
match.
grinded out some good T rounds kind of in the mid of that half and made it a close contest. They were down 11-4. They brought it back. You know, we had a couple of different tie situations at 13-13 in particular, where the game was really tense, and it just came down to a couple of key moments from Gen.G, who played fantastic Counter-Strike all the way through that map. You know, you got to tip your hat to them. They played excellent.
They really did. And on that note, it is time for us now to send it across to a quick break. We'll be back with Map 2. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you shortly after this.
DreamHack has been a safe place for me to be who I am.
Nerdy, geeky, whatever. No one judges you.
You don't have to hide who you are here, you are you.
All the ones that I can truly be myself around, I've met them here.
We are a bunch of different people from different backgrounds.
I wouldn't call them all friends, I'd call some of them family.
Because we build this together, we become like a family.
Det finns inte direkt någon morgon i DreamHack. Det är bara LAN. Det finns bara LAN.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
We are the
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to DreamHack Open Anaheim. And we are going into the second map of this affair. And you know what? North, they had a horrible start on the first map, but they showed great resilience and they managed to battle back and have a very respectable fight. They did end up losing though, but I feel like that's the best way they could go into the second map because they started to really have some great plays and they started to fire up individually. So I feel like going into Mirage, we're going to see a really fun game here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because there's not much data to be had on Mirage for either of these teams. I think the only time that Gen.G's played with Ben 10 on Mirage was a loss to Chaos in the Anaheim qualifiers in an online environment. And then North, I know, had a really close loss against Mad Lions at Leipzig. And I think that's really about it. And what's also interesting is I feel like this is the map that had the most dramatic changes of all the changes we saw recently, like with the Dust 2 skyboxes and the train skyboxes at Ivy. Mirage is much more significant, you know, changing the way that you can kind of exit B apartments as a T, and also that bench position that allows you to be able to self-boost into window. It also gives you better angles on watching cat aggression from CTs as part of your mid control, and it gives a lot more power, I feel like, to the attacking side of this map, much more so than they already had. And I felt it was already a map where you could get a lot done on the T side, and I think they're being gifted even more access. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out because this is kind of one of the first times I think we're going to see this new Mirage played because I'm pretty sure Leipzig was still the old version of Mirage, and I think Blast was also using the old version of Mirage still. So I don't know if this is for sure the first map on the new Mirage in like an official match setting, but it might be, or certainly one of the first, and so we might be learning some new things.
Yeah, I'm personally, I really hate the new bench, at least.
I do too. I'm not a fan.
I think the short of it for me is that I think it actually affects Pug and casual Counter-Strike more than it does Pro. That's my prediction. Because I think in terms of the Pro Counter-Strike, that bench, you could already get into the window if you wanted to. Like, you could already do that pretty quickly in a variety of ways. Obviously, it does require that extra man. But what it, I think, truly does is weakens the CT Cat player a lot. That position now is a lot more risky. But it looks like we will be going into this pretty shortly, and this is going to be a slobber knocker. I think both these teams are ready and raring to go here as we move into Mirage. North versus Gen.G here, the semi-finals, first semi-finals of the day. Both teams looking for a spot in that grand finals. And with Gen.G, they're going to start off on the T side. They will be dictating the pace off of the pistol.
Yeah, pistol round, as you said, already that smoke coming into windows. They want to get some mid-control to kick things off on the pistol. You have one player towards the apartments. All the rest looking to come up catwalk. It looks like it's going to be a fast B split. Kirby is going to spot it pretty much right away, but can he get the hell out of there? So far, so good on staying alive, but can he find the frags? He does indeed find a couple. Gate also coming in, but it all shakes up into a 2v2.
MSL prodding from the window. He's going to go straight through, actually. He's going to catch automatic. Wasn't quite ready, but the P250, the controlled, disciplined play with the P250 is enough. And automatic will lock it down. That's the pistol again, going to Gen.G off the bat. What did North have to say about that?
Yeah, that's a tough one, because they even had a couple of nice kills from Kirby early, where I thought maybe they were actually going to hold on to this. But automatic just too clean with the P250. Juicy one taps there. That trick to open things up. Gen.G trying to make it an all-Americas grand final. Of course, Furia and Complexity, the next one, kind of guarantees just that one team from the Americas, so to speak, will be there, though Complexity obviously has a lot of European players. And Gen.G could make sure that we have all of the Americans we could possibly have in the finals. It's automatic to catch that kill. Kirby, though, with a nice nade, is going to be able to get in there and get some damage done, but Sam brings the odds back over to Gen.G.
Yeah, ready to fight, ready to trade for his teammate. And it's looking pretty good so far for Gen.G. Playing into A, up the A ramp specifically, can be quite turbulent when you're playing against a force buy or even an eco round, because A stacks seem to be fairly common in these situations. But Gen.G, they don't have any fear. They just make their way through in contact style, and it works out very well for them. Only losing automatic. And Gade and AZ deciding to hold on to what they have, playing once again the soft exits, not committing to getting the exit kills. If they are provided, then they'll be happy to take them, but not going too hard for that. And Gen.G will know that they're going to be up against an eco round in the following round, so there's a variety of ways they could play that. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fast B or even just the same contact A again.
I'm sure they're going to want to try to get as much as they can out of that MAC-10 that Das is going to have in his possession. Sam even buying one as well, wanting to try to print some extra money. So, yeah, contact plays are faster pushes. Just trying to get those MAC-10s in the faces of these CTs to get that extra cash is definitely going to be an objective, I would imagine, that Gen.G will hunt after.
Well, making its way towards the A side of the map here as Gen.G do go for fast control in mid. Mid, obviously, there's not really much to contest with in terms of north. Wow. Just some pistols. Yeah, it's a nice open. And they will have that split ready and raring to go straight through Palace, straight through Connector, and indeed, you can't stop this. It's just brute force of the MAC-10s, just like you said, Dust, getting in the face of their opposition, and North are helpless.
Not much you can really say about this other than just the expected result, I think, for many of us is taking place here. Gate able to get one down, but that's going to be really about it. And to be honest, most people are looking to upgrade their weapons anyway off the MAC-10, so it's not really going to do that much economic damage getting that frag. Now we're finally into the first gun round, and again, Gen.G, I've only seen them play this map once. It was a loss to Chaos, but in that game, they actually did have a pretty good T side, a good balance of being able to play typical mid-control defaults, but being able to mix in the faster pace 1-4, 2-3 split plays when need be. They're also really good at using consistent smokes at middle, at window, and cat to always mask their movements, to kind of create that kind of presence at mid, but not always actually be at mid. But you have to respect that they could be because the smokes are in your face on cat, and what they've used with these smokes for is actually to get Sam very quickly into ladder room. So they've got a lot of presence all across the map. Not only do they have mid, but now they have connector and they have ladder. That gives you a lot of options early.
All right, well, it slows down after that initial control in mid. We would have expected Gen.G to start building out into the next phase of the rounds, and Automatic will make his way up catwalk. It looks like they may want to get Automatic to actually poke in towards the B-bomb site with the AWP as well. That's an option to try to pick into that site. MSL playing catwalk, or rather playing ticket. That's actually such a sick shot. I don't know how that's not a leg, actually. It's basically all he can see on his screen. Great shot from MSL with the AWP. He also takes down the bomb,
right?
And they have to smoke now to go and retrieve it. So that
actually leaves them with no smokes left, Dan.
Yeah.
So actually getting onto a site and using a smoke to block off some type of, choke point or angle is not going to be an option. They have to rely on flashes and Molotovs to do that now. And they have to do it behind in numbers, and it continues to pile on as MSL again with the AWP through Connector finds his second kill of the round. KRB also, of course, playing his role in all of this. Kusta able to get that bomb picked up from the back of Catwalk, but again, it's still just 2 Ts left. They're going to try to reroute their way back through T-spawn towards the A side. There's still 2 members on the side to defend, with the one up close on A ramp. That could be a real problem.
Yeah, this is interesting. Gen.G is close. Oh, that's a great entry from Bente. I don't know how he gets that. Obviously, he does get dinked in the process. MSL from CT, and as you noted, Dust, there's no smokes here to cut off any vision, so, and there's no timer left either. And I've got to say, it's a very weird round in the sense that Automatic, it seemed like he was going to be the playmaker, but he wasn't really in a position to do anything when he went down. So I'm not sure what Gen.G were after. It looked like they were going to go for a cat play because they didn't really have control anywhere else, and they were holding. Yeah. Normally that spot that they were in, you would expect them to build out into something else, rotate out, but they were committing into catwalk, and then once Automatic died, it was all over.
Yeah, it hurt that they had to burn a smoke just to get the bomb back, and just got picked off too much. Now they're going to, again, pretty quickly go into something else. They're going to get an A-set piece in. What I like about this is it allows Bentet to be more active. Bentet, on default, has to play a lot of B apartments and not really active positions, but when you go for these set pieces, that's when he can flex his aim and help you trade frag your way into a site.
Gen.B there on the ninja position. MSL is going to get taken down, trying to play out the smoke from CT, not working out. Gen.B saw the best he can do to get one frag there. And now it's really a retake scenario for North. They are locked out of the bomb site. Plenty of time to get that bomb planted. Goes down straight away. Smokes dissipate. But Gen.G already backed off into post-plant positions. They're mostly towards A ramp, actually, which, if there are a couple mollies, which there is at least one, and a smoke, they can block off these choke points to retake quite effectively. Automatic has to go forwards here. He's got to make a move because he's burning alive at the moment. And in goes Kirby in the flames to cover his position as he pushes forwards. Kirby's now locked down A ramp. Stop's really the only one that can do anything here. And, these post-plant positions are not working out. The late lurk from Kusta, that's all they had. And that doesn't work either.
That is actually really surprising. I thought that long con play from Kusta could be very effective, but the problem was too many players went down on his way around. great retake here from Gade and company, just so good, particularly Gade, big kills, because Gen.G ran a nice execute there. They had great timings, great entries. I think Automatic had the opening op pick, and then Kusta found a great timing out of the Palace. You know that he's at default A player. He's really good at finding those timing windows to step out and take peeks. And he got the kill he needed, and they had everything going their way, but Gade had different plans.
Yeah, they needed to control something other than A ramp. I think that was the big problem there.
That or you know, have the bomb planted in such a way that Kusta's, you know, long con play, I guess you could call it, up connector could still, you know, have an effect. But
yeah,
again, too many numbers lost before Kusta get into position, and the bomb was not planted for him, I don't believe. They're going to go back for a bit of a fake towards A. They're going to set up the same kind of smokes towards stairs and jungle, but they're not actually going to hit off of it. So maybe they'll pull a rotation and help free up something else, as they do have a couple players in B apartments and a couple back middle.
Wow. North are holding on to their utility. North have not thrown a single smoke yet. North have 5 smokes left still. So that fake, another point of it, in throwing those nades over, is to get rid of North utility. They still have max utility. On this round, if you go for the A take as a tease, the CT side, if they have utility, it's insanely hard to stop the retake. So North in a great spot as that comes up. The mid boost, can he get anything out of that? They're going to go switch it up into that B play. Gaze behind the smoke here. That's a beautiful position. We'll get traded out though. And things descend into madness. Kirby finds a spot during the madness to get into a very forward position. They had no idea, and now the bomb is down on the ground. They do have time pressure, 20 seconds to plant it, and a smoke defensively thrown. More space to play around as Kirby just holds the bench position. Oh, what an angle as well against the van. There's nothing that they can seemingly do to de-position these CT players. Now it's just Daps. He's got 10 seconds to retrieve the bomb or to kill everybody, and it does not look like that is possible at this point. North, what a recovery in this round. Beautiful stuff from them.
Indeed, almost a team ace. Just great work, particularly from Kirby. Him kind of being able to slither his way in to that site, stop that bomb plant. A very big kill to grab, and just through and through, very effective stuff. They didn't let Dapses, you know, jump into window, get them. Everything went their way. That's a big round for North now. It's 3 on the board, the last 3 in a row to be exact. And money has finally run out for Gen.G. They're going to have to just work with these pistols and the 1 AK on Daps. He is the one guy that also has head armor. Still going to open up fairly default, though. The only difference is Ben Tet isn't B apartments as he normally would be on default. They have Sam playing that position with the Deagle, as maybe he had the better spawn and wanted to see if he could get a timing with this Deagle, but smokes in his face and nade damage coming in as well. Doesn't really get gifted an opportunity to put it to use.
I'm curious if we're going to see a continuing trend here in terms of North holding onto utility. I mean, Danish teams historically are pretty good at holding onto utility. I think Astralis, you know, they were one of obviously the first team that really showed us that they had this really efficient approach into not allowing the utility to just get baited. They're really good at reading, you know, what is a bait to try to draw out their utility. As we see this kind of eco round make its way forwards, doesn't look like it's going to really accomplish all that much. But yeah, let's look out for that. Let's check out those timings for North, because if you are able to hold on to a lot of smokes, what happens is that situation where we saw Gen.G lose the 5v3 post plant, because in that situation, if you don't have forward positions on the A site, the retake from the CTs with the smokes locks you out of position and you can't do anything. So if North keep holding onto utility, they're going to be in great stead.
Yeah, it's going to help you out with the retakes for certain. That's really going to make things pesky on Gen.G. As Gen.G again opening up fairly default here, trying to get that little bit of that mid control, and Sam catching MSL, trying to do something a bit aggressive towards connector. And again, Sam has been so damn good in the opening kill categories, in the opening duel success categories in this tournament for this team. Been one of their best performers. He had such a big game yesterday, I think it was, where he dropped like near 30 kills.
That's so funny as well. I mean, by the way, we can note here that AZ's, you know, obviously looking at that bench position. You get a nasty headshot angle to work with against the CT if you jump on top of the bench. So you got to change how you play catwalk now as a CT.
Yeah. I was actually referring to his big game against Complexity on Inferno. That was actually day 1 where he dropped almost 30 kills, 29 or 30. But yeah, crazy stuff anyway. Do see he's continuing to have some success there. Another SG kill there on the Cajun B.
Yeah, good pinch into that A-bomb site. Looking quite clean on the trades into completion of the bomb plant, and round win, as at this point there's no position to work with for the remainder of North, who will try to hold on to what they can. It's going to be interesting to see if Gen.G can actually take a dominant look at their T side here, due to the fact that I think we've seen a few holes. I think compared to Dust 2, felt like they looked more prepared, but they did get a really solid start. And there's a lot more chance for North to throw a wrench into the works. That's one of the reasons why Mirage, I think personally, is a bit more interesting, because on Dust 2 as a CTs, you get very few options to disrupt the other team's default. Whereas on this map, you can take aggressions in pretty much every single position. You know, mid, underpass, B apartments, palace, A ramp. You can aggress every single position as a CT. So it gives you a lot more options to be gimmicky.
That's just Sam, dude, just catching MSL out. That's such a big kill to get, and just continues on. Again, we just talked about how Sam has really just had so much impact for this team throughout this tournament.
Opening up with another standard default, Gen.G. 1-3-1. Their A player is playing Palace. And there is an A ramp investigation, actually. North has vision of A ramp, so that's, I mean, they understand there's a default, so they pretty much know there's someone in Palace right now. And when you take A ramp control, if you know they're running a default, someone has to be in one.
And look at the reaction. MSL has an angle with an AWP now, actually towards Palace. So if he can actually keep that spot, and, you know, Gen.G holds forward on A ramp, they can really disrupt an A split. The only real problem is if it's heavy numbers connector, those two players kind of are off the board for now, and it's really going to come down to that stairs player Kierby to really try to limit this A split. But there it is. MSL does find out Kusta, and Gen.G still also in position. His feet have been spotted by Automatic, though, who will now pop flash his way through, but it's not going to happen. This defense from North at A has held firm on all fronts. And now it's up to Sam, who's just trying to ninja his way through window room to try to see if he can't blow this round up. But right now, North looking firm control of it.
Yeah, it's really a gamble that's worked out so well for North, but maybe there's a chance here. Som able to pick off Kierby. 30 seconds to go. They've got to be very decisive in this position. And is it going to be towards B? It will be. Up catwalk, just running it past the pillar. There's two players on the side. They've got to get kills pretty much immediately, and they do get both kills. This Daps now in the clutch. He's got time for the plant. He's got time for a post-plant position. However, he doesn't have that information as to where the opponents are coming from. He's got to make calculated estimates. And he's going to be checking that market door to begin with. And the window is up for grabs. They can jump out of that, and they can also, of course, come apartments or catwalk. So Daps is really in a nasty spot, has to try to take a fight. He's got to get 1v1. He will, but he won't be successful. Good effort. They did manage to get something out of a dire situation, but it will be another round on the board for North.
Yeah, that bomb plant certainly is going to help things out a lot economically for them. It gives them options to actually get a full buy in this next round. And again, as you noted, it was looking like they were going to get nothing out of that, and they actually got a couple of key kills through B. And actually got things going. So yeah, just a little bit of a different setup with MSL's AWP. Just, you know, taking that forward positioning at A, denying those routes to Gen.G. It does get them their round, and we are going to see Gen.G. Automatic is going to find that AWP, a Galil for Som. Definitely some money to be spent on the rest of the players as well to get fully decked out. Tactical timeout coming in from Daps, trying to see what they want to call. I mean, they've mostly just been, you know, kind of relying on the mid-control default. And again, Daps as an in-game leader throughout his career, that really is kind of what he's known for. He is kind of one of those default-oriented in-game leaders. He likes to build that foundation first and then kind of start throwing things in. But I think with this team, because you have Bentet playing B apartments a lot on defaults, I think you need to find ways with different split plays or set pieces to get him more involved. Because I feel like you want to flex his aim. I feel like you want to flex his skill. And so I think that setting up maybe him in middle a bit through underpass or something, or going for set pieces will allow that to happen. So we'll see what they want to do.
So mix up here in terms of the default, a 1-2-2. Automatic showing some presence A ramp before leaving Kusta to press on the apartments, the palace position. And MSL taking an off angle there from underpass, a bit more committed. See if it pays off for him as that smoke dissipates top mid. Ooh, that should force somebody out, but look at that stubbornness. Not getting forced out there. Is the smoke dropped? And some going high. Does he anticipate this angle? I'm not sure if they will, you know. MSL could be huge here in this round. This could be such a decisive moment in this round. MSL gets the peek, there's the flick, there's the rifle support, playing off of the contact Kirby looking to keep MSL alive, but MSL is doing a great job by himself. North, with this slow and hidden mid-aggression, are going to come out with a 4v3 after all is said and done.
Yeah, big advantage here for North, and it continues to add up as MSL also finds Kusta yet again in that Palace position, just from a different angle. Now it's all on Bentet and Automatic. We know how flashy Bentet can be, but this is a tall task, but he is going to catch the CT unaware inside the murder hole. That's going to be Kierby down. Automatic and company now trying to see if they can shore up this B site. They do indeed find the entry on gate. Only one defender left standing. It's going to be MSL's AWP. He's already done brilliant work. Can he do more? Almost. He gets one, but now he's left it up to Gen.G in the 1v1 against Bentet. Now, Gen.G has had a few clutches already. He's one of the best clutchers in the tournament thus far. He needs to add another one to his name.
Bentet will drop the smoke there to create more problems for Gen.G, more guesswork at hand as Bentet rotates around to a great position. This bench, you can jiggle this really effectively, cover a bunch of different positions. And there, speaking of which, Gen.G is going to go back and rotate through market, through the door. And Bentet again, he's got the better position here, and he anticipates it. Oh no, Gen.G, how has he managed to pull that one off? That is not what I expected to happen. Great stuff there from Gen.G. You set it up, Dust. He's been clutching so well this tournament and showing his experience. I think sometimes Cajun flies under the radar for a lot of people, but what a great performance from him.
He's a very underrated player. Again, he's not a star, he's not a massive volume fragger, but he's still a very serviceable support role player. He'll play spots when people don't want to play. He's very, experienced. He's that veteran. I think he showed some value on a withering away Cloud9 team when he was there. So I think he still has value, and that is his 5th 1vx of the tournament, which ties him for first place in that category.
Well, it's like MSL's looking to try to get the best AWP of the tournament with the performances we're seeing in the recent rounds, opening up this one as well with an AWP pick. And Gen.G try to play contact, and it makes a lot of sense given that North haven't been throwing a lot of early counter utility. However, MSL was very ready for that. He was this time towards Ticket. And
he's been so good at moving around.
Yes.
I think that's where his starting locations are different each round, the way he's moving. Might not be the best aimer, but he's definitely very smart. Gets another kill on his way out.
That's half the battle, isn't it, with the AWP? It's all about position first, then how good you are executing afterwards. And that's a nice kill. Gen.G finishing it off there from Sandwich. Doesn't really seem like there's much that Automatic can do. Here's so many players coming his way, and he can't do a single thing. Great round from North. They've had some fantastic wins from that previous round where we had that mid setup, that delayed mid aggression. It looked like everything was cool, but then the trap was unleashed to the previous round where the info play comes in a ramp. And they then understand to make a setup for MSL and Palace to catch the default, as well as Cajun having a more forward A ramp. So they just know what's going on. North are making these small maneuvers that are really coming out huge in terms of the end result.
I think what also hurt Gen.G there is lack of utility. Normally they're a team that likes to molly Sandwich and molly underneath the balcony and molly that bench area that people will sometimes push to get around that jungle smoke to disrupt an A attack, but they didn't have any of those nades at their disposal. And now they have to do more with less in this round. Just upgraded pistols. They try to barrel their way into B, and only one kill to their name thus far, but they do get the site, and they are going to get a bomb plant. That's kind of mission accomplished in my book, but can they somehow spiral it? Probably not, but we'll see.
Kirby once again does manage to force his way through to some position. This is a really difficult one for Gen.G. Couple deagles, but maybe the pistols are enough. Kusta finds an upgrade with that CZ kill. Automatic peels away one more. Oh god, this is getting really bad. MSL gets by the deagles as well. And that's why in that video, when they were talking about asking the players about anti-eco or playing ecos and winning eco rounds, that everybody just said, yeah, deagles.
Ouch. Not only did they have inferior firepower, which makes you think they weren't going to win that round, they also took a lot of damage on their way into B to get this bomb planted. So that, to me, made it seem like it was going to be a done deal, but Automatic and company had different plans with those deagles. And now look at the repercussions. North on 5 USPs, a full save, nothing to work with. They're just going to push A ramp as a unit, and it's going to be a fast B play from Gen.G, so a build order loss, so to speak, on the round, and so Gen.G should be finding round number 6.
Absolutely, and what a huge moment to get that victory, because it really felt like North, again, I think I had just mentioned it before that had happened. They've been doing so many great maneuvers on this CT side to get the edges, to get the information, to set their players up. I loved what we've been seeing from MSL. I think it's hard not to love it. As you mentioned, there's so much. When you look at MSL, you're not thinking this guy has the raw skill of Simple, but what he's showing is just, if you understand how to position with an AWP because you're reading the game really well, then that's half the battle in getting the frags.
He did win the MVP award with North with an op at Stockholm.
Then he got kicked though.
So, I mean, you know, I'm just saying the guy every now and then with the AWP can make some magic happen.
And I think that was always the question as well. I think it kind of really hurt MSL in many senses because he was good. The whole point was like, I'm going to be an AWP for the team now. And there's been a lot of tournaments where someone will pick up the AWP for the first time, have a great tournament, but then once they get studied, people figure out the timings and angles they like to play, then it gets a lot harder after that first tournament. So I think that was the thing that was he never got to prove in his defense.
And luckily for him in this case, I mean, Yugi was having such a hard time that I think anything would have almost been better. And also they needed an in-game leader desperately. Yeah. Now it's actually double op in play, which no surprise to see AZ with it in his hands being that B player and the double, usually the second opper for this team. Ooh, but oh my goodness, that's so fast up catwalk edges Kierby. That is a big play to hit, but a great response from North. They pressure other areas, and MSL, the man himself we've been discussing, another multi-frag with AWP, might even find himself a third. No, never mind. Bintet, he's got different plans, and he's aware that he's got to worry about Palace, so he's on to it, but can he actually execute?
The weird thing now is that Davs is in ladder room, and so Davs can't and they know that he was there as well. He can't really apply pressure to B at this point. You can see AZ's covering for that. So he's trying to figure out a way he can somehow help Bintet. He can't create space towards that B-bomb site, so Bintet has to commit at some point to A, and he's indeed incredibly smart, anticipates the wraparound, and now AZ's taken down Davs. 1v2 Bintet as he makes his way for the default plant here. He's going to commit to it, and you can't blame him for doing it. I think that's the only chance he's going to have at a plant. He's got to gamble it, and it's not going to work out. Good effort, but even better from North.
And that's what the hard part about A bomb site, Mirage. It's so open, and all the choke points are really wide, and there's no safe plant option unless you have at least one smoke grenade, or you know exactly where your opponents are, and you know that you can safely plant. That's one of the downfalls, I think, of trying to clutch on T-side, Mirage, when you're on that site. And it's just not going to happen, but full bias back up automatic really quick, but MSL's not having any of it, and he's ready for it. Yeah. He happened to be in that position this time around rather than being aggressive Palace or in connector. And so Automatic's a bit unfortunate because of that.
I think that Gen.G are trying to punish. I was wondering if this would happen. They're trying to punish the fact that, as we mentioned before, North aren't really throwing early round utility at all. So they're trying to punish that by just saying, well, we're going to take that quick position then. Yeah. But the problem is that after showing some early round aggressions with the AWP, since then MSL's posted up to counter that. Having the AWP in ticket is the hard counter to contact A. So Automatic just ran headfirst into that, and there's nothing that he can do.
Yeah, now Gen.G will have to use what numbers they have left to try to plow into this B bomb site all through the B apartments. They're trying to work their way in, but AZ has already found Bintet. Luckily, Sam at least able to find an opening or two for himself, where he's been so successful in those exchanges. They get to 3-on-3 post plant. Kusta now coming in as well onto Kierby, so just caging B and MSL and retaking B Mirage, especially numbers down so hard.
Oof, Sam is really doing some damage here with that Krieg. My goodness, that sprint into the bomb site. Kusta finishes it off. Very nice stuff. And that is going to be a 7-8 finish for Gen.G. Very tight at the end of the first half. You guys will have to stay tuned and wait to see what happens after this break.
I used to think it was me. I used to think I did you wrong. You played those head games to me. I should have seen it all along. Now you tell all of our friends I'm a dog, but I'm just trying to get by. And don't you know that I could say I'm sorry, but it would not mean a thing. And you might think that I should say I'm sorry, but I'm not. But I'm not. I saw a mold in your hand, you try to throw that in my face. You know if I did the same, you tell me I was out of place. But for now we'll look the other way, 'cause I'm just trying to get by.
What is up, my Counter-Strike people? We are back into the second half of the second map, where North are doing their best to try to force this to a third map, as Gen.G did win that first encounter on Dust 2. However, now we switch sides. They are leading by 1. Can they make it by 2?
Ooh, we got a little fake setup, Dan. I like it. A couple of smokes would come out on A, and there's a lot of typical A executes you're going to see on pistol rounds, so this might certainly catch Gen.G off guard. They have 3 defending, and it's even worse because they're getting kills on the site as well. It's going to cause mass rotations to take place, and all the while the bomb is making the B. I know we're getting kills on A. It's making it even worse. Then the fake is getting sold even better, but Sam actually does catch on right at the end, actually kills AZ and is getting into the site, funnily enough, so maybe there's still a hope for Gen.G.
Yeah, Som has been on fire in some of these recent rounds, and oh my god, he's going to annihilate Kirby. He didn't even know what happened. And they're going to tap the bomb here, and it's a rush for the North players to get back in. And Som and Bentet, do you want anybody else in these pistol in a clutch situation for Gen.G right now? They've been absolutely owning it. Gade is going to swing through the apartments, making all the sound cues, and Som is going to drop him like, I don't even know what. That was nothing for Som. Som is giving me Stewie vibes right now.
Bro, the fact that Gen.G won that round is absolutely unreasonable. There is no way they should win this round. They're getting killed on the A side. It's a fake. They're hook, line, and sinker on it, but something stops Sam. He decides to turn around. He gets a kill in market, and then just, oh my god.
I know, dude, he's seriously giving me Stewie vibes. Just the kind of fast pace to his play style.
Oh, man.
The entry fragging, the kind of just how fast paced he is. It's very Stewie-like.
I can't, that's so crazy.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he can keep it going, because with that pistol victory, we're going to be seeing a force buy from North. They got that score. They got that bomb plant, which does let them have a very strong buy here, boosting into the window. And Kirby's got that Galil in hand. This is dangerous off of the back of that pick from MSL. And Som just barely gets that. Also rocking that silenced M4.
Dude, he's
very
in the
interesting. He really is.
He's absolutely on fire right now. I mean, just getting a big kill to even the numbers back up 4-4. AZ getting boosted into window. So they're trying to create some pressure over towards A side, but they also have their presence on Cat MB apartment, so they could really go either direction at this point. It seems like they're favoring the push-up catwalk into B side. Automatic might just catch it. Indeed, he does. Find Gate in the side, misses MSL, which allows him to get a kill on the Sam in the B site.
That's a huge kill too, because that was behind the bench. Someone's really in a delaying position, and that's gone now. And it's up to Bentet to really deliver the frags, but they may go back to the A side. They have time to do that. They got, oh no, that's huge. Bentet finds a headshot. The bomb tried to commit towards that B bomb site, and it's not completely clear, but now it is. But Daps is going to swing, and he's had some time to get this rotation. I don't know if they know that he's here just yet, so there may be a timing that Daps could find. Oh, he's given away his position. Goes for the follow-up engagement. Knew where AZ was, but it was not enough, and North pick up the round off the back of the force buy, and that's going to crush Gen.G's economy. They got nothing in the tank left.
That's a tough one. It's just MSL able to slip by Automatic's op and get a big entry kill to scout onto B, and then we saw AZ using that window boost to his advantage, getting the backstab in through market, locking in the round for North. Now 9-8, so it's the 1-1 split to kick off the second half. And it's going to be the force buy wars now. It's the economic game of chicken. Who can win 2 rounds in a row first and force the other to concede and get the lead?
And I think, seeing Kirby alone in this position, it does tell them quite a lot. There's a default being run, there's mid control for North. Once you see certain signs, you can pretty much put the rest together, especially if the study has been done by your team analysts.
Yep.
So
worth noting that that's a new position for Kirby again. Without leaving the team, Kirby's taken over the outside A role on default, so you'll be seeing that a lot. But now they're actually just gathering all 5 members up to hit this B site. They already have full control of the area. Bomb is going to be going down any moment now to retake 5-on-5, and Sam with the deagle. He has been so deadly with any gun in his hand, it feels like, and he's already started to chip at the armor of North's post-plant positioning.
With no utility, there shouldn't be a way in, and Indeed is looking rather desperate at this point. Another frag coming in from Automatic. Oh my god, they're really making an argument for this one. 2 players left, MSL and AZ stuck on the defense. AZ getting tagged from the back from all angles. Daps is the one to finish him off as it's MSL against Daps. The two brains of the team, the two leaders juking it out here. Rifles in hand, AK for Dabs as he looks for it, he gets it, that's insane! What a retake, that shouldn't happen. They had no business. Does he have time here on the defuse? It's gonna be really close without a kit. Oh God, he's just barely got it. No, he doesn't have it.
No.
Dabs so close.
Oh, that's a gut punch, man.
Man, he had me convinced. I thought that he had that in the bag.
Which would have been another ridiculous round for them to win if we're being honest, because remember, they won the pistol round despite the fact that they got totally faked out. Sam pulls off a crazy individual play to win that, and they almost did it again. This time was automatic with the deagle. He's such a good deagler, man. Even in his Cloud9 days, you could just see the power he had with that weapon throughout the years. And he brought it out that round and almost gave his team a chance to win, but just not quite enough time on the clock.
Huge damage. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Everyone dead.
But this does finally force Gen.G to save is the big thing. So North hopefully can kind of redeem that in a round like this where they should win it clean.
Yeah, just getting one kill here is so much. That's 6 kills across the last 2 rounds. And what normally makes these rounds so awful for the CT side is the fact that you don't really feel like you have a good position to do economic damage. But again, you know, effectively 6 kills in those 2 rounds is huge. That means that North don't pull away too far in terms of an economic advantage now that Gen.G can finally get in with a buy. So that they've done everything they possibly could without winning a round to give themselves a really solid shot here.
Yep. So we are seeing pretty much a default loading for North, though it is Gade actually starting off in B apartments, which will be coming underpass, which is pretty common for this team. So, yep, default that you'd expect from MSL. That's always going to start a half for the most part in gun rounds and just kind of feel things out. Again, AZ back into a role where he's going to be a lot more active and taking map control and taking entries. Again, he is one of the more successful players in opening duels. I think he's like top 5 opening kills per round, so he's really taken on that role and done well for North so far this event. Can he keep it up? As he is, again, trying to work something here from middle. Got Gade from the underpass, going to be an assistant. Do see the boost, though, from Sam. And Sam, man, I feel like I've been saying his name quite a lot today.
Yeah, well, he is having quite a series. He's really coming into himself at the moment, that's for sure. He's found his feet, he's found his stride on this team, at least at this tournament. And North starting this round with a man down after their default. And Dabs is still looking for some info mid. After you get a pick like that in the mid round, you can kind of just settle back into some safer positions. You don't need the information as much as you already have an advantage in numbers, but their utility is very low, so that is a problem. Gen.G need to try to prevent a post-plant scenario from happening if they possibly can.
Yeah, Kusta might be asked to make something happen here as soon as they start coming into that smoke into connector. And indeed, he was good for 1, but that's not going to be enough. Great trading from North as they will now get to the A site automatic, being flashed off from trying to deflect his AWP to stop anything from happening. But luckily for him, Bentet and Sam were up to the task, and they'll actually finish off the round. Great little recovery there from Gen.G. After those first 2 kills went the way of North on that connector push, it was looking a bit grim, but those 2 really responded well and actually keep this game close.
It's really huge as well to be able to shut down Catwalk, especially with that bench now, because again, it just really changes the dynamic for the CTs. You need to invest more to have as good of a defense. And so it's cool to see those boosts, to see that success from Som there in that difficult position. And they needed the kills early with the lack of utility that they had, and they found it. They found a way to get it. Yep. They got it. And now North are in the economic doldrums.
Yeah, it's North in a tough spot. There's no doubt about that. They're going to try to eco their way into B. They are able to get out and get some space, and Gade actually does find Bentet, but Sam, the man himself, actually only good for 1. This is getting scary, but now he's up for some more. Gets another there on MSL. He's got Kusa's help now also, so they should be taking care of it now. Should, being the key word.
It is really hard not to be a fan of Som right now and what he's doing. What? AZ, can you please just not? Can you stop? Can you just don't do stuff like that, please?
No.
It's not allowed.
I want to see that replay of that shot, even if they don't win the round, because that was ridiculous.
It's just not. It's not how the game is supposed to work.
No.
He's broke the game. Kirby has a chance in this one. It's 1v2. He's got lots of time. They don't really have his position on lockdown. They're giving him some space so that they can play a high percentage position around the bomb and play with one another. And there you go. Automatic finds the tiniest of gaps there. Pixel angle is able to catch Kirby, and that's going to be another round going the way of Gen.G.
Okay, here it is.
That doesn't. He's aiming on him. The bullet shouldn't go where you're aiming when you're completely airborne. That's just outrageous. please, Valve, please.
Just think if you're the guy on the receiving end of that.
Yeah, it's so
He's like,
tilting.
I'm making plays, I'm getting some kills, and I die to that?
Yeah, it's not cool, man.
That's pretty unreasonable.
Get him out of here.
Absolutely.
Okay,
So North have the lead.
Timeout.
Still. It's a labored one.
They got 4 creeks in this buy. They're serious. It's a serious statement.
And these 2 rounds in a row from Gen.G, they're chipping away at North. They have a chance to tie things up. And they still now have a hope at a 2-0 series. The way things are playing out, I would not put it past them at this point. It's been a pleasant surprise, Gen.G, this tournament. I didn't know what to expect. There wasn't much data out there to work with, and they've shown up strong.
Fast mid-aggression coming in from Gen.G. Kusta decimates AZ. The trades are going to be all over the place here, but it is going to be a tie in terms of the numbers at the end. After all is said and done, when the dust settles, 3v3, and Liberty's taken here. You can see the push comes out of Palace. Kirby knows there's so much disruption in mid. That's his moment to go, and he makes it count. Daps now has so much to worry about, and I don't know if he's been spotted towards the stairs position, but he certainly feels the pinch. So I'm trying to create some relief for him as he jumps out of the window, looks the wrong way. And now Daps has it all to do. Oh, he wins the 1v1, but there's 2 more players to go, and he is 13 HP.
And there's so much time, and they have bomb, and they have free access to B. Daps able to get the AWP. Not a bad weapon to have when you have such low health, but Daps is definitely not known for his sniping prowess, so it's going to be tough, but he might get the 1v1 at the B site. Also have to worry about getting backstabbed. I don't know, it's tough. That grenade obviously gives away his position, but it gets the kill, but not to stop the bomb plant, unfortunately. If he could have done that, that could have created a lot of options, but now he has the 1v1 Gen.B, who's in the perfect position for that bomb plant. That probably knows that he's either there or B apartments, but he still has to pick the peak just right. This is going to be a nice incendiary to push Gen.B off the angle, and he's going to stick this diffuse. Will it be enough time, though? Gen.B pushes the fire, he had enough health to do it. And that's going to be another round for North.
Oh, man. I was really hoping Daps would hold the flames there, because if he's gambling on that position, and as you mentioned, the strongest argument was for that position, once he throws the molly, Cajun actually has to run into it. So he would know at that point that he's going to go for that swing. I was really hoping Daps would go for that, but either way, North, they're hanging on by their fingernails here.
Yep. And now they have a lower buy against, too, because Gen.G are just kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel, kind of forcing up here and now. A scout and M4, some upgraded pistols, that's about it. If they lose this, they have the full save. North gets the 14 for free. It's looking like North are in prime position to force that third map, which would be Nuke, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a fun battleground for these 2 teams, considering what we've seen from them, and kind of knowing the past of like Danish teams and Nuke and MSL on the map, and Gen.G obviously had a good look on it earlier. So that would be quite a lot of fun, actually.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot for you to say, because I know, you're not always
a Nuke fan.
Not always the Nuke fan, and I know it's always.
I just want more of the series, is what I want, because
it's
been fun thus far. Lots, very close games, cool performances.
Great matchup.
Absolutely.
And we're going to see that connector presence pretty committed from Gen.G, keeping 2 players out there. As you mentioned, they need to make plays here. Trying to dive through the smoke, going for a risky one. It's not going to pay off this time, but it is a 4v4. They are causing North to use more utility in the middle position, which might expose them a little bit more later on. An automatic, speaking of which, exposes Gen.B, finds a great timing for the scout peek. He makes it count there, gets a 4 versus 3 for his team, and now there's problems. Big rotation to A.
Is it going to happen, Dan?
It might.
Force going to come into play?
It very well might.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? It's just going to be up to Kierby, MSL, AZ, but Daps has an up-close ramp position. Timing, though, and he gets the kill onto AZ anyhow. That's impressive. And he's not done just yet. Does a lot of damage to MSL, forcing him to fight with low health, and he won't be long for this world. Gen.G, they are so scrappy. Even in rounds they have no business winning. They either get the win or do damage, and that's been happening all series long.
What's cool here as well, again, is another spot where if you've got analysts doing some great work for your team, what your analysts can often tell you is, in certain situations, what rotations are most likely to expect from the other team. So, for example, very common scenarios your analysts might be looking out for in demos is, okay, at the end of the mid round, once the team has run their default, got their mid control, how many players do they have left alive at that point? And do they have connector or catwalk control? If no, and there's 4 players, they very often rotate into the A attack. And that's actually quite a common response, generally speaking. So
Yeah. One thing we haven't seen from North yet, and they're not going to be able to do it this round because the utility's not there and the guns aren't there, is just we haven't really seen them do like any elaborate set pieces. Like it's mostly been kind of default plays. It's mostly been scrambles. I know MSL's probably got some of those, you know, written up, so I feel like that's probably something they're going to have to go to soon. Try to change things up a little bit. But it's going to be the eco push this time at B.
Okay, it's not looking good here for North, trying to move forwards. That defensive smoke from Som is always a good one. And Bented on the other side with the Galil, obviously providing the big red stop sign. And North will have to... This is such an awful position. You see that molly come in, and it's just... Once you're locked out of B, and the other team knows that you're invested fully there, they know where, you know, they know everywhere where you can be.
Yep.
And it's basically just 2 places.
Yeah, there was never really many chances for North in a round like this one, but whatever they were are now eradicated, you have to feel. As they're all gathered up here, looking to come up connector, but that's in the perfect position to handle this. Good for one, allows Bentet to swing off Cat to finish things off, and we're tied up again. Very reminiscent to Dust 2 with these close score lines towards the end of the map. And again, the option for Gen.G to 2-0 and move on here and now is right out there. And I think the crowd, if I had to guess, would probably love to see that.
Oh, for sure. There it is.
Yeah. It's always
that's
risky.
what we like to hear. Absolutely. But I definitely have to say, you know, I think Gen.G, that we're seeing some great performances from them so far individually, and that's what's really keeping them in the running. They've had so many great individual moments. I think North is playing some great, consistent, strategic Counter-Strike. They're running into this team that's just clutching out of their minds. And here comes a quick balcony pop. Try to get that bomb planted. Oh, it's going to work out quite nicely. Oh my god, they get a double kill. Oh god, there's so many dinks happening from those pistols. They might have a chance at the round now. Bentet looking after this jungle position. Som just forces his way through. Gade goes down. Don't think he expected to lose a battle like that. Som seems hard to deny in this game. And now it's a 2v2. The scout could be instrumental from MSL. He's always finding good positions for it as the retake comes through. Flash for CT for the peak there for Som. Beautiful teamwork that deals with MSL, and Bentet's got the coverage to Cajun, and they'll retake it. But that was a great round from North.
Yeah, they did so much damage. They got a bomb plant. I'm pretty sure that was mostly Glocks. I don't know if there's anything else involved in that I could recall. So that is pretty nasty that it got that close. I'm sure that Gen.G are probably breathing a huge sigh of relief after what was a very stressful situation, as they are still holding that lead, 13-12. Tactical pause from MSL. They have plenty of money to buy. He'll get his AWP. Rifles up for everyone else. And so, yeah, again, I'm kind of curious. You know, this will be some of the most utility they've had in quite some time. If they want to go for just the default again, as they've kind of favored, which, again, no surprise when you consider MSL's history, but it also just feels like it'd be nice to see some flair from them, something different. It's hard to gamble yourself on a set piece when you're behind and there's so much on the line. You know, you kind of want to give yourself as many chances as possible, which means that you play your default out and you get to just kind of react to things and you kind of get to go through your flow chart. Whereas if you go for a set piece, it's all in on that. And if it doesn't work, then, you know, you're probably losing the match. So we'll be curious to see what side they go with. It looks like they are indeed opening up very mid-heavy. It's not quite a default. There's no presence B apartments. They're funding all their players through middle, and it looks like they want to go heavy connector.
That's actually really interesting because Gen.G are playing heavy A ramp, and they've got to play a palace, so they could give up the site and actually deny a lot of post-plant positions. It could get a little bit scary for North if they commit into that A play, but they're all going...
Double window.
Yeah, that's actually kind of insane, isn't it? AZ and Gate up in there. Cajun B's close by as well, under the window.
So this is interesting. And they go through into ladder room with one of those boosted players. Another will just hold window. This is actually pretty dangerous for Gen.G. The good thing is, though, is that they have a ramp control, so they can get that kill on that peripheral player, and then they hold that if they want to launch back onto the site. Even if North spill in through jungle and window, they have that anchor point at A ramp, and that could be a big problem for North as well. So they actually drift off KRB for a bit and put him in the palace. So this is... There's a lot of weird chess moves going on the board right now. I'm not sure how it's going to funnel out in the end.
Gen.G's lack of presence, you can also read as a really passive setup where they have, you know, one outside the rat hole and so on, but I can't go into that. Bentek gets a swing, the double, finds the timing. It couldn't be more perfect, and he'll escape as well through the rat hole there as he has to get rid of the vent by shooting it, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. North now making their way towards B. It's the last-ditch attempt, and Som will shut that down. MSL doesn't know where to look. And doesn't look like there's really anything else to be done here. Great peek from Cajun. He's got to find 4 more kills over a bomb plant in 20 seconds. That doesn't sound very likely. And indeed, he'll get double peeked and finished off. And I was going to say, Dust, with the lack of presence from Gen.G, you know, you could actually read that as, if you're North, as 2 players on B and then playing really passive outside of the A site, which tends to happen if a team sometimes gives up mid entirely.
Yep.
And then obviously the A play makes a lot of sense, but you don't expect.
Tom is out here just slaying, by the way. Just want to point that out. He came into this series number 6 rated player in the tournament, and so far this series he has been absolutely tearing it up. He had such big impact on the first map, despite not having like the best overall numbers, I guess you could say. But this map, he's again approaching 30 and having just a big time. And here we go, North last-ditch effort to try to stop Gen.G from getting series point. They'll be barreling into the A site as quickly as possible with some minimal utility down. But they've already lost 1 member before this bomb has been able to get planted. And they don't really have safe passage to get it in to actually get it down. And it gets caught by Kusta through the smoke, adding insult to injury.
And now the smokes are going to dissipate. They don't have anywhere to fall back. They have to attack. It's the only thing they can do. And oh, that is such a fantastic shot from Gen.G. That could make all the difference here. 3v3, they have no right to win this round given the amount of disadvantages that North are working with, and they're making it look possible. Speaking of which, I don't know how Storm makes that one look possible. Storm is doing so much damage. This guy just cannot be stopped. Any duel that he takes, he wins. And that's the defuse coming through from Daps. Very well done for Gen.G to recover that one. But even, I mean, better still to a certain extent, because North, again, they had so much playing against them. The fact that they made it look somewhat doable is impressive. But ultimately, they're staring down the barrel of defeat here, Dust.
Yeah, Gen.G are moments away, it seems, from locking in a grand finals appearance in their debut event as a team. That is very exciting, and I'm sure the crowd is starting to feel it because it's about to happen unless North can strike here. This is their last chance. They do have a nice full buy, and they are setting up for something different. They've actually put Kierby in B apartments, even though he's a normal default A player. So that's a bit different. And again, I think they're trying to run a little bit of a set piece. They have plenty of utility. So let's see how it goes.
Nemsel's got a forward position already. That's really strong. Obviously can deal that ticket peek. Looking for it as his teammates progress. They haven't made their way to the site just yet, and that's the key. Got to get towards the site. There's the flashbang. Just the perfect moment for Gay to get forward to take down Automatic, but the trade comes through for Kusta. Still holding on to Stairs, still holding on to Connector as AZ now has to go back. The B bomb site's been opened up. This is the long con here for North as they go for the big rotation, and there's so much on Kirby. He's got to clear space here as he moves towards the market. He's going to try to hold on to this position, and he's cleared the rest of the site. His teammates have to make it through. They've got to worry about under. They've got to worry about the big flanks. This is a scary situation. Oh, big kills coming through.
Yeah, you have to feel like this one's over with. Bomb planted. Other 2 CTs are definitely just saving these guns. They still have plenty of money to buy up next round, so they'll just want to save these over. No real chance at retaking this. So North, they do just hang on. They are still in the picture.
What a round. I mean, this looked like they were really committing into A, and they somehow managed to actually find a plan B out of it, quite literally.
Absolutely. That's why I was wondering, like with Kierby being B apartments at Gen.G, you know, Kierby is a guy who's going to go for more plays in Gen.G usually. Like even though he's a peripheral player, he's a more active one. So when I saw him in B apartments and I saw him like really getting aggressive, I'm thinking, okay, either he's going for a really aggressive flank or they're trying to set up a fake for later on down the road. And they're trusting Kierby, a guy who has entry power, to be that guy leading the way into B. And now he's even getting the guns down, so no weapons saved for Gen.G. They still do have the money to buy, though. It just would have been nice to have a little bit extra spending money for utility and for the future if they have to go a couple of more rounds. But yeah,
this is so far a great game, as you said, stylistically and everything else. It's been super entertaining. We all want to see the third map, and you know what? It looks like North they're really threatening an overtime right now because that was a great round.
You know, I heard you like overtime, Stan.
I mean, if they win this round, Gen.G have 0 cash in the bank, so technically North only really need to win this round. The next one should be easy if they win this one.
I mean, we're no strangers to overtime, Dan.
Absolutely, and you know what?
Let's do it.
If North have a big strat, like, you know, something that they're very confident in, or something that they've already run, which was very strong, this is the round. This is the round to do it.
Let's see some good Counter-Strike. It's been great Counter-Strike so far to kick off today. You couldn't have asked for better, CS, I feel. Just really tight games. Both teams with so much to fight for, kind of debuting new lineups. Our second event for North, I guess. with MSL back at the helm, and they want to get off to hot starts with these newer teams, and getting a Grand Finals appearance here would certainly be a step in the right direction. And the North, again, just opening up, back to their default, back to their roots. Gade coming through underpass pretty quickly. Automatic, though, is in a different spot. He's playing that aggressive B apartments position with AWP. Could catch Gen.G well off guard. Ooh, it's tense. Gen.G hasn't quite tested the waters just yet. But you have to feel like we're on the precipice of seeing this engagement. But so far, Gen.G, he's a little bit weary of it. That smoke will further kind of pull him away as he wants to shore up underpass.
And Gen.G have an aggressive A ramp setup. They don't have much utility in this round, so that's one of the reasons why they're trying to play aggressively there. Because again, no utility or low utility means bad retake potential. So you want to try to prevent a retake being necessary. And here comes the play through connector. We haven't quite seen this dynamic. Again, A ramp is held onto. Kusta will go down, but do they understand that Daps is there as well? They got the site pretty easily. They must be suspicious that there could be another player A ramp. The bomb will go down here. And again, the retake potential is not amazing. Some trying with that bench to get the pick, but Gen.G, he's got the assist there for his teammate. Daps gets discovered at A ramp, and now there doesn't really seem to be anything going for Gen.G. They are hightailing it out of there, I think, to try to get to a save, keep Automatic's AWP in his hands. That is the mission now.
Going to be so hard, though. KRB already flanking through behind Market. They already have B apartments positions as well with 2 players, so saving these 2 weapons is going to be incredibly difficult. Bentet working his way forward. There's a couple of members coming right at him. He does find both of them, however. That opens up an avenue to get the hell out of here and keep these 2 weapons, and they need them. That's for certain, because as you noted earlier, the money is very low now. They actually have double op, and they can actually buy 1 rifle for Bentet. And Sam, excuse me, I'll just call him Sam, but I think it's like Samo or something like that. Either way, he is going to be able to have that second AWP, which is no surprise. He is a guy that uses that second op a decent bit.
That's actually interesting, because North, you know, in trying to get those kills, they dropped an AWP. So I am curious if that's going to be a difference maker here. You mentioned that they have the secondary AWP, which we haven't seen too much. Automatic, that mid-aggression really panning out well for Gen.G to take an early advantage in this round. Again, they win this round, they're through to the Grand Finals, and North will be done.
Indeed they will. It'll be a very disappointing group stage exit, very similar to Leipzig. I think they got to the exact same stage, and Leipzig going to have the exact same result going out in that 5th to 6th place. Which, I mean, North has had so many woes, and they've tried to make roster changes. They lost their best player. Like, there's a lot going over there. They had a rebranding process that not many people took a liking to, so man, oh man, this would be another tough pill to swallow, but it'd also be such a exciting time for Gen.G as we do see the push coming in through connector. Dash with the CZ, good for 1, and Sam coming in as well. Automatic lighting the scoreboard also. It's all on Gade.
High flash, Automatic, he's gonna nail it, he's gonna seal the deal, and there you go, Gen.G through to the Grand Finals. North, unfortunately for them, a disappointing result. As far as they're concerned, the tenured team, the return of MSL, the brains, they needed an in-game leader, they got him, but maybe it's too soon. Maybe it's Gen.G's time here. They came into this event, no one knew what to expect us, but we're seeing a team with some great cohesion, some fantastic rising talent that we've yet to see perform at this kind of a level, doing a fantastic job.
And so for our only event that's taking place actually in the USA, we are guaranteed basically USA representation in the Grand Finals here in the first DreamHack Open on the West Coast. And it's going to be an All-America's Grand Final, because no matter who wins the next best of 3, we had that American representation there as well. So that's pretty cool stuff for the hometown crowd. Definitely appreciate you tuning in. We have another semifinal to go, but first we have to take a break and then get to the desk. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a bit.
I was thinking about the last time that I saw you with your head in the clouds, stepping over rainbows, playing pinball with the stars. I've been thinking about the first time when we fell together head over heels. We thought it'd be forever, guess it wasn't meant to be. Now I can't believe it's over. Yeah, I can't believe it's gone. Does forever mean forever? I don't wanna be alone, baby. I can't stand the break now. It's falling when life gets me down. I can't bear the sunshine when you're not beside me, 'cause it just reminds me how we used to be. People tell me just to move on, get that boy out of your head. People tell me just to be strong, but I just fall apart instead. Wish I could turn the clock back. We could fall in love again. We could get back on the right track. Could be lovers till the end. Now I can't believe it's over. Yeah, I can't believe it's gone. Does forever mean forever? I don't wanna be
And welcome back. I would normally say I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Gen.G picking up the win 2-0.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the 2-0 happening. Predicted Gen.G with you, but
2-0 Gen.G, baby.
Kind of, I guess. Misspelled a couple words.
BB.
Spell check. Boss,
Come on now. I don't have Grammarly on my notepad, sorry.
But wow, that was a very impressive series from a new team in Gen.G taking out North. I mean, we said they had a chance in these aim-based maps. I thought they played them so well. There's so many close rounds that could have went either way. Even the rounds that Gen.G lost, those Daps clutches, could have easily went in Daps' favor on Mirage. I loved everything about this series. It was a treat to watch.
I have to agree with you, a treat indeed, and I'm so glad to see Bentep finally showing up, especially right when it matters the most in the semifinals. Hopefully he does carry that on over to the grand finals, but Som carrying on his impactful performance from yesterday all the way on to today, it was an impressive series.
Som and Bentep had so much impact.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Som's success in entry duels continues. I think he's 8-2 in this series. I mean, just ridiculous numbers. On the other side of the coin, I mean, North, MSL, I have to commend him for his aggression, right? He's so confident in the way he plays. But I don't like how their Opper had took over 20 opening duels in this series, right? He's taking so many more opening duels than the rest of his teammates. And I think that's why you have players like Gage, Gen.G, AZ. You want them to take those duels, and just that way you're not, throwing your biggest investment away so quickly into the round. He was actually pretty good in those opening duels. It's just, that's too many for your Opper to take.
The growth of Som is absolutely unbelievable, considering not that long ago, people are like, really? Som? Like, he had a short stint with some other teams and it wasn't working. He's so young. How could he possibly be the player that they're looking for the future? Look at the scoreboard.
Omega Lol M.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess when I'm looking at both of these teams in that server, the biggest difference between all of the 10 of these players is the scrappiness coming out of Gen.G versus North. You saw how structured North is, but when it came down to the nitty-gritty, just looking back on that pistol, 2 versus 2, Gen.B and his mate in that market, if it was Gen.G's side of things, guaranteed both of these guys are scrappy, they're forcing the issue, trying to take that duel to 2v1, but North, they're very careful, they're clearing all these angles, and they need that sort of scrappiness, that edge to get in there and be bloodthirsty, and we just didn't see it in this server.
I love the scrappiness. Speaking of scrappiness, I love the scrappiness coming out of Gen.G we've seen this entire event, right? Down 13-5 against ENCE. Let's not forget that's how they kicked things off. Losing both pistols on North's map pick, still coming back and winning that map. Kind of convincingly, in my opinion. And then this Mirage map, it just looked like they were so annoying in middle. For lack of a better word, their utility usage, the way they peaked, aggressively taking fights to top mid, nade harassment towards the window. It was really nice to watch. Honestly, I'm so impressed by this team.
You say relatively easy in that first map, but even the score, 16-13, 16-14, it's not like North played terrible. Christine, was there something that maybe could have pushed them over that line, just that last inch they needed?
It's got to be the bloodthirstiness, man. And for Gen.G's side of things, every single one of their matches has looked like they had to really tooth and nail fight, gritty, to be able to come over the edge. And with North, it seems like they should have had control in most of their matches. It seemed like their default, their 2-on-2s, they're spread across the map. Everything looked good, but when it came down to when it mattered to get the kills, they just couldn't convert.
Well, we do have Mr. Timothy Ta standing by, automatic, after an impressive victory there on the main stage, punching your ticket to the grand finals. Congratulations. Do you realize that the last time a North American team won a DreamHack Open, it was you with Cloud9 at Denver in 2017.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago indeed. And the last time they even played in a final was in 2018. So you guys have already made history here with your first run on land with the team. How does it feel as a roster? Are things really gelling together? Is this the low end of what we should expect? Is there more in the future? Are you trending upward?
I definitely think that there's more that we haven't showed, and we're just getting used to playing with each other on land because, you know, when you're practicing a lot, like, you don't really know how people are going to handle pressure and stuff like that. So I think we're just, we're just seeing how it goes, and thankfully it's going well.
What's the most impressive thing about your team in general? Like, what do you think is the thing you would personally highlight about your teammates or maybe a specific teammate in general?
I mean, everyone has like such great qualities that it's hard to just pinpoint one. But I would just say that our communication is really good, like in and out of the game. Like, we're good with, you know, like coming up with agreements with each other for certain situations, or just even expressing frustrations. I think we're really good at that.
Now, you guys on the desk have a few questions as well. I'm not going to hold you up. Go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, Tim, I wanted to know how you felt personally hopping back onto that op. I know you were a rifler for so long, and you had a lot of success last year with that op, and then with that rifle. What do you prefer?
I definitely prefer opping more than rifling, because I think that I can have a bigger impact on the game, and I think that I'm really good at controlling like rotations and knowing where everyone's going to be, since I was a lurker as a rifler. That being said, it's been hard to transition back, because when you're opping, it's more mental than anything, and you have to have a different mentality. You have to be like on every single game, whereas with a rifler, as a rifler, you can be more like just doing your part, and so that's been the biggest change for me.
Tim, I know in Cloud9, particularly during your major run, you had a lot of say, like as a secondary in-game leader, a lot of control over what happened in the round, rotations, and even researching your opponents. How does that factor into this team? Do you do that same thing? Also, second question, are you still in Excel gang?
Well, to answer your second question first, I'm not on Excel anymore. But in terms of the in-game leading stuff, or the second in-game leading stuff, I think I'm still definitely doing that, especially in mid-round situations. I think that's where I thrive. But I'm doing it less because I'm opping, and I'm more just, you know, like micromanaging a hit, like telling people what I'm going to hold and what they should do and stuff like that, and just letting Damien do his thing because he's a great caller.
Last question, and then we'll go ahead and let you go. When we sat down at the beginning of the show and spoke with Jason Lake, he had said about his team that he didn't expect to find success so quickly. Do you agree in regards to your team? Did you guys think that you would be at this point today, or did you think it was going to take you some time to get to this point?
I had no idea, to be honest, because we had only played online qualifiers, and it's a lot different playing online than on LAN. But I knew that our team had potential to be this good, and I think we can even play better. So yeah, I'm not surprised that we played so well, but I think there's more to come.
Well, congratulations again. We're going to go ahead and let you go, and we are going to throw things to a break. When we come back, Complexity and Furia. Could we have an all-NA final here in Anaheim? Stay tuned to find out.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
No, darling, I won't delay. I'm running into your arms again. No, darling, I won't delay. I'm running into your arms again. No, darling, I won't delay. I'm running into your arms again. Oh, yeah, my California. I'm crossing borders. Oh, oh, my California love. I'm crossing borders. I gotta see you now, my California love. Just wanna be where you are. Oh, I'm going your way, California. Oh, I'm going your way. Oh, I'm going your way. Gotta see you now. Oh, I'm going your way.
I never cared too much about anyone but you. I never thought that I'd love you like I do. And everything's been cast away. Oh, where we going to? They say it never rains in California. They say the weather's fine night and day. And if the smog don't kill ya, and the sun don't burn ya, the earth sure to shake you down. I never thought that I'd begin my life again. I never thought that I'd make the move, and then everything would fall apart. Oh, what's it all about? They say it never rains in California. They say the weather's fine night and day. And if the smog don't kill ya, and the sun don't burn ya, the earth sure to shake you down.
Did you ever get the feeling that you've been here before? The deja vu's working and you fought to ignore all of the signposts that said this way to the meaning of life. Let's watch the replay. Let's watch the replay. Let's watch the replay. Let's watch the replay.
say it never rains in California. Rain, rain, rain. They say the weather's fine night and day. And if the smog don't kill ya, and the sun don't burn ya, the earth sure to shake you down. They say it never rains in California. Rain, rain. They say the weather's fine night and day. And if temptation don't lure ya, and the guns don't harm ya, the earth sure to shake you down. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a chap wearing saddle, shining cow, branding fire, building lasso, throwing sharp, shooting cowboy. A whiskey drinking, grub eating, bean chewing, pistol loading, cattle herding, spur wearing cowboy. Just a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best.
DreamHack Open is brought to you by Corsair, Intel, Monster Energy, and U.S. Navy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just watched Gen.G punch their ticket into the finals, and we're hoping to see if a team from North America will be joining them. I want to see that double NA final. I'm your host, Bach. Joining me on the desk all weekend long, Sean Gares and Potter, peacocking it there in the red jacket, looking good.
You know me.
Yeah, just vibrant as ever. So we're looking at this series right now. Complexity playing against Furia. Complexity, a lot more for us to go off of compared to Furia, because we only saw Furia play through the early stages of the groups. They 2-0'd their way into this point.
Yeah, and they took out Endpoint and North to get here, right? I mean, we didn't see much of Endpoint. No one had high expectations for them. North, we still don't really know what North is, I guess. Obviously, yeah. Gen.G looked very strong in that best of 3, so it's hard to really criticize North after something like that. But who knows? You know, Furia has 4 players in the top 6 players in this event, all 5 in the top 8 in rating. I mean, their players are hitting their shots.
They definitely are, and those stats are slightly skewed because, as Mark mentioned, they've only played those 2 matches, and we have to remember, thinking back on that first day, Their CT side overpass, they won 14-1 on that first half, so we didn't even get to see hardly any of their T sides on any maps either. So it's certainly still quite a question mark on Furia and what they're able to bring.
Well, what we can see is the bracket, so we can see how things broke down and got to this point. We just watched that upper match. That was Gen.G versus North. 2-0, but not blowout 2-0. It was a very close game, 16-13, 16-14. They are waiting in the grand final position for the winner of Furia versus Complexity. Again, there hasn't been an NA team in a final of a DreamHack Open since DreamHack Austin in 2018, and a team has not won since DreamHack Denver of 2017. That was Automatic and Cloud9 when they did it. So he's there again looking to kind of take that crown back.
Yeah, and he's waiting, and there's a really good chance he can get Complexity in that finals. This is going to be such an interesting matchup, though. I honestly don't know what to expect because Fury is so aggressive. They're all in your face, but Complexity has these 5 aimers that can punish that style seemingly so easy. But they're a little disorganized, so Furia could potentially find holes and just destroy Complexity.
And not only that, thinking about the vetoes as well, that in itself is a question mark too, because Complexity is the newer team, the newer organization coming in. Furia has been around for quite some time, but looking at the maps, Complexity are the stronger team as far as the map pool goes as well. So it's definitely a huge question mark.
Speaking of those players from Complexity, I'm going to make a boomer reference here and say poison. Poison. No one?
No.
Old school hip hop. God, man. I'm so over the hill. I am like well on my way into a valley. But let's keep an eye on Poison.
He is a stud. I don't even know what else to say. I think he's the second highest rated player in this event. The only player not in Furia in the top 5. I mean, he is. Whenever I watch him, whenever he's on the stream, I feel like he does not miss. He never misses. I don't know how that's possible.
And it's a question, when he does start missing, is he still going to be able to keep his cool? Because when you watch him in the real life camera and in this server, he's got ice in his veins. Even in those tense moments, the way he's moving, his decision making, it's all so optimal. And it's very surprising for a team, for a younger player to be able to perform at that level.
Now, Christine, you had mentioned the maps.
Yes.
What maps are we potentially going to be looking at least for the first ban phase?
I think Complexity, depending on how confident they are in that overpass, they're going to either veto that or Inferno. Now, if they float overpass, we have to assume Furia are going to probably pick that. They had such a strong opening on that in the first day.
See, I think Furia should pick into Nuke, but I think Complexity, based on what they did to MIBR yesterday, is going to scare them off of it. I don't think that is telling of what Complexity's Nuke is like. That was more telling of MIBR than it was Complexity. Now, if Furia could, grasp that, they would pick Nuke. But I think if I were in Furia's shoes, I would also probably be a bit scared after witnessing what we saw last night.
Inferno and Dust 2 are the first 2 bans to come out. Not terribly surprising.
Pick.
There's the picks, Mirage and Overpass. So we waited until semifinals to actually see Mirage played.
Yeah, but now we're going to get it. Now this is
once again.
This is the meat and potatoes right here. Now we're going into the normal maps, right?
And
Mirage,
we get
Overpass,
Nuke on the end.
And Nuke on the end. I can't help but think that this veto goes heavily in the favor of Furia. I'm not sure how you think about that, Christine.
I have to agree.
Yeah, these 3 maps are probably like some of their better maps that they play, and some of the worst, the harder ones for Complexity in my eyes, because they require more teamwork.
Definitely, I have to agree. It's just a matter of whether Complexity are going to be able to overcome any sort of barriers or issues or problems. We heard Jason Lake talking about it. He's expecting 6 to 9 months for this team to grow and fill out to their potential. But when they're running up against a wall, if Furia show up to the way that they did on Overpass on that first day, MSL couldn't get anything going. He couldn't even get out into the playground. So if Complexity were watching that match, which I'm sure they did, they should have an answer. But it's that second step, that second stage. What is Furia going to do, and how is Complexity going to respond?
We sat down and talked to the teams about their journey through the tournament thus far. Let's take a look.
Everyone's pushing the extremities of this A-bomb site, and Yuri, well, he's quickly negated that all pick by bringing us back into a 4-on-4, taking advantage after advantage, and no one's putting a stop to it. How's still going? How's still going?
guys of my team was just playing amazing. Their individual talent just showed off. They're just playing brilliantly. Starting the year like this is awesome for us. That's how we wanted, and that's like the work we done for this tournament is just paying off.
We were actually expecting to go through the group with 2 wins in the BO1s, but it's fine. We took MBR again in BO3. We were very confident against them, kind of know exactly how they play, and we just called around that, and it worked perfectly. They played the same as we were expecting, and it just went smooth.
Hands up, not able to finish that off. Brought down low. The majority of these players from IBR over towards the tunnels. Config, ooh, does bring it down to the 1v1.
I don't think our opponents is like used for the aggressiveness we have. I think most of them get surprised or get caught by surprise.
We've been playing them a lot in practice lately, so we actually have a pretty good read on a lot of maps from them. So I think it'll be a good matchup for us, even though they play kind of crazy sometimes, so we need to be ready for that.
The opponents should be afraid of us always. We have no fear.
Let's get this semi-final going. We won that trophy.
They say they want the trophy, and this is the team we were talking to when they said it. It's Complexity, heavy on the rise currently.
Yes, indeed. They are heavy on the rise, and I think they're going to remain that way for quite some time. This is a young team full of players that have a lot to learn still, but have the highest mechanical skill that I think we have, you know, out of these new teams that we've seen formed.
I have to agree with you, and what a great feeling it must be if you're Config, BlameF, Obo, all of these players, you look to your left and right, you're able to see highlights like that Config clip just now, that pistol round, or you watch Poison, his clips. These guys, these players are tweeting about each other on a constant basis, speaking highly about each other, saying, yeah, I think Poison, my teammate, is gonna be the best opera in the world. So being able to have that sort of confidence in each other, it really can take you quite far, especially in a LAN environment.
I mean, that's a point we've been trying to make all tournament long. Every time we had one of the Complexity players in that chair, how good is Poison? Because DreamHack Open has long since played host to players on the rise. This was like where Zywoo got his start, and we've seen other players similar to that make their rise up, and then you can see the man we were just speaking of, Poison, on stage getting ready to play. Unbelievable journey thus far.
Yeah, having that sort of trust system, that sort of buddy system, and just putting your life into your teammates' hands on a regular basis and still coming out on top and almost making it now into the grand final and potentially making it all the way, that boosts your confidence, and it's going to make you feel more confident to take a lot more duels across the map.
We are talking a lot about Poison as the AWP player right now for Complexity, but let's not forget that Henny is on the other team, and he's no slouch at the AWP. He's the, I mentioned this before in the desk, but the stat is so mind-blowing that they have 2 players on Furia that have the lowest deaths per round in all of CSGO. K-Serato at number 2 all time, and Henny at number 4 all time.
That's
How is
just
that even
crazy.
It's not like Furia is winning every event and never dying. How's that possible? 2 are on the same team.
It doesn't make sense.
One will drop out.
Does not compute. Eventually, that stat's going to have to, like someone's going to have to taper off. But it is prediction time. Christine.
I'm going with Complexity.
Head.
I'm going with Complexity here. I think, man, that slapping around of MIBR last night, it was quite impressive. And that editing skills on Config's pistol round, it's hyped me up. I want to see more of those kinds of headshots. I'm going with Complexity.
Look, I can't go with Complexity because if I did, I'd never hear the end from Dagny, our producer, so I'm just gonna...
For those at home wondering, a certain someone in production said that Complexity would win the whole tournament day one, before we even went live.
I am gonna go Furia though. They look like the hotter team right now. I think they have the playbook already developed. They've been a team for so long. It's going to be hard for Complexity to step up on this stage. They don't have that much experience, and Obo's playing like B-site Mirage. He has to prove to me that he can stay alive during executes, and as such a young player, doing things like that, that's asking a lot out of your 16-year-old star player.
I may be an Eagles fan, a die-hard Eagles fan, but that star does not scare me. Complexity all day long, 2-0 Complexity. They are going to come out swinging hard. And I believe it's going to be very painful for Furia fans to watch. Twitch, you've been voting at home, and do you believe? Yes, you do. 70-30. Sean is of the 30th percentile. We are going to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, we will see if we will have an all-NA final if Complexity can take down Furia. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, one and all, to DreamHack Open Anaheim, and it's going to be a really, really enjoyable semi-final coming your way. Complexity versus Furia. A lot of tests for this new Complexity lineup. It's packed with firepower. It has some experience now coming out of Blast as well. But Furia, they've been innovating a lot on their play, reiterating things, strengthening things. They are very well experienced, and I think that maybe Complexity have maybe a bit too much to handle here. What do you think, Dust?
I mean, they did just beat the greatest team of all time not that long ago on land, so I think that they are kind of coming in the more known value, I think. I mean, I know that Furia's team has been together longer, but they've also had a lot of time off. They've also been retooling their team. You know, for one, they've slowed down their play a lot. I feel like they don't play nearly as fast-paced as they used to, and they've been changing up their roles. Vinny more of an entry fragger in the maps we've seen so far, so I think they have kind of a lot going on. Also, remember, they came into this tournament with very limited practice. That was one of the big talking points earlier on. Meanwhile, Complexity, I think they have a lot to prove, and they are a very fiery, explosive, in-your-face, freight-train team with a lot of firepower. And Poison's coming into this series, the leading MVP candidate of the tournament. He is topping the charts in almost every single category, including KD difference and damage per round. He's #1 in those categories. He's been absolutely having a fantastic tournament. And Config finally unleashed himself yesterday. He had a big series against Made in Brazil. Finally see him getting back into his stride. So I think that this is going to be a crazy, fast-paced roller coaster ride of a game.
It certainly will be, and Mirage, as you guys can see, will be the first arena that these two incredible Counter-Strike teams will be battling on, and it's going to be a fantastic way to start things off. So much firepower on both of these teams. Wouldn't want this to start in any other way. Complexity will be on that T side for the pistol, already eyeing up that A set piece. And look at that, holding a smoke grenade on the bomb site. He's looking to try to play the delay game here, Dust, as this push comes through. Quick high flash to slow things down. And they must surely know that someone is playing that position. Why else would there be a smoke? They try to get around to it, but they're struggling. Eventually, will go down, but again, a kill did come out of it.
Indeed it did. It helps get them a little bit more leeway as they try to go for this retake a bit later. And in fact, this bomb is being stalled from being planted. There's no smokes left to redeploy to get that safe plant they need. So now they have to kind of win some fights. They decide to pop flash their way towards stairs. Oboe and Blame F able to find some key kills. And the damage being done to Henny as well through connector towards middle. So man advantage for Cole, and it gets even better with that pickup onto Henny. Now all on Queserado. The bomb can finally take a plant, you would hope, as it does come across. They know where Queserado is now as well. This is looking pretty good for Complexity to close this one down.
Yeah, he has incredible pistol play. He's looking for that headshot position. He predicts it, but again, you've got to hit the shot too. It's very difficult to do, and Queserado will not find Fortune's favor this time around. It will be Complexity who pick up that pistol, and they get, if they, in whatever game plan they had, Dust, once you win the pistol, you really start to get that game plan going. You get to have a position where you know what the buys are going to be like for the season very reliably, so you can prepare yourselves.
Hold on a second. I got to point something out here.
Go for it. Oh, yeah.
What's Vinny got?
That is, he's got
Vinny?
the revolver. Don't often see this.
All right, he's a rootin' tootin' cowboy, Dan, as that song indicated earlier.
But will he find any connections here?
I wanted to kill.
Yeah, I don't
it didn't happen though, did it?
I didn't even know how to build it up. I'm like,
yeah, it's a tough one. It doesn't white pin out, does it? Kills come in for Config and Poison. They have the 4-on-3. They have some good mid control. Rush holding things down in Palace. He is that outside A player on defaults for Cole, which is nice because he can, you know, take a supportive position in certain cases, but also he can find those timings on those peaks. Similar to like Rops from Mouse Sports, where you can kind of double as a playmaker, but also hold ground. And I think that that's great to have a player like Rush who used to be an entry fragger, so he can give you that, but he can also free up space for other players. As we do see Config freeing up Art from having to play any more of this round, taking him out.
And Complexity, you know, is actually a team I've been looking at a lot recently on Mirage, actually on the Skybox, looking at their T sides and so on.
Yeah.
And they're a team that's you know fast evolving. And although there has been what I've spotted some weaknesses here or there, generally speaking, the overall idea is really good, and it's just a question of getting the routine in there, getting the practice, running it tournament to tournament. So
I agree. I think when you watch them play, you can see that they have a plan. Like they have a default established. They have some faster paced plays I like to mix in. It's all just coming down to the team play in chaotic situations, the exact timings, and those are things that just come with time and more play, more official matches. I think even Jason Lake did an interview earlier where I think he thought it would take 6 to 9 months to really get that team play established and get those just tidy everything up, right, and get it a little bit more organized. And I think that that's kind of a fair assessment of where they're at right now, but they're still dangerous is the other point. Like in the short term, they still pack a punch regardless of some of the sloppiness they might come into sometimes.
Yeah, I was really happy to hear that from Jason's interview earlier. I think that Mouse Sports currently are definitely a team that, even though you have a very experienced in-game leader in all the pieces, it can take time to find the footing. And so I'm glad that patience is there for this lineup. It's definitely very promising. They've delivered some good results so far to back that promise up. And in this round, going into the anti-eco, there are a couple weapons to worry about. The Deagle and armor of Queserado and that scout in the hands of Henny. Of course, a very well-known sniper, very deadly, extremely quick is Henny, but you got to have a position to shoot from to begin with, and so far Complexity are locking away those angles and the line of sight away from Furia with their utility.
The thing is, though, they might actually run into the stack. There is a chance for it. Poison will be clearing out ladder room. There is a player in window, not quite in the ladder though, but there are 4 players now towards this B side of the map, which actually does give Furia some chances at pulling this off, despite the fact that they have very limited firepower. But Poison and company doing a great job clearing angles together. The spacing's really good, the timing's where it needs to be, and now they're getting the frag just as they would want to. Vinny and Queserado do get a couple back, but there's Oboe to the rescue, leaving Art by himself, letting that fits the pinch. And there you have 3-star for Colin. I don't really know how good this map is for Complexity just yet. They had a really good win over Vitality at Blast, which ensured them a spot in the spring finals based on this map. But they also had a big loss to Navi. They weren't even competitive in that game. So that is kind of the seesaw so far for them, limited sample size. And then for Furia, they used to be historically very good on this map. They've actually lost their last 3 out of 4 games coming into this tournament, and they've had a lot of time off. So I'm not sure how polished they are either. So it's going to be interesting.
So looking like Complexity, not going with the default this round, looking for a quicker A set piece. And Furia will, there is a time limit for this. If there's no presence whatsoever in mid, you're worrying for that A set piece or the B set piece. That's generally how you're thinking about it if you're in Furia's shoes. And now obviously the the plays coming in, so they absolutely know what's going on. Good smoke from Penny on triple to delay things. Vinny doing a good job as well from under the balcony. Oh, he's done so much damage there, but still, 2v2, good frags coming in on the trades from Complexity here. Furia were really going for this through the smokes, as opposed to playing retakes. So into this 2v2, Complexity have a really solid situation, although the flank is coming, and I'm not sure if that's going to be anticipated. Yuri's fairly far along with this, and K-Serato just has to wait for Yuri. Maybe fire a bullet. He's trying to create a distraction here, and it's going to work, I think, because Poison's still trained on that triple position. Here comes Yuri. He gets it. But at the same time, K-Serato goes down. Yuri in for that 1v1 here. Config looking for that delay as well. Trying to just toy with his opponent. Doesn't want to commit too hard into this duel until he has to, and he will. And Yuri's going to win it. And does he have time with the kit? He just about has time. Oh, that was a close one. Furia with the retake in the 2v2.
Yeah, Config almost ace clutched that round. He had 4 on that take into the site itself. It was a great execute. Good smokes, good Molotovs down. They had a Molotov on bench as well, as you see thrown there to stop any, success from CTs trying to push around the smokes. And so many entries went Config's way. It just really came down to that flank from Yuri up A ramp, catching Poison off guard, getting him into a winnable 1v1. That's the first round on the board for Furia. They will have Henny onto the AWP now. Rifles aplenty. We see Complexity going back to just a more standard mid-control style. Blame F and Oboe working the underpass. Look at Art, though, looking to get aggressive. Those two words kind of just go together, Art and aggression. But he does actually back down in this case. I feel like he has started to become a more reserved player. Over time, I think he's realized that, people have caught on to what you like to do. You have to play a little bit more standard sometimes.
For sure. And Complexity going with that delayed mid-take here in their 1-3-1 default. Rush, mixing things up between Palace and A-Ramp. Typically has a lot of success. Actually caught Vitality off a lot by himself when he was playing around the ramp position. And here again, Rush picks up that first defensive kill towards A-Ramp as the TTs try to push. Art goes back in, wants to try to finish him off, does get a lick of damage, but it's not enough to finish him off. And Henny, we talked about how fast he is. That's a great first shot. The second connects as well. He goes back for more. He can only get so much. And Yuri there, I think that's the jump mouse wheel bug perhaps, something, but it's going to leave K-Serato alone with a UMP, and he's going to have to go out into mid. There might be a gun here for him to collect, so that is going to be a win. Picks up the AKs with some bullets to scope for the spray, trying to stop the plant from behind the boxes. It's not going to be too successful. Now they know exactly where he is. A couple bullets connecting there. It's going to be a tough ask for K-Serato as Rushed. Oh my god, he's down to 1 HP. He's so low. But it's so important that he stayed alive. Now they can play the trade game. As K-Serato is going to try to bait them out for the peak here. Gets the first kill. Rush is the last one standing. And he's 1 HP. Rush wins the round. Unbelievable that he stayed alive that entire time from start to finish.
Yeah, Rush has been so on point. I'm so happy for Rush that he finally has like a stable environment to play with. And he was hard done by the whole Optic situation a few years ago. Obviously, he was a part of Cloud9 for so long when they were losing their players left and right and they were falling into shambles. And now I feel like on this team, he finally has a home where he can feel confident that there's a future in it.
Yeah.
And I feel like he played so well at Blast. He was their best player there. It was cool to see him back.
Oh, for sure. And see Blame F here will get himself some nice eco frags. That's a lovely one. Don't think he knew anything about that, but he will take it, of course. And a quick victory there for Complexity against the eco of Furia. Just waiting until they have enough money to get a substantial buy-in, which we will see in this round, round 7, as Furia are now down 1 round against the 5 of Complexity. Complexity so successful up until this point. We'll see if the Op will this time do better for the Furia side.
Yeah, worth noting as well, even though they lost to Navi on Mirage, Big and Blast, Rush individually was really good on this map, and so that's something that they can leverage going into this. Again, he's a really smart outside A player on defaults, really knows when he can peek, when he needs to fall back, when he can help entry, when he needs to just be supportive. That's why you like having that guy on your team. Meanwhile, Config and Blame F and company, those are the powerhouse entry players for this team, and they're looking to try to get something going here inside the window room. Art, though, it's just too easy for him. Blame F, not quite on the trigger finger when he needed it most, but look at Rush. He's been able to creep up into Ace, trying to see if he can reel this one back in somehow, finding the duel over here, but it's just not going to work out. Config also fallen, and so it's all on Poison.
All on Poison. He's got the bomb at least. which is something to work with. I mean, he's going to make a lot of sound cues here. They know exactly where he is, which is a problem. He's just going to have to frag out. He's got to hit headshots. There's no way around it, but Yuri will take him out. So 5 players survive. That's completely ideal for Furia. And BlameF's situation was a little bit weird there, but in his perspective, I'd imagine he's completely blinded in the smoke, whereas from the other angle, it looked like he could see, but I very much doubt that he could, given that he didn't even shoot a bullet.
Good round from Yuri, by the way. He's actually the top-rated player in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, but he only played 2 maps, so it's kind of a little bit inflated. But what's also the thing is last year he really fell off. Like, he was really losing his form, so it's good to see him back in shape. I think that's good news for Furia, and if you're a fan of that team. But here we go, Complexity looking for something over towards A very aggressively. And I like this because this allows Obo more action, because he has to default B apartments based on how they set up the team. But now in this round, he can come in swinging, and Config leading the way already finds 1.
Yeah, it's a great entry to kick things off, and Poison finishes off Art. So now they did win the previous round with 5 players, but their money is not really recovered just yet. They don't have a big bank to work with. And I don't think they're going to have any loss bonus at this point. No, they're going to have no loss bonus. So they'll get something like $1,400 in addition to what you see on your screens for Furia for losing the rounds. So they will be hard-pressed to buy unless they save at least 2 to 3 weapons here. So that's the mission. Complexity will be able to read that as well. But for Complexity, there may be somewhat of a gentleman's agreement because their economy is also very, very weak at this point. So they can't really afford to lose any weapons here either. So they're making the decision to look after their own economy as opposed to damaging their opponent's economy. And that's sometimes the decision that you have to make. And 6-2, everything's going well for Complexity. I think what's interesting here for me, Dust, is that Complexity are finding a lot of success when they're going for these faster contacts or set pieces, but going into that mid-round, that shot calling in the mid-round, that's when things seem to get a little bit hairy. Furia get more opportunities, I think, to get people like Henny into positions to do stuff.
Sure.
So the set pieces seem to be working out nicely for Complexity at
It
this
allows
point.
them to get their firepower to just to bunch up and play that swarm and trade type style, which someone like Rush is very used to playing that type of style when he played with teams like Cloud9 and Optic, and so he's very familiar with it. Again, the guy is playing a peripheral role, which is traditionally not an entry role, yet Rush is actually ranked in the top 5 this tournament for success in opening duels. So it kind of comes down not only to entering, but also being able to catch pushes. Not only that, Config, a big round there from him. He is in the rank of top 5 for kills per round in this tournament. And again, he had a big series yesterday against Made in Brazil. I feel like he was the one that was a bit more quiet at Blast, but you can only go around with so much, right, when you have so many players trying to be stars. But he definitely is now asserting himself here in Anaheim.
Yeah, one thing Complexity has is a really strong winning spirit. Very competitive and kind of championship mindset to them. Here's a big aggression in mid there. Art will open things up, taking down Config. And they're looking to hold on to this position. Very disruptive. Complexity were running a default, and the mid portion of the default has been dealt with by Furia. They get the pick. So it puts Complexity in this mid-round shot calling position where they have to say, all right, where are we going to go? We're going to cycle back. Furia don't know whether it will be A or B, but they know, it's not going to be a mid-split. So it's one of those two. So they put 2 players on B for the defense. The push comes through. Can they make it past the initial grenade? That's a great opener from Poison. But K Serato is in position like a snake in the grass. Reveals himself right bench. They line up. He's done enough, I think, to get a look in from Vinny. But Rush, he gets the double. And now it's a 2v2 retake situation.
Oh, he's going to go for that bomb plant. Henny, though, might find a timing to catch him. Indeed he does, but the bomb does actually still complete itself. And so BlameF, he's going to have a chance to add a clutch to his collection. He's had a couple this tournament, as he is still playing here inside the B apartment, biding his time, milking the clock as much as he possibly can. There is a kit in play for Henny, so that does give them a bit more time to work this out. That's a great incendiary as well. It forces BlameF, but he's got a Molotov for the bomb. Did it land in place? Yes, it does. Henny is burning. He's trying to defuse through it all. Oh my goodness. It doesn't happen, does it? So now it's Art up next to try to do it. He does get the kill, but does he have the time? No, he does not. Complexity pulls it off. What a smart play from BlameF.
Oh, that's so unreal. Oh, I can't believe it. I wasn't sure if he would make it or not with the defuse because he started defusing it before the molly started it ticking. And there is usually you can actually make it happen usually. But the other thing too is that I don't think it actually mattered here, but I believe the T-Molotov does more armor damage. Is that correct? Pretty sure it does. Either way,
I'll go with you on that one.
Either way, doesn't matter. Worked out for Complexity.
By the way, that's Blame F's 5th 1vx this tournament, which ties him for first place for clutches. So well done there from Blame F. And speaking of the man himself, he does some entry work too, a time or two, and he gets that one, but it is traded back.
That's a very, very solid shot from Henny. That's not an easy one to hit. Under pressure, Henny can deliver. He picks up another one, giving his team a chance to recover what is otherwise a fairly desperate situation, because now they've lost the bomb site, and the remainder of Furia need to go for that retake. Yuri, as ever, very quick on the flank. They've not even planted the bomb yet. He's going to hit a timing window where I don't think they're going to have full attention on this. Obo, you can see he's checking. He's been burned by this before, and he's going to get burned again. And pulling out the nade, Yuri! He thought that he was free to do so. He was not. But the bomb is not down just yet. That gives Serato precious time to work out exactly how to attack this position. He knows, I think, that nobody has quite crossed. He's checking for it, but no one's crossed, so he does have some key information here as to how to clutch this out once that bomb goes down. But you can see Complexity are using the clock. That time is a commodity. They're investing in it. They're using it to try to bait out Serato, but he's too smart for that.
Yeah, it's just tough. They don't have a smoke, so they can't really block off any angles to plant completely safe. They could just go for the default plant, and they have one guy who can watch CT spawn to try to make sure the plant goes off. And indeed, that's exactly how it's going to play out. But Serato uses that to his advantage, knowing he has a 1v1 while the bomb's being punched in. Gets the kill onto Palace. Now he only has a weakened Rush left in front of him to steal a 3rd round away for Furia. And indeed, he will pin Rush down. What a brilliant clutch there from Serato. That's what he's most well known for. He'll get the defuse. That's a 3rd round for the Brazilians.
That is just beautiful. Again, like really, the reset almost hurt Complexity, because they were trying to reset that and just use the time to suggest that maybe they rotated back out to B. And Serato, he had such a good read to the situation because he had that info. And when that plant starts, he knows he gets a 1v1. And what a beautiful way to finish it off. Just such a intelligent player, as well as such a deadly one.
Yeah. Here's the problem, though. Furia have yet to streak together rounds in a row this entire game. So their economy is definitely suffering because of that. So they really need a couple in a row if they want to start challenging Complexity, who's really just been a dominant force throughout this half. And they had the 3-0 start. They've had a couple of 2-round winning streaks mixed in. They've held the lead very firmly. And again, they're changing things up with a little bit more heavy B pressure. Blame F this time leading the charge. Again, he's kind of that leader by example, that guy who can entry. And the guy's built like a bulldozer, so you can't blame him for taking on those types of positions. But I think that's another key tool for Cole, is that they have an in-game leader who can frag out. It gives them that additional firepower.
It's also, showing presence like that kind of suggests that, that he's, it's a default and he's lurking. And so that really doesn't tell Furia almost anything, that he gets a few shots off there. So it's kind of free. And if he gets the pick there, obviously they get some options. So I like that a lot from Complexity. And they rotate back out into an A play. And Furia, they do have some players in position. This could be nasty. Henny's there with the AWP on ticket, and it looks like a contact here. Complexity are going to be in trouble, and great damage has been done, but no frags for Complexity, for Furia thus far. Henny now has to do so much. What a fadeaway shot from Henny, and the double scope will be the end of Henny as the trades come through, but the numbers are superior for Complexity until Serato once again in the 1v2, or 1v3 essentially, picks up that first one. That bomb again needs to be planted. It's a similar situation, but this time, Rush has an AWP, and he knows where Serato is coming from, and that makes the difference.
Yeah, it's a team ace, a star frame Complexity. Everyone getting a piece of that one. Look at that frag distribution over there. Everyone's pitching in. Good to see them firing on all cylinders. A round they probably should not have won, if we're being honest with what they had to work with. Yet they get it done. And again, Furia, 3 rounds in Island in a sea of Complexity success. It's such a big half so far here for this organization.
Yep. I think there's been like a couple clutches that could really have just changed everything. For example, that one moment with the defuse where Blame F is sitting in the B apartments. That's such a huge moment. And there's so many small little clutch situations which are really tipping Complexity over the edge here. I feel like they've generally had like a pretty good, both teams had a pretty good approach. But even stuff like, for example, there was that one round where Rush gets to pick on a ramp. Sometimes Rush is going to be in Palace, so he doesn't get that duel. Like just small things really working out in Complexity's favor. But they're playing it very well on top of that. So.
And now they almost get a freebie in this one, you have to imagine. Just USPs, except for the one upgraded pistol for Yuri. And there's some HE grenades out there as well, sprinkled about. But as those nades go out, they do tear up Config, to be fair, but no one else took any damage, so it's just one softened target. Config will have to take that on the chin. As Complexity will look to now start exercising a bit more control of this area. I haven't even seen anyone use the new bench yet. I mean, I've seen them do this, but no one's actually jumped in the window. They're still doing the normal boost.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying before. It only really messes us up playing pugs, really.
Yeah. But I mean, it makes more noise, right? If you have to do it yourself and run and jump off the bench. So that's the silence of doing a teammate boost is more important.
I mean, you can always cover the noise, I guess, with someone shooting or throwing nades, but generally, yeah, it's mostly about destabilizing the cat player, I think, with a headshot peek. But Obo, he's out there. They try to close around with the B plays, looking pretty good for Complexity. Nothing really to stop them. And they will put that 9th round on the board shortly.
And not much we could expect from Furia in this round, could we? It was kind of built for Complexity to take it, considering that they have such a poor economy. As Blamev continues to kind of just mop up some kills. He's run out of bullets with the SG. They always had to pull up the clock, and that's not what he needed. So Queserado will be able to collect that weapon, which we know how much of a nuisance that gun can be in the hands of a CT.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal. I think this is actually a huge win for Furia, being able to take that into following rounds. There are certain positions where those scope rifles can really be an enormous benefit. So we'll see how they decide to use it. But yeah, you got to take the small wins. The Complexity, though, got some pretty big wins here. 9-3 is the score now on their T side. They've already got a pretty significant number of rounds on the T side. If they got no more, they could be very happy with it.
Oh, absolutely.
But they're threatening a lot more unless Furia can find a way to kind of switch things up here. And it looks like Furia are struggling to do so. I'd like to see more A-ramp takes. I think that could be something that could work out for them, or mid-aggressions to throw off the default.
Yeah, that or just like getting Henny's op more involved early. Like let him go take a palace peek, or let him, make a play. I mean, Henny is that fast-paced, crazy opper, and I feel like he's been maybe kind of leashed up a little bit. Let him off and let him see what he can do. That could be a big difference maker. We know how impactful an op can be, CT side of Mirage, and he's one of the guys that actually been performing pretty well for this team through all their issues. When we talked about the up and down 2019 Furia, how they started out strong at, Masters Dallas and at ECS, but then kind of faded away towards the end. And Henny, through all that, was actually the guy that kind of came in to help the team out. And so we'll see if he can do something this round, as unfortunately for him, he's been smoked off his position.
Trickling those flashbangs in to mid. Config, he knows that Vinny's around the corner, and he's absolutely nailed him. Will try to peek out there to try to have something in middle to try to they just don't want to have a situation where they lose kills and get nothing back in return. But I don't think that there's any other fate that they can find in this kind of rounds.
They are actively challenging Complexity's mid control, but they're losing all the fights. I mean, to be fair, Config actually just pushed up connector though and actually just threw it out. And I love seeing this Config. This is the Config that was the star player of North a few years ago, having those big runs at EPL, and he was a superstar entry fragger. And that's the other thing. Like, I think there's so many redemption stories in place on Cole, individually, whether it be Rush's, rise back, whether it be Config's next chance. It's fun to watch.
It certainly is, and this round is not done just yet. Henny's on that AWP by the stairs position. Doesn't have to worry about connector just yet. Well, maybe he needs to now, because Config just got a pick. He's made his way into window. Henny is trying to get out there. He misses a crucial shot. He'll be able to pick it up eventually, but it's 1v2 again for Queserado. Again, Queserado has to deliver, but he can't again. It's simply too much. Positioning and timing not in his favor. And it can't keep being this situation, Dust, where Queserado is left in really difficult spots to has to clutch.
I mean, it's one of those things where the style of play that Complexity can bring to the table is a very snowball-y style. Like, if they're feeling it, if they got that momentum, if they got that confidence about them, with the tools that they have and with the pace they can bring, it can be overwhelming. And I mean, Furia knows that style. They play that style too, or at least they used to. And so you would think maybe they'd have some protocols in place to try to manage some of this, but so far they have really faltered. Just off to a cold start. Complexity red hot right now as they look to put some finishing touches on this half. This time they'll be doing an anti-eco over towards upper B at first, but they decide better of it.
Yeah, it's just looking like such a bad situation for Furia right now. Just some deagles. The AWP is on Henny, of course, and he is playing that setup on A-ramp with Vinny close, and this is that old Fallen setup. Fallen popularized, and Henny, who better to emulate such an aggressive AWP position. Obo looking for that pick here, being that B lurk as he often is in their defaults.
Yeah.
Usually him on the B apps and Rush on the other side.
I hate it because I like Obo a lot, and I wish he had a little bit more room, but you have to make room for everyone, right? And sometimes someone's going to get the short end, but Obo can be that playmaker here at the very least and cause a lot of disturbance on his own. They can still be used for set pieces in other situations. And it's going to be him and Rush looking to try to tag team their way into this B-bomb site now. Blame F also going to be in the mix, of course. All the kills go in the way of Complexity. K-Strado does manage to get one back, but that's going to be about it seems, as this bomb is going to go down any moment. Blame F cutting off rotations in middle. And I mean, again, Furia's economy has been absolutely in tatters all game long. That's the repercussions of the win one, lose one, never streaking rounds together. It's tough.
Yeah, it is. And I do like how they had the insurance policy in Blame F in this round. Just in case things didn't go too well towards B, he creates options towards that connector position. Also slows down rotations. And he, unfortunately, will lose that AWP. It was maybe the only beacon of hope left for the Furia side. And I mean, they will have enough money to purchase AWPs again, but unfortunately they will be lacking in other categories if they are to buy an AWP because their money's not amazing. And he will be able to pick up the AWP again, but he's only got a flashbang with that. K-Strado is also going to double up here on the AWPs with Henny. Got a flash and a
yeah,
smoke.
It's interesting. It's not Art. That would normally be the guy that would take a second op on this team, but K-Strado, maybe just the position he plays over towards B, it makes more sense for him to have it. It also gives Art the freedom to be aggressive with the rifle, which is indeed going to be his play, and he does in fact catch Config there in the smoke. It was a bit awkward, but he did get the job done. But B, in the meantime, has also been taken. K-Strado, though, with that second op, delivering good for one, but Obo, a fantastic trade, gets them the site.
Yeah, down in numbers, but they have some position here. That's a really smart play from Art. Buying some more space, which really prevents the T's from pushing him, and he's got some extra cover to work with as that molly comes in. Nice find from Obo, though. That is really important. Now the smoke comes down on the window, which might allow the CTs actually to get out of that position, and they go for the charge. But Obo says no, as he denies them completely. A quick double from him, as now Henny's left to go shotgun mode with the AWP, and Obo is all his as he finishes off the half for Complexity with that 12-3 scoreline. What a way to start things off. Furia have a lot of answers to find in this short break. We'll be back with you soon. Welcome back, Counter-Strike fans. You are watching DreamHack Open Anaheim, the first DreamHack on the West Coast, and we are into the second semi-final of today. Furia and Complexity facing off, and now Furia go to that T side dust. Now they get to take the initiative. Maybe we'll see a different side of them.
Yeah, right now they're getting schlatered, as the old hashtag goes by Complexity. They're feeling the rush. I'll get all that in for you, Jason Lake. Don't you worry. Get those hashtags out there, as it's been a rough ride so far for Furia. But as you said, maybe on the T side things can go a little bit better, as they have some good smokes down to get them into this A bomb site. Complexity playing that retake A setup though. They do have a couple of grenades, a smoke and a flash for themselves to work with to try to get back in. And Rush does have a kit, so let's see what they can do.
Let's see what they can do. Rush there. Oh, that HE actually could be quite juicy. They're going to go for the flash play. He's actually caught them. A few tags there, nothing too severe, but they have to win this CT fight. Can they take it? They are forcing Furia back now, so they're doing a pretty good job. That opens Poison up to some jewels. It's a great snap as well from that USP, leaving it on Yuri's shoulders, but his head will be blown clean off of said shoulders as Config reigns supreme, gets the defuse, and Complexity pick up the pistol in a decisive fashion. Dust. This is not how Furia get back into this map.
No, it's not. That ain't it, as some people would say. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, we might even get to see Furious T-side at this rate, unless they can come up with something crazy. They do go for the buy up in this one. The classic, get a bomb plant, get a couple SGs, get some utility. The problem is if this doesn't work, I mean, Complexity is almost guaranteed map point. So
yeah,
this is kind of all their marbles going here and now.
Well, at least, Config missed the jump. I don't know if that would have actually helped them or hindered them, considering there's a big top mid presence. Config, though, will take down Vinny, so maybe it hurt them at the end. Quick HE through. Good damage through that smoke, though. Does give opportunities for Furia in the coming moments.
Oh, here you go. Finally, the bench got used for a self-boost. Art used it, and so he's in window. Art is always in window, I feel like, on T-side for Furia. He's a very aggressive, wily guy. He loves to take this position and try to use it, but I'm sure BlameF is aware that that's a real strong possibility, and you could see it. BlameF's waiting for that. So this is bait, but unfortunately, he can't win the fight. Art instead will dispatch of him, but look at Config. He's out here doing some big things, finds Henny, and able to get away and get the kill on Art as well. That is devastating.
In Denmark, they call that Config aim, I have heard. And, well, this is looking rather difficult for Furia.
Ouch.
Well, that is one way to put it, at least. Oh, Keserato in a hopeless scenario again. They know exactly where he is, and he'll get taken down. So, very easy round for Complexity. They have dealt with the force buy without any difficulty, and as you said, Dust, pretty much guarantees them in a game.
I don't want to be a victim of the bystander effect. I feel like this is a crime we should be reporting. Like, this is brutal.
Yeah, and one quick note actually for people with the play that Art made in the smoke where he gets the pick. When you're sitting in the smoke, as it dissipates, you actually get a one way for about half a second. So normally that player will have advantage. You'll see pros utilize this quite a lot.
So now it's all Deagles for Furia, the old Deco. That's all they got. They have to save up a little bit of money so they can full buy next round and stop Complexity from getting the W. And we'll see if they can pop off. They have a couple of guys who can certainly use the Deagle to good effect, but Complexity have been just so on point. It's hard to see them letting this slip through. No utility either for Furia, so they're going to have to just brute force with aim.
And the cool thing here is that you can see the Complexity understand that. One of the ways the team in Furia's position gets in here is if they get a pick. Where are they best and most easily going to get a pick? Well, a swing on mid is usually the easiest way to do it. So they play passive positions. They can allow Furia to get a plant here. Doesn't matter if they get a plant, because the retake strength for the CTs is huge. What an angle. What an angle from Art. Great boost there. Very creative way to find that pick that they were looking for.
Good response, at least, from Rush to stop the bleeding a bit there. Getting that kill is pretty big. Poison coming in now as well with that scout. And everything's going the way of Complexity now. There's really no stopping them, is there? As Poison continues to add to his stats. Again, the top-rated player in the tournament. Highest KD ratio. Leading MVP candidate for my money. That's a brilliant pickup from Complexity, by the way, getting Poison. They snagged him away from a couple other teams, and he's proved to be very valuable. And there you have it, 15-3. This is, I mean, you couldn't ask for better, I feel like, if you're a Complexity fan.
Yeah, absolutely. There's really not been any danger.
No, not at all.
Some of these rounds, like the Deagles, you know, because we're coming off of that first semi-final as well, where every round was potentially quite dangerous, even if it's just a few deagles, and we were seeing that repeatedly. But now, Furia not really on the server at the moment on Mirage. Nope. All complexity.
That's looking real grim, excuse me, for Furia here. They need to win out to get in overtime. And, I mean, they've yet to win a round in a row, period. So to ask them to do 12 in a row is, I can't see it. But we'll see if they can at least prolong the inevitable.
They do have good firepower, but they don't have utility. That's really the issue. 2 smokes are remaining at this point, as you guys can see on your screens, which doesn't afford Furia many options. They're trying to play around connector to try to get this connector pick. They know Blame is hanging out somewhere. The Blame is going to be the ones to get the better of this situation. The boost does come in handy, but Config's got an even better boost to hand. And that's actually going to create a nice response to the complexity. But as I say that, the swing from K-Serato makes all the difference. And the true intentions of Furia, that A play is now known, and there's not too much to deal with it. Obo, giving it a good, solid college try, though. He's able to take down 1, but he's still in a disadvantageous situation. Furia could even rotate to B if they wanted, but they will commit to this A push, looking to catch Obo on a peek, and he's given the peek, and he's going to give the frag as well.
So there you have it. Furia get their first round of the half. 3-0 starts from Cole, and both halves are a big portion of their victories thus far. Again, Furia yet to connect 2 rounds in a row, all map long. Now must do so to stay alive in this one. Again, they have obviously their pick coming up next, which is Overpass, if I'm not mistaken. So still not out of it just yet. But this map is fading pretty quickly. Oh, that's a big pick up there from Art onto Config to get them some mid control and get them an early man advantage in this round.
And there we go, you know, Furia, the default's going really well. They got that initial pick, they've got that mid control, the top con smoke is there as well. So now they can rotate back to get the bomb, they can go B, they can go A. They've already set up for A here, so we'll see that be the mission, that's the goal.
Good push here from Blame F, though, on A ramp. That's exactly the kind of play that you have to make when you're down a man and you need information or you need some type of pivot point. And he actually will get bypassed because it's going to be connector pallet smoke, so he could actually pose a really big threat late on a retake. But as I say that, Art, he's a little bit concerned. He's going to be right. Great pick up there from Art. Good awareness. That pretty much ends the round.
Yeah, they have such a great cognizance that there's probably a player A ramp, and I love that they're taking that safe path to Palace with the bomb. Just very well played by Furia this round. But this is one of those rounds where everything does go right. Their opening on the default picks up the map control that is intended to have happen. So you get cat control, window, and connector, and they get a pick, and then they get to build up the split afterwards. So you can't really ask for a more ideal way for your default to play out than that.
Right.
But they have to repeat that. They have to keep repeating that. And if I'm Complexity, I'm thinking of ways to get aggressive against that default to see if just disrupting it will just crush Furia. Because Complexity, their players are firing off.
I'm not even sure if Furia's default is like actually well set up yet, because I know that they, a while back, had shifted K-Serato to being their outside A player. And they've been on every other map trying to get Vinny more and more involved as like an entry type player. And that he obviously had, and other people have been trying to play B apartments, and he's now seen Yuri play B apps once, Henny played it once, so it's like it's not really set in stone yet. Like there's still a little bit of tooling going on there, and so there could be some chances for Complexity to, again, catch a Furia team who apparently only had just 6 or 7 days of practice coming into this tournament, and that's not a lot to figure things out.
There we go, Vinny is that first man in, trying to defend against this push, and indeed we get that mid-aggression that I was wondering about. Complexity trying to throw off that Furia default. If you can take care of that mid part of the default, you can almost win a round off of it, so that's why they're going for that. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to work out too well. It made a lot of sense, they don't have much utility. Aren't able to finish off the weakened config.
If he just had a better pistol, he definitely had the jump on him there. It could have been interesting. Well, but hold the phone, because Poison and Obo still have a little bit of hope left after that frag. K-Serato spots one towards stairs, some bullets exchanged, but no kill just yet. Meanwhile, Obo worried about mid, and he would be right to do so. There is certainly one member there looking to cross into Catwalk. It's going to be Yuri. And he gets that frag. Oh my goodness, it's getting interesting. But the problem is that the bomb is going down at B. And they don't really have any positioning towards that area, so not sure what they're really going to be able to accomplish.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, because Poison doesn't have any money, he is definitely convinced to save here. But they are going to be buying next round, I think. Actually, what's the loss? I'm going to check the loss bonus real quick. So it's going to be the third round of loss bonus for Complexity, which means that they're going to have $2,400 in addition to what you see. So they're all going to be able to buy it, except Poison if he loses his gun. So Poison's very much in a position where he really wants to keep hold of that Krieg. They need to save at least one gun, and they can have that full buy with the rifles. But I don't think we're going to see an AWP necessarily. No one will have enough money to purchase it. So that could change. That could make things interesting, because they might once again throw another aggression out there. Maybe not the mid aggression, but something else. A ramp push or something like that, an underpass push.
It's just nice seeing some life out of Furia. I mean, they're still far and away from posing a real threat to Complexity, but at least they're starting to take those first baby steps towards making it competitive. As it will be Complexity onto a buy, but it's a little bit less than ideal with Config having to be on a FAMAS and no AWP, but still a good bit to work with. And BlameF and company are actually doing a pretty damn good job. An equal exchange out there in middle to kick things off, but that's going to favor Furia just a bit.
Yeah, this is a really cool move as well. If you don't think the other team can play the mid round as well as you. Oh, but speaking of which, Henny's got a great position. Oboe completely exposed, going for the jump spot. And maybe that's that experience situation Sean was alluding to on the desk. Can Oboe have the experience to handle the B situation as well? And Henny's smashing it, absolutely crushing this round at the moment. B is now just completely secure, and there's nothing left for Rush.
But that's also illustrating the change to B apartments. It used to be a safer jump spot.
Yep.
Now much more of your body is exposed when you go for that, and that made it a little bit easier for him to pick up on Oboe. And so another round goes the way of Furia. They will now move up to 7. Rush just trying to hold on to this M4 on the opposite side of the map. Could even go grab this kit and connector. That would be a nice find that he wouldn't have to worry about buying. Decides, nah, he'll just get the SG and get out of there. It was a little bit more of an awkward push to try to go grab that kit. It was a little bit further down. Would have put him at risk to get caught.
All right, so Furia, they're working their way back into this one.
Yep.
I'm liking some of these mid aggressions from Complexity as well, because even though so far it's been going to Furia, they just need 1 round, and if they get to a situation, another 3v3, again, it just feels very, very, very doable for the CT side, and there might be a spot where they actually come out ahead on the kills in mid, and as soon as that happens, again, they're very favorable to win that 1 round that they need. Whereas Furia, it's got to be very scary, because they're taking their life in their hand every time they go mid right now.
Yeah, until they get to like 10 or 11 rounds, I don't think that Complexity are worried too much. I think that's whenever they may start to break a bit of a sweat, whenever Furia actually get the double digits and start really chipping away at the big lead. Now it's still safe territory. They do have a couple of good pieces of weaponry here for Cole to use. It is limited, but there still is enough to give Furia some real problems. And again, all they need is just one thing to go right and they win the map. So very much in control of things, as again, Furia showing a new style to themselves, a much slower, more standard, more default. It's nice to see them kind of expanding their game. And again, it's interesting to see how much they're shifting their roles. Like, it's kind of been all over the place.
I think is that top con smoke that are being lined up.
Right.
So that's going to allow them to progress in middle a little bit. They can throw the Molotov into connector to start really trying to take over this position, clear out any players. Actually, they won't need to actually do that, because there's no smoke on the CT side of things. And BlameF, maybe they did need the Molotov. How has he done that with the UMPs, taking 2 of them down? And this should have been a given this round for Furia. But all of a sudden, desperation in mid, and Yuri delivers 2 quick kills. That is excellent for Furia. Keeps the round alive, as now the A bomb site is under control. Furia, they needed someone to step up and take control of the situation. K Serato stepped up to the plate, delivered that A bomb site, and now they can get that save plant. And Oboe?
Yep.
It's going to be the clutch of the century here. This is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with no kid as well in his possession. He does have a smoke to cover the bomb, so that could come into play. Does angle around, spots 1 sandwich, but that's going to be the end of it. Haney finds the kill. And I think the big kills there was Yuri. He actually got, I think, triple peaked at top middle and actually still got all the kills he needed to stay in the round. Because if he would have gotten caught, then all of a sudden that retake gets way more dangerous. And here we're going to see it right now. Gets, peeked from Cat by a couple players, by Window. Just was able to angle himself into some 1v1s and win them all, so that was really big. but now the full buy is back. The double op is in play. Config being that secondary opper for this team on most of their maps. So he will have it.
And the set pieces that work so well for Complexity on their T side. Now Complexity will be on the receiving end of one, it looks like. Or is it a fake, actually? Get some players going back through T spawn here in towards... Is it going to be mid or B apartments? So they're going towards middle. Trying to cause a response from Complexity, maybe an overinvestment of utility. But Complexity are actually holding on to their utility really, really well at the moment.
Yeah. Also interesting to see that Art has the AWP instead of Henny. Usually it's been Henny ever since he joined the team as a primary operator. Art kind of gave that up, but now you do see him with it here on this mid push. As they are controlling cat and ladder room pretty well now. BlameF is in window. He's had a couple of situations not go his way in this window against Art. But we'll see if maybe this time it fares a bit better. I think he did just spot someone there on top of that cat railing. So he knows kind of what's going on.
The kind flash there for Poison. He wants to get in the action here with this AWP. We know what he can do. The committed player is coming behind the bench, and so Poison could, they're so close to him now. There's one quick frag. No one looking for the trade just yet, but it will be had there by K-Serato. Ever trusty is K-Serato. He needs to get the bomb planted though. Now time is starting to be an issue. BlameF can smoke that off. Now there's a relief for him. He will be able to keep himself alive and reposition with the flashbang. So again, holding on to that utility really paying off for BlameF in that situation. Config is carrying the AWP in for this retake. They're both going to be coming in from CT spawn. And at this point, there's no more utility for them to use. They have a kit at the very least. They do have time to try to make these frags work. But Furia don't have to peek at all. They can commit them really deep before they reveal their positions. Doesn't look like they're going to go for this at this point.
That was like a conditional retake. You know, maybe if you find a kill bright and early in it, then you can go for it with the 2v2 with the kit in your possession. But when they didn't find anything, they had to just go ahead and back off and save these weapons. So Furia will leap up to 9. Double op will be retained. If we do see the second one being picked up there by BlameF. We'll be able to roll that over. But Furia starting to get something going here. They've now won 6 in a row. No gun rounds yet for Complexity. They just need one, though. Just one.
One cool detail I've seen from quite a few rounds of Complexity, which I think is an adjustment to the new Mirage, is they're leaving the vents, the rat hole, unbroken quite a lot of the times, which I guess gives them the option that if they want to give up that window position, that, you know, those easy, you know, self boosts even, that the higher frequency that you might see of window plays, which, I mean, they're playing Furia anyway, and Furia will love to do that regardless of this new change or not. That does give them this option that if there's going to be a play into CT spawn, the Ts will have to make a sound cue, so they'll be alert to it.
Right.
So that's a cool detail that I've spotted so far from Complexity.
Good point. So as we mentioned, double op does roll over, but it's Beagles is the only weapon for the remaining players. But still certainly enough to win a round, and they just need that one. As we are going to see Furia picking up the pace a little bit, it seems like lots of forces headed towards B apartments. That's where one of the ops are going to be. It's going to be Config. He misses his shot. That's a big pick from K-Serato. Now it's all Oboe. He's getting pressured so much utility in his face. Couldn't really find the mark. Can't blame him for that. And that's a clean sweep now from Furia inside the B bomb site. Not even really losing any HP. Just 1 hit point to Art. So there you have it. That's a 10th for Furia. And it's starting to get a little bit scary now. Now is whenever you need to start. You don't want to hit the panic button. It's not quite there yet, but there's a chance now. There's a reasonable chance that overtime comes into play.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it definitely speaks to the experience and resilience of Furia to be in such a desperate position. But
I'm just saying there was that one time a North American team was ahead on Mirage in a big way, and then there was this one Brazilian team that came and made a crazy comeback on Mirage and ruined their dreams. And I don't want that to happen again for the sake of the sanity of some of the people out there. But I'm just saying there's a precedence there, and I'm just throwing that out there.
It was this boost. It's actually quite surprising Config misses that shot. That fast boost is actually such a great counterplay. If he gets that first pick, he falls off. Then there's 2 players alive and anticipating the push to come in. They can delay enough for the rotation. The round looks completely different. So it's actually kind of nuts that Config missed that. He is such a steady pair of hands as well. Was a great anticipation from Complexity, but got to follow through on the shots. Doesn't always go your way. As you say, Dust, here we are. Full utility, 5 Creeks and Furia. And same situation for Complexity with the AWP on Poison. Everybody has everything they could possibly want in this round.
And again, so far we've seen a more reserved Furia, a more calculated Furia. And it's nice to see that diversity to their game now. They still have that nature about them where they can get aggressive. So you're still going to see Art making those crazy plays in window. And, you know, you never know when you're going to see that fast-paced play. And so Complexity has to kind of always be on their toes on what play might get thrown at them. And again, it seems like a heavy B play, at least in the beginnings, is shaping up. We don't know if they're actually going to follow through, but the numbers are there.
Yeah, and Oba doesn't have anybody playing Catwalk with him, so he's got nothing to work with here at all. They've completely exposed Complexity's more mid and A-heavy setup, and there's just nothing that they can do now. They just need to save their guns.
Absolutely.
There's 4 players there for Furia, and they've got plenty of post-plant utility here, so Comfy's going to take the AWP. He's going to shoot his gun a little bit, and that's just going to create some presence, so that will effectively convince Furia not to push quite as quickly, so it gives him more time to rotate back out safely. And, you know, you can see Furia pretty happy to allow for that to happen. And
yeah. Obo's just getting caught in that corner a lot, and I'm not sure what the solution would be, if it's playing a safer spot somewhere else, or if it's, you know, it's hard to find like an exact solution, but something has to give here because I feel like Furia is really starting to exploit that area. They've had a lot of success finding openings in this site.
Yeah, and that's also one of those things where, you know, we did have, you know, Sean highlighting over on the desk. I feel like this is not a situation where we can really think about that too much, just because it was actually the overall setup of Complexity that was the issue. And it's also something of, like, you know, we talk about build order losses, right? The setup that they open the round with, they're just unfortunate that Furia's first move is a direct counter.
Right. And that is going to happen sometimes in this game. Sometimes you're just going to get a little bit lucky, or you call the exact right play. But at least both teams are still fully bought, so we still have everyone at full capacity. As again, Obo will be trusted to play B solo. Poison and Blame looking to be aggressive once more at middle, smokes in their faces, but Poison slipping through is going to find Art. Finally an opening kill for Complexity. It feels like they've had a hard time finding early advantages in these recent rounds, but now it's all coming together right when it matters most.
Yeah, that Art moving up by himself on Cat like that is a huge tell of a B split. The classic, more Danish type B split that we used to see from MSL teams, and now Poison is just absolutely smashing them. What a flick shot. Now he's just starting on them, and there's nobody left. It's just Finny. Not anymore. Obo takes him down, and that's a wrap for the first map. Mirage goes to Complexity. Maybe it could have happened a bit quicker, Dust, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, it was a labored one, but they were always in control, and they did find a way to finish. And so, with that said, we're going to have some more CS later, but first we're going to have to take a break. When we come back, we'll bring you the rest of the semifinals, so stay tuned.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
You see that contact? Chief, we have a hostile contact bearing 0.0.
I keep myself in the dark, shadows watching over me, over me. You flicked the switch, made a spark. From then on I wore my heart upon my sleeve. With you I bear all the scars. I was left with paper skin, you let me in. A different home, broken start. Baby, where do I begin? I begin. Rising up, we touch the sky. Won't be promising that I won't ever let you fall. We could build on rotten stories high if we played a game just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, hey. You found me after the fire, like a diamond in the rough. We're strong enough, raising the beds, pushing higher, risking everything for us. It's all for us. Rising up, we touch the sky. Won't be promising that I won't ever let you fall. We could build on rotten stories high if we played a game just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, hey. Keep rising up just to fall down. 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 We could build on rotten stories high if we played a game just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, The future's my face. 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 The future's my face.
Here we go again, back in the action. We've got Complexity and Furia facing off in the second semi-final, battling for a chance to join Gen.G, of all teams, in that grand final. And Furia, moving on to Overpass, you'd imagine, Dust, that despite getting smashed on Mirage, that they're going to have a better time of things here now on Overpass. It's their turf.
You would hope so. I mean, they did come into this tournament on a 3-game losing streak on Overpass, but all the games were really close, and they did have a big win over North, I believe it was, very recently on the first day of the tournament, where they just kind of smashed them, a 16-3. Meanwhile, I feel like Overpass for Complexity so far has been kind of a mixed bag. Pretty much all the results in the map are like online results from like different qualifiers and things of that nature. I know they had like a really upsetting loss to Smash on the map in the open qualifier for Rio, which pretty much knocked them out of contention for qualifying for this next major, and that was probably a big sting. But other than that, it's hard to know what their Overpass is really going to look like, to be honest. So yeah, I think that Furia has certainly had the edge coming into this. Just I think that core is a little bit more familiar playing that map together and having some success on it at times. But yeah, it's hard to say.
What I'm really looking forward to is, because I do think that Furia will be the more experienced and better prepared team for an Overpass versus Complexity. I'm looking at Complexity's mid-rounds. I think some of their mid-rounding could be really interesting because somebody like BlameF is incredible in the bathrooms and as a kind of hard lurk. He finds a lot of really strong positions to play for, and if you've got Poison, you know, firing off in the AWP and they find some good spots to put him in on their CT side in particular. I think there's definitely, despite I think, you know, Complexity are the underdogs on this map specifically, I do think that they will have a good chance, and they've got so much confidence to work with too. Complexity really are a team on the up, and they're a team that is feeling it on the surface. That is to be sure.
It's going to be interesting to see how Furia do here. They're going to be starting out on that T side, and again, we were talking about this earlier when they played against North, that they've changed up their roles, right? They have Vinny as kind of that entry fragger on the A side of the map now. They've moved Yuri more into connector. The other things have kind of remained the same, and I think what they're really going to rely on, I feel like, is Art. Art has been a bit of hit or miss lately, and I feel like he's the guy on this team that reminded me a lot of like old school Fur on this map. You know, the guy that could just take bathroom control really fast, be a huge nuisance, really just wreak havoc, and we know that Art is that aggressive player. So I think that the success of Furia will be dictated by how well this pairing, this new pairing actually, of Vinny and Art together on the A side of the map is able to find control, is able to define breathing room, and how well Complexity deal with that dynamic of this aggression and of this team that is pretty seasoned on taking that area and playing this map pretty well.
It's another really fun map in terms of all of the aggressive options for both teams, and both of these teams have some hard hitters. K-Serato looked pretty good in that previous map, so we'll see if he can do it again. We are going to be moving into Overpass. It is map 2. Furia fighting for a chance to make it a 3-mapper to finish this series on Nuke to reach those grand finals, and Complexity ready to stop them in their tracks as they open things up in the pistol of Overpass on that CT side. The Furia, they got a couple mollies, a couple smokes. They definitely have a plan going into this one.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As they are lining up some utility as we speak here, and a lot of presence going to be over to connector. What do they want to do with this? Do they want to just explode? I think this is like the best chance to get close range fights if you decide to come up connector and attack into bathrooms through that angle. Like, you kind of close the distance on USPs really quickly, so I think that's like a big advantage you can gain. But also they could, you know, look to go to short B as well. But indeed, they will be trickling their way back up. They have the exact smokes you would want for an execute. They can, you know, smoke off bank, smoke off dumpster, maybe molly behind default, or maybe molly by the truck, and just try to clear out as many angles as they can, and just try to run in here and trade.
And really, there's just Poison kind of jiggling from Dice at the moment. He gets a nice headshot. Falls back as he receives a headshot as well, but it's a Glock, so he is able to still stay alive, but he can't do much more from bank. He's got his teammates cycling on through. Nice nades coming through, actually. Yuri's down to very low, but might not matter. Vinny is on top of things with a triple, with that Glock finding every headshot as the Complexity players spill out of these choke points. Vinny is going to have everybody here looking for the ace as he drops down. He wants it, and he's going to get it. The ace for Vinny on the pistol. That's how you start off a second map, especially after that Mirage result. Furia are surely going to be lifted after that performance.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Again, just had the basic smokes they needed to get that space in A, and it forced the CTs to have to feed through, and they just ran through the blender. Vinny, again, that new aggressor on the team, coming away from peripheral, being a more active player on this T side for this team, and he picks it up right away with an ace, so that's about as good as it gets if you're him.
And now it settles down a little bit. We do get that force buy coming in from Complexity, which I like to see. However, Yuri is going to go down straight away. Oh, sorry, Poison will go down to Yuri straight away. And we're going to see that pace continue to be slow here. Furia don't want to put anything to chance. Here comes the next play from Complexity. The two-man push into the short B position. And they will get a trade out of it. So now we have a 3v4. And with those deagles out and the scout on Blame, Complexity still has some firepower. It's a great position for that scout. Good connection for Blame. Puts the damage on 2 players. And oh my god, 3 tags. That is huge. These deagles will be absolutely deadly. Config, he gets Art, who actually had quite a lot of health. And all of a sudden, things are looking really sketchy for Furia. They'll go for that fast rotation into the B bomb site, but this round is by no means a given for them.
No, not at all. There's some softened targets out there between Yuri and Vinny at the very least. They are going to get into a free B bomb, so at least they're going to get that bomb plant and get that initial bit of breathing room. But oh my goodness, Rush! He says no. He gets there right at the right time, right as the bomb was about to make its way in. He greets them with that deagle. That is so disturbing that he was able to catch that timing. Now it's all on Vinny, all alone. Rush picks up an AK. Vinny boxed in here inside the site with no way to escape. He has to continue these kills he got from the previous round, but he can't do it. Rush, what a play. My goodness, the quad kill to split this 1-1 right off the bat.
That is nuts, isn't it? That doesn't really compute all the way. Rush breaking the equation there. That is such a ridiculous series of kills.
They were so close to getting by.
They were. So, again, as you said, this timing is, like, it can't be better. It cannot be better. Rush, yeah, he's fortuitous. He is serendipitous. He gets the timing, but he hits the shots as well. And the shots before that as well, those first 2 kills. And that is an insane way for Furia to start things off. After that ace from Vinny, Complexity do one better. Rush with that deagle.
Ouch.
And now the money is ruined for Furia. They have to force buy into this round. They've got to win this one. And there's a couple AKs on Complexity. Complexity are in really good shape here.
Absolutely. All the firepower that they could pretty much want. All the free AKs. Definitely going to love that. As we see Furia wasting no time, working their way up long right now. They're actually going to go ahead and get Art boosted up on top of the flower box, clearing out everything. So they're working very quickly this direction. And we know that Art likes that fast pace, that up-tempo play style. And he's going to be leading the charge. Is he going to catch a timing? There might be this chance where he catches one vulnerable, but no, Poison flicks over.
Okay. All right, Poison. Very flicky indeed, but Vinny's got something to say about that. Poison's got to do more here. He's got no health to work with, but he's found a great angle. Eventually, though, Keserato will expose him. And now Furia have a chance again in the round as they go for the plant. 3 players to the 2 of Complexity. A lot of retake utility here. That HE's going to find Yuri. Beautiful. And now flashes will come through to delay Complexity and their positioning, and the bomb's got to be recovered. It's really annoying position for Furia to be in. That means they have to abandon the bathrooms control for now. They're going to have to fall back off the bomb plant itself. This is going to help out Complexity. Great headshot once again. Henny comes into play for Rush. He wants the clutch. Henny has no health. Rush is really well set up for this. There's the smoke to try to pressure that plant. He can tap the bomb and try to force out his opponent. Now will Henny go for the shots here? What does Rush decide to do? He comes off of it. He's looking for those shots. Henny's given his position away. Rush has set himself up, but he can't close it this time. He was so close. Good effort. But you know what? Furia went down to the last man dust.
Yeah, they did. It's so much economic damage being done. That is for certain. A lot of rebuying having to go off, but man, that has to hurt if you're Rush. I feel like he did everything right. He just didn't happen to win that fight against Henny, but everything else, it was so well formulated. Almost pulled off another big play. Would have almost been unfair if he did it again to them after the deagle play from the previous, but yeah, it is going to be limited firepower now for Complexity, but maybe they still have a chance to punish the low B con of Furia. It's that scrappy start, that back and forth beginning. Config with the deagle this time around. He's good for 1. The shot through connector. Going to be annoying, but not going to find a frag.
You can see Rush put down that smoke as well to delay the monster players. And this smoke is so annoying, and you can see there's another re-smoke of this position for Rush. It's a little bit deeper, but it does more or less the same, although you can see that bridge position's a little bit less covered, so Rush has got to be a bit more careful around the barrels. But they can't really do anything whilst the smoke is up, and it gives time. They can go for cheeky plays like this. Rush finds a Deagle frag, and now Poison. They surely won't expect him to be in this position. If he can get a headshot out of this, that would be absolutely enormous for Complexity's chances in this round. But Furia, with the time that they have, they're holding, they're looking for the flank, but will they get the right timing? In comes Blaine, but with the UMP, it's not got the range for that engagement. He's going to have to back away, and Poison, he never got a chance for this boost. But does this help Complexity? Because Blaine's still on the flank, effectively.
Yeah, he is. He decided pretty early on after he got spotted to get out of there, and he's actually going to bypass them all and actually run all the way up long, but will he get caught by K-Serrano? K-Serrano indeed in the bathrooms hearing all of this, wins that fight, a big one to win. That's the duel they need to get the man advantage back and get this bomb into the A site here. Poison and Oboe might still be able to cause a problem, but they are certainly on the back foot, and it's going to get worse with that frag, and there's just no way in, it seems. As we are going to see Vinny finish things off. Finally, 2 rounds in a row are going to take place in this half.
It is
that
cool,
might
though.
be what Furia needs.
Yeah, Complexity really making it intense.
Yeah.
These rounds, just a couple smoke grenades around that pillar and barrels position. It just suddenly, just from 0 to 100 in terms of how intense it feels for the T players. You're like suddenly stuck and you can't move forwards. It's really difficult to deal with.
Right.
And he even somehow got a frag out of it. But this should be a given.
Yeah, you would think so.
This should be fine.
This is where you get to catch your breath, I feel like, if you're Furia. You just got battered on the first map. You've had a really stressful start to this one on your pick. But now this is where you can get a bit comfortable. Just the USPs, the 1P250 on config.
Holding positions. Indeed, it does look more comfortable. The smoking jackets out, the slippers are on. Cursory glance through the morning paper before moving on to round, or rather phase 2 of the round, where they need to make a decision. The only issue here is that you don't have any information or ground to work off of, so eventually you just have to say, well, I guess we'll go into A or B. Yeah. So choose one of those two.
They don't have that much utility either. They have like enough just for the basic hit on A, like the typical smoke, spank, and dumpster, and a couple of flashes to work with, maybe a Molotov for Optimus or something, but other than that, got to be careful. Vinny exploding the door, just kind of taking a check here towards Shortby. There are definitely a couple of CTs in that area. The A defense is what is most light for them, as they are going to be working that bomb up middle right now. It is just Poison kind of in that area, and he's been caught already there by Art. There's no presence here, so again, as we expected, a pretty easy mop-up.
Vinny's going to have a lot of frags coming his way. Looking for that one kill. I like this. They know that Vinny's the guy guarding the flank, that he's going to be alone. Nice stuff from Vinny. He's going to kill everybody. And it makes a lot of sense for Complexity to do that kind of a challenge, because you know, again, that's the guy on the extremity. If you get that kill, you can steal away an AK into the next round. That's your winning criteria in that moment. So love that Complexity went for that charge-up connector. But back into the buy, and we won't see an AWP. Complexity's economy is not quite there yet.
Right.
And so that's going to limit their options perhaps a little bit.
Luckily, even watching Poison back in his previous team, he was definitely a guy who was capable with a rifle in his hand, so I don't think it's going to hamstring them that much, though obviously an op is so useful on the CT side of Overpass. You can control so many long angles with it, particularly towards the A side of the map. So I'm sure they'll want to get it as soon as they can, but at least you know that Poison can still contribute with an M4. As we are seeing Furia very quickly controlling short B area. Kind of one of their favorite things to do besides default. And really kind of the meta of this map has been a lot of T teams shifting to going for a quick short B rather than just like always 3-1-1-ing or something like that.
Oh, they got triple boost. Triple boost in this position. That is very unusual. Art gets himself a double. Doesn't see the next player, but they have surely done more than enough damage. It's just Blame. There's nobody else. He's got no help, no support, nothing to work with. No utility either. Well, he's actually, I think, found an incendiary on the floor, but I think he would rather have a smoke, but he'll get nothing. The headshot comes through, and the round is over.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't seen the triple boost there either.
No, I think that might be some fresh news. As soon as I thought there was no more boost to be found on this map, apparently there is that. That is nasty.
It's the regular boost there is already really strong because...
But it only seems like barrels, right? Or like maybe inside the site. That was insane.
Because there's a lot of boost where you'll have to jump on the guy's head for him to stand so you can get the elevation, which if the other team is looking for it, that can be a horrible problem and make a sound cues, all that kind of stuff. But that boost is really good because you can do it without that. The guy can just stand, you can just jump on his head, crouch jump on his head. But they added a new dimension to it, which is now this boost can actually see every single position on the bomb site. So you can just kill everyone.
That's crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
Good time to break that out when you need to win this map.
Absolutely, yeah.
To the finals.
I'm sure they're not too pleased to have to bring it out before the finals, but you know what? You do what you can to win.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm not saying that it's never been used before, but I personally hadn't seen it.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Do like to see that.
Lovely. Well, Complexity are certainly having a hard time here on their CT side so far. We need to see those AWPs coming out, that is for sure. They've been lacking in the AWP department. Good HE coming through here against the fast B pressure. Once again, we see that smoke. This is such an important defensive smoke. Dropped by Rush. Slow things down a little bit. Making sure he can spray that. Wrapping around it, Vinny. Able to make sure that the side is under control. Hard going all the way around. Rush still gets the kill. That's just so ridiculous,
That's
isn't
just
it?
annoying, isn't it? Like,
it is just annoying. Just a nuisance. What a nuisance.
Yeah, Rush very much at home on that bomb side. He's played B defensively on overpass for multiple teams throughout his career, so can definitely have some impact here and there. A couple of guns might get carried over here by Complexity. They do have the M4 still on Poison, the UMP still on Blame F. Money definitely becoming a problem for Complexity, but they're also starting to approach max loss bonus, so they should still have a pretty good buy next round, and it might even finally include Poison having AWP, which would be really nice to have considering how well he's played this tournament thus far.
Yeah.
He's been crushing it, statistically speaking, in almost every category.
Yeah, it feels like the way forward for Complexity has to be playing that more aggressive, disruptive style. And as you say, like they have the skill to do it. They've been lacking the weaponry and going for some of those more aggressive, fountain control plays where you can take fountain. You can always back away afterwards, but just like smoke off that T ramp position or going more aggressive towards connector and short B at the same time. Get that pinch on. Just give the T something to retake in their default as opposed to just giving them the map control for free. And that I think could definitely make a difference. And we'll see if that's going to be the call here for Complexity. Now they move into their next buy round.
Yeah, they did have a pause coming in. I think this is actually technical. I think config had a bit of an issue, so they're going to be sorting them out. Then we'll get into the thick of it. But yeah, we'll finally see a good buy, I think. That's at least one good thing. But then we'll actually get to see Complexity's real defense and see what they're made of. Don't want to say too much because I saw config's headset off, so I don't want to jeopardize things, but
I'm hoping that we're going to see something like a fountain aggression or a short B aggression from Complexity. That's kind of what I'm hoping to see.
Yeah. That or if Poison does happen to get an AWP, which I will or will not say if he will, then that's when you can play kind of that, I would say like safe aggressive style where you kind of take forward position and you can kind of just slowly fade back and there's not that much risk involved. So I think that would be something that they would like to be able to do as well.
There's just so much, and this is such a fun position for Furia as well, because they get to call, they get to anticipate. Okay, we know Complexity probably going to switch things up about now. This is kind of that timing in a match where a team might want to switch things up. Maybe this is a good round to go for a super fast play somewhere to catch them off guard. If we think they're going to go aggressive A, we can do a super fast play B. That's our gamble. Stuff like that. That's what the in-game leaders might be thinking about. But now we get to see exactly what's going on. And it looks like Furia going towards this fountain position, and Complexity are playing pretty passive, actually, pretty default.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think they just want to give Poison a chance to work this AWP, and he's boosted on top of the flower pot, and he will get the kill on Henny. Looks for more, finds the dome of Vinny. Yuri, though, actually a pretty nice trade with the AK from long range. Finally stops the rot, but still an advantage here for Complexity. K-Sarah's also been hit up pretty hard, and Blame F actually sliding in that close position, which, I mean, usually gets checked, but he can also play a bait and switch on that rotator, which is going to be config, I think, so that could be a pretty stout defense to have to deal with. Could lead to a trade.
There's the flash to deal with his position.
Nicely done.
Maybe he was hoping they would miss that setup, but no. Config needs to bust out that fabled config aim on the A-bomb side. He will have some support coming in, but not in the ideal position. He might have to take a fight before he can get the help that he needs. over there by the dumpster to see what he can do. Config's trying to swing around, but the flank from Rush actually doing the job. The bomb is now down. All of a sudden, just like that, Furia have been wiped out. Great defense from Complexity. Rush really did so much work with that one flank, that presence, that threat on the flank. Really killed every position that Furia had left.
Also got to give you credit to Poison, how he opened the round, just making sure that Cole basically had the main advantage all the way through.
I like how he goes from all that. You can't really deny him that. Whether you want to say that's an overpeak or whatever, he's feeling it, man. You've got to give it to him.
Yeah, he's been absolutely crushing it. There's no doubt about that. So we are going to see a more B-heavy opening here from Furia, but we also have a bit of a boost going on from Blame F and Connector, and he's not going to find a kill, but Poison and Oboe sure did. They used that distraction to find their own angles and get some big frags. Art does get one back, but man, it's just getting intense here as we see Poison step out for yet another, a 4-on-2 very early in the round.
This is looking great for Complexity and might just get a snappy flick here potentially for Poison, or maybe not. It's going to be dead on his angle as he waits. Beautiful work from him, Poison. And Blamer finish off the round, and this is it, Dust. When Complexity, when they get the punches in before Furia are set up into their third phase of the round, into attacking a bomb site, they are outperforming Furia in those positions. What a insane shot from Poison. We need to see that one again if at some point. But that was pretty nuts.
Don't have time for it. That's fair enough. But that was nasty. But here we go. Another round among us here, as we are going to see again both teams still fully bought out. Poison this time, he's looking to get even more, man. He was pushing that smoke, didn't quite find anything to shoot at, but still gets away. But here comes that connector push, but he's ready for it. He's so fast, man. He reminds me very much of a guy like Henny or Cirque with that fast firing speed. He's so accurate.
And he gets away scot-free as well. Config caught on the pressure forwards, but he will get traded eventually, but Poison's back in action. Config gave Poison some space to work with that kill, and Poison is going to knock every single player down with that AWP of his. He is an indomitable force, immovable from that A-bomb site at this point. K-Serato's got the Krieg, he's got it lined up, but Poison's going to move into the angle eventually, I'd imagine. Or will he just hold on to this position? He has teammates to worry about the front of the bomb site. There's the spot. And now they know where that last player is. K-Serato has a hell of a job on his hands. He finds Poison. That's a great start. 2 more players to go now. 2 more headshots to find for K-Serato. Good HE behind the dice as well, although because of Counter-Strike, sometimes the nades don't do anything at all, and this is one of those cases. And great bait set up from Complexity to finish it off. They play the 2v1 excellently there, and that's going to be another round on the board for them.
I have to say, they also kind of got away with robbery in some ways. Like Config, I feel like, got caught in a spot where it seemed like he was stranded and it was actually in a lot of trouble, but he's just, through brute force, pure aim, able to fight his way out of it.
Yeah, you're completely right. He shouldn't have been able to get a kill there, but he does, and it made all the difference.
Painful if you're Furia. You feel like you got to take advantage of those situations when you cause someone to be stuck in awkward space. You have to be able to leverage that, and they couldn't. And now it's Complexity knocking on the door of a 5th round on the heels of Furia to set up a potential tie here soon. Certainly going to be a tough one on Furia this round. Not much to work with. Blame F playing up close, and he might be fed a few frags here. There's 1 and a 2, and gets the bomb down. Poison also chiming in.
And at this point, you know, Poison on the bomb side is going to be unstoppable. They don't really have the firepower to deal with him. There doesn't seem to really be any kind of way that they should be able to enter a bomb site. It would surely require a miss, a big miss from one of these Complexity players. They're happily set up on the site now. Config close, Poison far. Poison's protected. And they will try to do what they can. They will try to move forwards, edging closer and closer, but it feels like Complexity have found out now how they deal with Furia, and it is very much the early to mid-round aggression. That's where they get the punches in, that floor Furia, take the wind out of their sails, and prevent them from getting set up to attack a bomb site, which is where the Furia are strongest.
Another kill there from Poison, though, continuing to build up what has been an incredible stat line from him here in Anaheim. Config finished the job, but yeah, it's just Poison, man. Top in the charts in rating, KD difference, damage per round. I mean, just, you know, everything virtually.
And Furia, they call a tactical timeout. They've run out of ideas here, it seems. Well, they may not have run out of ideas, but what they have currently been doing, obviously, is not working. And again, it is about Complexity hitting those early to mid-round aggressions, before Furia have finished running a default where Furia are really struggling. So in the face of that, Furia need to find either faster timings towards the site, or they need to find a way to counter these setups. Those are really the only two options available, but just running defaults, they can't continue to do that kind of play now.
The thing is, they haven't even run like a classic default yet either. Like, they've been playing kind of this like 2-1-2 play where they just kind of like put 2 outside B. They have like 1 connector, maybe 2 connector, and then just a really passive presence toward Fountain. So they either need to go like all the way on Fountain and really try to get control of that, or I feel like a B set piece could come into play. So I just kind of feel like you're talking about, something kind of has to change.
Well, Yuri's going to take down Poison. That's a big win right at the beginning. Trying to mix up the aggression complexity. And look at the stack that they've gone for. They've gone for a 4-man B stack. So they understood that Furia took that tactical timeout, and they were thinking that maybe a heavy B play was coming in. And with Poison so aggressive in connector, that also shows a presence where surely they can't be also just playing nobody else on A, because why would he be so aggressive on A around as an A player?
Right.
If there's no setup on A still. So trying to trick Furia to move towards B if that wasn't already their plan, perhaps.
Yeah, and they now shuffled back though. They have their 2 players. They're going to have the bait and switch set up over here towards long A. Let Config play in the close corner, and Flamef kind of playing here from the backside, but he also has to worry about bathrooms and middle. So there's a lot of angles having to be covered by limited resources, but now Rush is also here to kind of help out. And the utility is starting to pour in, so Furia definitely looking to knock on the door of this A bomb site and try to barge their way in. But can they find the trades?
Yeah, they're really committed to this A site now. And that's a great headshot from Keserato. Doesn't seem like Complexity can do too much here. They originally had 3 players on the site and kind of rotated them out. They weren't too sure about it. And then they lost that key kind of forward position where maybe they could get those kills in before the smokes would land. Some nice damage off of the HE, and the Incendiary is going to clear some position. But again, at this point, it's not really all that much that Rush can do except just hold these exits as he backs away. Great round from Furia. They are able to find that push and
a drought of 4 rounds, but they're back.
And I mean, ultimately, it seems like that was really that was one of the convincing arguments to finish on A as well. Once Poison's gone, the AWP is out of their hands, and he's been that really horrendously difficult player to deal with on that A site.
Definitely a big catch to get him so early in that one. Credit to Yuri, kind of taking a new position on this team, playing that connector role. Able to win a big 1v1, which kind of led to a victory here for Furia. Got a big tool off the board Complexity was hoping to use in that round. And so, again, after some time off, Furia are going to put a stop to Complexity right as they were about to tie up the game, basically. But still anyone's half at this point, the way it's been playing out here recently. And here we go.
Furia back on top. Looking to get rid of the CT economy with a successful round here. That would really seal the deal in terms of having a very strong scoreline going into the second half. Great boost, and these cheeky plays have really come in handy for Complexity. Another victory with one of those.
Yeah, they've been going for that a couple of times, but there was never anyone there to receive it, and so they knew they could keep using it until it got spotted, and luckily for them, it not only gets spotted, but it gets them a kill, which is exactly what they wanted. Now Poison playing a different angle with AWP. Just kind of playing this mid-box. And now we'll shift over towards the bathrooms. There is a boost, and oh, it catches them. That's tough. Wasn't expecting that.
Great boost, and they're going to try to speed off of that. They know that they've got, it's going to clear everything just to be absolutely sure, but they know that their time is of the essence. Get to side, beat the rotation, but the CTs are in with the rotation. Obo's there by truck, doing damage. And they actually have a pretty good stronghold still, a Complexity on this A bomb site. And the utility's running out for Furia. They've got to make their move now. And as they do, they'll move straight into Obo's crosshairs. And the trades come through. Now it's down to Rush on that B rotation. And they don't know if he's coming in on the flank or not. I'm not sure if they've heard a sound cue, but now they certainly know. The HE will give it away. And oh, the bomb was in connector. I didn't spot that. So over to B they go. And Rush is left wondering what is going on. He'll soon figure it out. But we can't put it past Rush with the games he's been having that he could still maybe pull something off here.
Question is he going to want to go for it? Is the other thing to think about. It is obviously fast rotations for him to get over to the side of the map, but still, What is he going to do? It does seem like he wants to try. He's incendiaring. He's getting his way down here into water. Slowly working his way forward. And he does check, but not fast enough on the trigger. This case Rado will find it instead. That's going to be another round going the way of Furia. That is now a couple in a row for them.
Great entries from Henny there. That really broke that defense. They needed that one player to swing out from long. And he did exactly what they needed him to do. And that, as you say, is going to put Complexity in dire straits in terms of the money situation. We'll get that short B Molotov. Oh, actually, no. Going to get a smoke. And Rush is going to throw down the defensive smoke in response to those nades. Again, he's worked really well around that. You know, Dust obviously mentioned earlier how experienced Rush is in those positions. Experience definitely been paying off. Obo, the young gun with the deagle, looking to have some fun with that, and he can't quite get it. Looked like he was good for it, but no. On the drop, Vinny will be successful. Poison, he does not got the AWP, but he will be sniping with the deagle.
Not for long. He's been blocked off from having any vision. Now just spamming away wildly. Not much you could really hope for there. And so this round seemingly going to go the way of Furia. They even boosted themselves into heaven to really cut that off, and Art might even be able to backstab him in here and get some guns down. Indeed, he does find Config. That's one weapon that's not going to be carried away from here. He's going to keep pressing another off the board. Art is relentless in his pursuit of getting these weapons out of the hands of Complexity. Just playing Meth now, standing in connector with the UMP. He might just be safe.
Great recovery from Furia. You know, Complexity, they had that string of rounds in the middle. Those 4 that they got in a row where they had really sort of, it felt like they solved the pace of Furia. They solved really, you know, how to disrupt Furia at the key moments of the rounds where Furia were trying to build up, where they were weaker. But Furia, they were actually able to get a resurgence and stop that from happening, broke the economy, and took momentum again. So again, showing their experience and their preparation into this tournament.
Having a big half right now, and they could make it even double digits. They can convert this. They're looking to barrel into B as quickly as they can. Rush is playing up close around the smoke with the UMP. So far, nothing's quite happened, but now that flash comes in. That's go time for Rush. It's good for 2. It's a great little stop to the monster push.
Sick stuff from Rush. That is such an epic defense with the UMP of all weapons. And now it's just down to Mr. Yuri. He's had some good performances here and there, but looks like Complexity are about to get that much needed 6th round to give them a better chance moving into the second half. And again, if you missed it, the first map was a landslide Complexity victory on Mirage. Furia with no responses. And Yuri will do what he can here, but little does he know that flank is a problem. The double peak comes through, and that is the end of the first half as Complexity pull out a 6th round indeed. Going into the second half, they'll have a chance. We'll have to find out if they'll be able to close it and make the grand finals after this break.
knocking down the door. This is my revelation, baby. I'm jamming it to the nation, crying out for more.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DreamHack Open Anaheim continues. Complexity finishing that last half with one round to make things a little bit easier. But Furia definitely controlling things here on Overpass on map 2 as anticipated. Will that continue, Dust?
That's a great question, Dan. I'm not really sure what the answer to that's going to be. You would think Furia should be able to finish this thing off just based on their own familiarity with the map and considering Complexity's had some struggles on Overpass since this team's come together, and they, in general, just don't have much experience on it in official settings. So hard to say. We don't know what Complexity's been working on in practice. Same could be said for Furia. That's why this match, to me, was one of the hardest to call. But here we go. Something in mind here for Cole. They do have a smoke and a flash on Blame F. Everyone else armored up, though. So it's going to be like a kind of a simple play, and goodbye.
See ya.
He's just painting the walls. He's doing art of his own with Art's brain all over there.
That's why you buy the PT50.
Yep.
This is why you do it. Those long ranges, those one-shots. It's accurate, it's got great armor penetration.
That grenade hurt, though. We'll say that.
But he's still standing, And Complexity move forwards into the A bomb site, looking to find the frags. Rush goes down, Oboe goes down, and there's a little left to contest this bomb site with. They'll do what they can. Config finding a quick headshot, looking to turn the tide, but things are looking ever more desperate as it's just up to Config, and he's stuck behind this long smoke. They know exactly where he is. Any bullet will do it, and there you go. Vinny's got that bullet, and that's going to be Furia picking up the pistol once again. They've won both pistols in this half, but can they deal with the force buy that is inevitably coming in, Dust?
Yeah, it does seem like there's no question about that. Ooh, just some great shots. Vinny's had a hell of a game, by the way. He has been just strolling through Overpass. He's already up to 20 with at least 6 more rounds left to go, so he's definitely on pace to have a big match. Here is that force buy we were talking about. Scout for Poison, upgraded pistols for the rest. This is the storm that Furia must weather to get the free round in the next and try to jump up to that 12-6 lead.
Relaxing time around Monster for some of the Complexity players, just hanging out. Furia not being aggressive really anywhere. I mean, this is a fairly aggressive setup, I suppose, having one player in the connector against the force buy. Will work out, though. Yuri with that MP9. Really, really good SMG for the cost. And FAMAS has been improved as well, as you may have noted, given that frag. So, Furia, they are owning this.
Yeah, they absolutely crushed that force buy.
Yeah.
There's nothing to be seen here. Furia just gets another 3 kills, adding to his collection of a vast amount of kills. And
looked like Complexity didn't even fire a bullet.
Yeah.
Any of the players.
They didn't get anything going there. It's like before they could actually get whatever tactic they were hoping to run rolling, they were already done for. So that's a tough one. Now they have to take basically the full save. They have a few deagles, but no utility, no armor.
Vinny up to 23 kills.
Yeah, he's styling out right now.
Blame makes the run across the hot coals. He's made it to Party. Or rather, sorry, the Playground, or he's mixed the two up for some reason.
Maybe you can have both.
Yeah, that's what I'm after, I think. A few taps there for out with the MP9, so not really all that much going on here. Just seek and destroy as far as Furia are concerned, but maybe they've bitten off more than they can chew, Dust. Some of these aggressions were not necessarily called for. They have cost them some money. Might not cost them a round, but
a little bit, that's for sure. Poison gets another there on the case. That's a 2-on-2 all of a sudden. Oh my. Surely not. Surely not.
Well, they've got bomb control at least. That smoke is...
That's a big one to have.
Behind that bomb.
And he's worried, though. He thinks he's getting flanked from A. There's a lot of things they have to worry about at this moment. And time is still there for Complexity to play around with. And I mean, all it takes is a couple of deagle headshots, and all of a sudden they're done for. But you like Furious chances still. Like you said, that bomb is down in a precarious position.
Oof. Honestly, the Deagles, man, they can really do some damage here. There's the first peek, Vinny spots it, and they know exactly. They've got the bomb. They've got the bomb. They have time to go.
Oh my.
I don't know if they have time, actually. it's such a long run. I don't think so. He'd have to go through the short tunnel, and he can't do that safely. So he's going to wait around Monster and Blame. If he can get a headshot here, that's all they need, just that one headshot, and they can try to get a bomb plant.
They force the CT to rotate. Now they have a 2-on-1 inside the site. Oh, but Vinny catches that bomb carrier. Blame F now, not going to be able to land it. Well done by Vinny. Yet another multi-frag, yet another hat trick. He is just crushing it. That 26 kills, 190 DR. What a guy.
It's so crazy because that's one of the reasons why Counter-Strike is so fun to watch, because there was such a real chance there. If Blame hits one of those couple deagle shots, which is pretty reasonable from that spot, he can get the bomb plant, and it's a 1v1. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. Anyway, Furia getting a bit antsy there. That did actually cost them a lot of money. We'll see if that accounts for anything. As Complexity run the default, you're forced to throw that smoke as the T side, because otherwise the TTs can get too much position. You have to start to worry about more, and you have to invest more utility to worry about all the forward positions they can move into.
Yeah, this is just Complexity's base default. You know, Rush playing outside B, Oboe, Khan. It's pretty consistent across the map pool that Oboe and Rush kind of take those solo positions, and you have Blame F and Config as that Danish entry duo, and obviously Poison usually opping, but he's going to have an SG this time and still can be very threatening with it. Henny will have his op though, that is for certain. He's on that same position Poison used his first round with an AWP. Not an uncommon spot though, to be fair, so I'm sure Complexity will be keeping an eye out for it. You can even boost inside Party and see that spot, though I'm not sure if Complexity are looking to do that.
It's been quite a boost-heavy game, which is quite cool to see. You don't often see it these days, as much as these two teams have been going for it. Henny trying to work that position that Poison had before with so much success, but trade around the divided position, and Config's looking for that trade fragger. What on earth is that from Art? That's a fantastic kill. Config was waiting for it with the AK, but that wide swing on that FAMAS proves successful, although unlikely. And now Rush is called to action. Somebody's got to open up the map here. Rush, he can't get it. The trade comes through from Poison, so that's at least something. But the time is against Complexity. They've got to rush to the site and get that bomb planted. It's just Poison left, and he can't make the cross. Henny's got it covered. Great stuff from Furia in this one, and they move to 13. Now it starts to get desperate for Complexity.
Yeah, money is low as well as the big problem. They're going to have to take kind of a halfway approach this round. They'll buy a couple of upgraded pistols and some armor, but they're not going to go fully into it. They want to make sure they get a nice full buy in the next round so that when Furia go for a map point, they can actually pose a real challenge to it. But they do have some nade stacking options here that they've been able to buy all these HE grenades. Again, Deagles can be very pesky to deal with, so there are still some outs for them, but their real focus is probably in the next round. But they'll see what they can do in this one. This is kind of their other favorite opening, is this 1-1-3, but they actually fall off a B pretty quickly. I think they were just trying to nade stack something and hope they could get a kill, but it didn't happen, so now they will just flex back over towards Fountain.
And he with the AWP is looking to make a quick flick, but with Yuri there for support, even if he misses, it's going to be okay. It might even serve to be a bait. In fact, the bait works both ways. Ooh, that's almost a disaster for Yuri. Survives, but he is very weak. They know it. They want to get him, and they will do exactly that. They know that he can't just back into long. He was trapped. Ars stepped up now. Takes down the bomber, but he's taking some damage as well. This looks quite dangerous, Furia.
Yeah, definitely some stress being felt in all this, I feel like. Art trying to get out of the tension right now as he packs off into the site. Happy to be alive after getting chipped away at so very much. And that was an M4 in Rush's hands. He also has head armor, so he can actually pack a big punch alongside the Deagles of Oboe and Blame F, and certainly they're capable Deaglers, and they do push their way into the truck, and there it is. Oboe's found Art. Now it's a problem. He misses a shot. They're making their way in. He continues to miss, and they continue to gain ground because of it, and that bomb's actually going to get planted, and Oboe pushes through for a big kill, and so much control of the map now. He might find another. No, Henny does hold on to that.
And I think he got dinged by the Deagle for a wall or something. He's very weak at this point. Rush looking to find a timing there, taking control of Bank. It's a great position to have. Blame F, not an easy shot to make. Keeps the pressure up, does tag Keserato. And they might be focusing on his position. Rush now is all on him. Oh my god, that's so smart. Just trying to bait out the shots. Rush, oh! Rush, he gets one headshot. Unlikely, but he pulls it off. Up to Henny. Rush has set Blame F up, and he's going to go for the slam dunk. And Complexity win an unlikely, but so very needed round. And Furia, their money, it's not in a great place because of this.
It's not, and that could be the catalyst now for something truly special if Complexity are able to keep this rolling. That is such a crazy round to win. As you noted, it's just not one of those ones you can't really expect, but when it does happen, it's great. And again, this is that other opening they like to run where they let Rush and Blame F go for really fast short B control, and they let Config hold Monster. And then Obo just plays his normal kind of default position and poisons that solo man with the op at A. They do spot a boost and connector this time around, but while damage is dealt, they don't get any frags off of it, but at least they're aware of that connector presence. So this opening and their 3-1-1 default are the things you'll probably see them do most often. Just to kind of let you folks know. But I'm sure we'll see some fast-paced executes as well, Dan. We know that they like to play aggressive. And finally, they finish off one of those weakened players.
Silence.
We know what's happening.
Yeah, before the storm. Full boost coming in. They want to get ahead of the play.
Oh, yes.
Timing works out here. There's one. But nobody else to be spotted. The rest are towards Monster, where the kill just was. So Complexity actually come out somewhat okay from that boost, that triple boost, and they should be good to go. Blameless ready for the peak, just holding those angles beautifully. Great anticipation from Blame in that situation. And it looks like they will be good to finish the round. And I'm still thinking about how both teams played that last round right at the end. Like that super clutch Deagle frag from Rush, who's getting baited by that huge wide swing, which was super intelligent from Furia. Both teams playing out of their minds in that spot. And
I think the big kill was when Obo jumped Optimus and got that first Deagle pick onto the A side. I feel like that's what kind of broke everything open. So some credit to him as well. As again, you're getting some pretty good performances out of the bulk of the roster on Complexity side, particularly Poison. And like I said, Rush has been, it's been a nice, pleasant surprise to see him back in form. Between this event and Blast, he's putting up some numbers.
Yeah, I think, one thing for me is that it looks like Rush just believes again.
Yeah,
because this is the thing. It's like the Cloud9 prison that he and Automatic were on was...
He was also in the Optic prison, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, well, at least Optic had a good run, and then, even though it was cut short, but at least there was success there towards the end before, Stan jumped ship. But yeah, he's on that. I think of just how how horrible it is to be on a team where it's constant stand-ins. You never feel like you're really in it.
Yeah.
And now he's on a team that is an incredible grouping of players, and he can finally believe again.
Yeah, and plenty of resources behind it as well. So there's so much to be happy about there. But here we go, a big gun round in front of us. Rush getting caught by Art. That's huge. He was trying to go for that short B control, but Fury decided to play forward on that position, and they catch a big kill, and this could really put a damper on things. The rest of Complexity trying to still make some way into B via Monster Tunnel, and Config the one leading the charge. No surprise there. A great entry onto Vinny. That's a big kill to grab. He's aware of the sandbag presence as well. Obo collecting it instead, and Config tears through Queserado. And they're going to get a 9th round, Dan, I think.
Ooh, the Yuri, though, able to deny the plant. That's a huge play. And Obo doesn't really have the spot on the site directly, but they're going to wipe them out anyway. So it doesn't really seem to matter. If you've got the firepower, nothing else matters in some scenarios. And Complexity, it looks like they're having a late and I feel like unexpected resurgence. Again, going off of that Deagle play, that crazy round that really could have gone either way. Since that, it seems to have destabilized Furia in a very instrumental fashion, given that what we're seeing from Complexity now is a huge resurgence, and now Furia don't have much to play with.
It has to build confidence to win rounds like that, especially that round. They lost Rush immediately, and they were quickly into a 4-on-5, yet Config has brute forced his way through for a couple of big kills, and now we're just seeing them on cleanup duty this round here at the playground, taking care of all the littering going on as they finish off Fury, who, again, were just on pistols this round, to be fair. Couldn't expect much, but that's going to put them to 10 rounds, and it's got to inspire confidence that you've won 2 rounds where you're at a massive disadvantage to start, and you just collected yourself. You see Vintage Config popping out now at some big entries. He's starting to come alive in this map. And now it gets interesting. Now, all of a sudden, that 2-0 opportunity for Complexity is becoming a real possibility.
Yeah, it really is. It's an interesting look. There's still obviously a lot left in this match that could, the script can still be being written. And so Furia could find a way to turn things on its head. They did that already in the first half. We saw there was that string of rounds from Complexity where it seemed like they solved Furia. They solved the way that Furia were playing their T side, but then Furia showed that they had this adaptation to effectively, you know, shore up the weaknesses that Complexity were exploiting, and then they were okay again. And that's still possible here. Furia are on another buy, and we'll see if this is a successful one for them, as Complexity now are definitely feeling a bit better about themselves on this T side. They found their successes. So this feels like a very decisive moment, Dust, where the story could really be told.
Yeah, I think they need, you know, one more big round will really help drive them. And again, they're going to go through that same short B heavy opening that they favored the last couple of times. There's a boost as well in play, watching this tunnel push from Rush. Rush actually decides not to go for it, and they're just going to gather up outside Monster now, all 5 players here. And this is kind of what we're talking about. We knew that eventually this was going to happen, where you're going to start seeing Complexity look to just form a barrage inside this B site with something fast and furious, and they're going to let loose, and Config and company are going to be tearing their way through it all. Again, Config, another multi-frag entry round on the B bomb site to save the day. And now look at this, Furia already done with this, man. They have no business trying to retake now. And
wow.
Now that Config's lighting up, bro, man, it's feeling likely. It's getting some legs on it.
What's really cool about this round as well is that Complexity made it look like they were playing a slow default, because in the early timings of the round, they had that short B molly, I think. You know, Rush was spamming a little bit behind it. It doesn't look like there's going to be a monster explosion. So what happened was Furia were actually falling back in the site a bit so they could play more B retake and have more towards A. I think anticipating, okay, we're going to move into that phase of the round where the presence goes towards A from the T side. But then, boom, the hit comes in. They're like mid-reposition. They can't even drop any defensive smokes. Completely exposed. So Complexity, they played that one out. They picked a great timing for that round. Very well done.
Yeah, I feel like that was like an audible too. Like I feel like Rush felt something when he was trying to go for short. He kind of called off of it, and then decided, okay, let's just go ahead and hit Monster and just config, doing config things, man. Fun to see that guy back in shape. And now Furia, I mean, they've played such a good map through and through, man. We talked about it throughout that first half. They had a really big game. And Vinny, in particular, you know, nearing 30 kills. He's been playing so well. So you have to imagine that there's still some fight left in Furia. There's still a great chance they can force a third map here, but it's starting to slip away.
Yeah, that round from Complexity was a huge gut punch. You know, I think that winded Furia. It's good to see that they're taking a timeout here, because at the very least, they did get to save the guns. So that does change things a little bit. But
Cole has so much money, Dan.
They're getting close, yeah. They're really getting a lot closer.
There's no easy rounds for Furia for a while with this much cash.
Oh, for sure. And we go into more normal programming, I feel like, on this round now. The standard default is starting to come out from Complexity. 3 towards Fountain. Oboe looking after Connector. Not going too aggressive there, though. And Rush just looking after Monster Tunnel, applying the pressure, playing that lurk.
It's also giving Poison a chance to finally, like, get an op in use. You know, he hasn't really had a chance to just, like, play out something slower paced and be able to, you know, make use of this weapon. So we'll see how that goes. There's definitely a player he might come into contact with. Is Henny playing inside the bathrooms, and as he might escape towards long A, that's when Poison might be able to catch him. We'll just have to see. It's all going to come down to timing.
All right, so interesting from Complexity. They're going to rotate out of the default without really taking bathrooms control or pressuring bathrooms. They're going to go straight into a B. And Furia, they have just rotated an additional player towards A to like help out that A side. They've got 2 players around long, so they're actually fairly far away on the rotation. And a lot of this is Art and Vinny are quite committed on B. They're going to have to do huge damage on the defense for this round to work out for Furia.
They have a great setup, though, for Monster, to be fair. Like, this is perfect to try to shut down a Monster push.
It's got to work, though, Dust. It has to work, because if it doesn't, they're in so much trouble. Vinny, is very, very dangerous, but he manages to find those first 2 kills. 4 kills, 5, everything now going Furia's way. Big shutdown, and you were completely correct. Worked out brilliantly, that setup. Hit their shots, they got the flashes off. Perfect.
When you have 2 playing close, the only salvation is if you're able to get off sandbags and be able to try to like blindside someone who's focused on Monster, but they just couldn't get out fast enough on that split. Everything got shut down at Monster. You can't blame Cole for going for it. They've been so successful on their B entries, but that time Furia was more than prepared for it. And you're going to see again, though, Complexity relentless on this. This time it's just for the short B control, not for the actual complete take. But look at how fast Playness come up, but he doesn't find the shot.
Ooh, Rush is forced forwards. He gets the kill, and there might be now an opportunity for Complexity as Rush even great at positioning, just jumping into the water. Savage aggression, but it's going to backfire massively. Poison alone with the AWP, he can't do anything. And that's going to be now game point for Furia, looking to take map 2, to force this to a nuke, to force this to a third, to have a chance to make a path to the finals. And
this is, you're seeing the other end of what happens when you play reckless.
Yeah.
You know, your opponent is going to eventually punish you for things like that. And I think that jump that Rush tried to make was just really risky. Thought he had a timing. He did push back to fire. He did get 1 kill, so I can understand why he was feeling it, but it's come back to haunt them. Now Furia at map point, a chance to force the third out of this series. A good chance at that. Again, though, at least Complexity had a ton of money, so they're able to keep these full purchases in play. Keep putting their best foot forward as far as firepower, at least, but now they have to calm down and start playing things a little bit more calculated if they want the comeback to still be a potential option.
Yeah, Complexity starting to go for more gambles, you know, not relying on defaults and trying to mid-round and get a pick and try to make the call, like mess up the timings, play against rotations, all that stuff out of the picture. They've just been going for those gamble pushes, just hoping that it's going to work out. And it has every so often, but
it was for a while there, panning out just nicely, but these last couple of rounds, Furia have finally clamped down, taken care of business, and now they're in the driver's seat of this map. But Complexity still have some options to keep this one stringing along, as they do have control of bathrooms now. They have some good presence towards middle as well. Rush still keeping people honest on the B side of the map, but now he'll also fade off, and so it is definitely going to be a push on to A here soon, and it's going to be up to Henny's Op and some of these other members to try to put a stop to it and get them to nuke here and now.
And one of the impacts of going for the gamble style, actually I'll hold that forward. Looks like we've got a peek here from Henny. He's going to defend that. And the flash, does it come over? Or is that a smoke? It looks like a smoke instead. Another bit of utility there, but Henny's still difficult to deal with. Great jiggle there, but still, Henny has help. He's not alone on this bomb site. Config will take down one. Henny with a fast firing is going to finish it off for a 16-11. And that is now this series, this semi-final, all tied up in maps. And we're going to a third and a final, and it's going to be nuke.
Indeed it is. This series deserves a third map, I think, Dan. I think it's been great, and it's cool to see it's going to go the distance, but we're going to have to take a break before we get there. Stay tuned when we bring you the end of the semifinals after a short break.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Me and you are like a wildfire burning. Me and you are like a rising storm. Like a twister tearing and a turning. You never know which way it will be going. Me and you been circling round each other, trying hard to hide what's in our hearts, acting like we weren't really lovers, as the sparks were flying in the dark. Do we blow it off and throw it all away? Is the last thing that I'm gonna hear you say that we're through? Do we give in to the doubt? Do we let this fire go out? Me and you, me and you. Before I met you, I thought I was happy. Everything was neatly in its place, but you showed up and tore it all to pieces.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is DreamHack Open Anaheim, and we've had some pretty compelling matches of Counter-Strike today, and it only is going to continue that way, I think, because right now, Furia, they have a resurgence dust on that second map, Overpass. There are some problems along the way,
Yeah.
but they show that they're the better Overpass team. But now we go on to Nuke, and both teams have shown great aptitude for this map, so this is the perfect battleground for the finishing match between these two.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, Complexity yesterday put a walloping on Made in Brazil on Nuke. They had a massive CT side. I think it was either like 13 or 14 rounds won on their CT side in the first half of that game, and just crushed that game. I mean, it wasn't even competitive at all. Outside of that, though, they haven't really played it very much with this lineup. I think they played it a couple of times in the Katowice qualifiers, but not much of a sample size to go off of. And for Furia, this is a map that they've been good on in the past, but I feel like the results recently have been kind of a mixed bag. When you look at some of their most recent lands, like, you know, DreamHack Open Winter, Champions Cup, different things of that nature, it seems like it's been lacking consistency, I guess you could say. So I'm not really sure what to expect here, to be honest.
It is a strange one. I think Complexity, what we saw from them is that they have a pretty rounded gameplay. You know, both teams are going to be strong on that CT side. I think it's like, I think typically with Nuke, it is harder to play that T side. It's harder to crack the defense. And so you need a lot of tactics, strategies. You've got to find ways to condition your opponents, play off of the expectation you set. And that's difficult to do very well on this map. And I think over the last year or so, teams have been really picking up their level in terms of the strategic approach for this map. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing what that's going to look like on the T side of each other team respectively in this case.
Indeed. So it's all going to come down to this one. It's all going to come down to Nuke to see who's making that grand finals to play against Gen.G. We have a chance at an All-Americas finals if Furia are able to get the victory. Everyone represented there. Or, you know, Complexity, a North American organization, but plenty of Europeans on that team nowadays, but it still has some more American representation either way when we go into the grand finals, depending on who wins this. I'm kind of curious. I'm not really sure like where the loyalties lie out there. I'm not really sure. I mean, is it Complexity or is it Furia? What do you think, Dan?
I think people are going to be most likely with Complexity. I think that it's such a big brand. It is, you know, hitting a resurgence right now. This team, it's the promised team to deliver Complexity to greatness, and both of these teams have a shot at greatness should they win this map and secure that spot in the grand finals, as you said, against Gen.G. And looking at things right now, I'm feeling Complexity at the moment. They've convinced me, Dust.
You're on their side. You've been converted.
I am.
All right.
What about you?
I mean, I had them picked before the series started. Like that, I actually had them picked to win the tournament. That was my favorite to win the tournament. You know, I just felt like the way that Made in Brazil and Imps were looking lately, they looked really dodgy. I didn't really have much faith in them. And then I felt like it was either going to be like Force pulling off something crazy or Complexity or something like that would probably have the best chances to win. And so far, so good. We got Bach out there. How's it going, man? There you go. Jason Lake obviously out there as well in the front row. where else would he be? Obviously, one of those guys who just really supports his organization. Just so much passion from him, and I think it really kind of sets the culture of that team. Definitely a team that is very hungry to win, and they're pretty close here to this grand finals appearance at the very least.
Absolutely, it's something that I think we want to see it happen for Complexity as well. It's a team that, as you say, I think Jason, who is out there, he's always out there. He's always out there supporting them. He's always out there making sure that they have that. I mean, he embodies what they stand for ultimately. And I think what's really cool about Complexity is that there's been many failed projects in the past, and I think coming into CS:GO, Jason Lake has been looking to put together that lineup for the longest time. And then of course with the support of the Dallas Cowboys and everything else that's gone into building this team, I think it's really that moment that we get to see if this team, this brand can really come up once again and be bigger than ever before. And given the fact that if you've been around in Counter-Strike for a long time, you see Complexity and you think Counter-Strike. This is one of the original Counter-Strike brands, so it would only be so fitting that they could once again take up the mantle as one of the best teams in the world and certainly North America as well. And I feel like with this team, there is definitely the potential for that.
Yeah, and look at the other side of this. You got Furia. This is a team that was on the come up for some time. I mean, you think of early last year, they had, obviously the big finish at Dallas. They had the second place finishes before that at Rio for DreamHack Open. They, had the big ECS Season 7 finals appearance. They were looking like a behemoth, and then things tapered off. They made the roster change. They brought Henny in for Able J. And whenever they brought Henny on board, they still had a couple of decent results here and there. I mean, they had that big Starlighter Season 8 third place finish. They were doing some good things here and there, but they've also had their disappointments, not making the EPL finals, the group stage at DreamHack Winter. They definitely had kind of a seesaw level of form, and I feel like they have the talent and the drive to also be a really strong team. I mean, you have to understand that throughout the bulk of 2019, this team was ranked in the top 10. Yeah. They were, a contender. They were an upset team against elite level teams and could have deep runs, but they slipped all the way to, being just outside the top 20. Yeah. So that's a pretty big fall from grace for a team that showed so much promise, and this would be a way to kickstart them back into their own redemption arc.
Oh, for sure. And so many teams are looking for that right now. We had so many storylines like that, of course, with MIBR and ENCE. There's other storylines of redemption that we had in this DreamHack Open earlier, but unfortunately for those teams, that this will not be the event where they secure that. And so many teams got to come out of the break that we just had into this new year, trying to reinvent themselves, and to only have to continue the old storylines definitely hurts. But it looks like we are finally going to be live. I know we had a full start just now, but it looks good for here on out. So once again, Complexity versus Furia for the final map of this semi-final to dictate who will play in the grand final against Gen.G. And Furia will start things off on that T side, and I think that just makes sense.
But, man, they have a lot of work to do. Complexity showed a brilliant CT side yesterday against their fellow Brazilians over at Made in Brazil. They absolutely shut them down. We'll have to see if Furia can fare a bit better. As we are seeing Furia wasting no time, piling it in on this upper bomb site. Here they come, fast as ever. Oboe guarding from the heaven, kind of in a more passive angle. He's got a couple of teammates now joining. Oh my God, they're all... There is a group of CTs up here, Dan.
But where the flashbang? There's no flashbang, so they're just going to have to run out and hope for the best. A big wide swing. I don't want to be the first player in that, and it's going to be tough. They'll finally get out there, but only one player makes it down, and he is just food for Furia, and that's going to be the 1-0 there. Complexity not really finding themselves in the position that they wanted, but hey, you know what? Sometimes
that got real awkward up there. Everyone's sitting there ready to go.
Looking around.
It was raining men, but not in a great way. Let's put it that way, as Furia were able to deal with that quite efficiently. Almost a team ace. Great start here for Furia.
Okay, so in this situation with this force buy, again, we have to worry about the scout. We've got to worry about the chip damage that it can do, softening the players up for the pistols. And so for me, it's good to see there's not too much of an early investment outside. That's really where things go badly. What you want to do on an anti-force buy, you really want to take outside control. You want to take heaven control, and then the A-bomb site is super easy after that point. But that kind of progress to heaven control is where things get bad, and there's a quick swing. Config saw a moment, he saw an opportunity, he goes for it. Doesn't work out for him. He does get some damage though.
Yeah, that was one of those awkward moments where he ran in there, he kind of just emptied everything and didn't quite get the kill, but at least he got away with his life. And actually, didn't really take any damage. In the meantime, Ramp's being taken over thanks to that entry from Henny. Poison sliding over with the Scout, hoping to see if he can't find the type of response. He does tag one somehow, but does fall nonetheless. And so it is a 4-on-3 here for Furia. Config did eventually get himself a kill elsewhere. But now the numbers are really piling on against Complexity as we do now see it's fallen into a 4-on-2. Config actually still kind of has vision on that bomb, funnily enough. And
yeah, it's quite the angle. Actually, if someone gets the bomb and walks to the lobby, he might just catch them. But he can't really do much more after that point. Oh, he's going to go down. They didn't see him. They did. Oh, no. Oh, no. This could be so insane.
Surely not, Dan.
Config will walk forward. He's got to. Oh, okay, they're covering for Hut now, so he's fine. That looked like it had a lot of potential, but Blame F is going to be the only person now left in the rounds for Complexity, and really just doing some damage would be great. And he does manage to find the kill onto Art, which will certainly hinder Furia's economy, the growth of it, ever so slightly. It's something. It is certainly something. But Furia off to that good T-side start, and as I mentioned earlier, I really think that, like any nuke game, I think I would say this about any nuke match, it really comes down to how well versed these teams are in playing their T-side. So you couldn't really ask for a better beginning to it than what Furia have right now.
They should be dominant in this round, shouldn't they? I mean, there's really not a whole lot that Complexity are going to be able to say about it. In this case, Dorado and Art just kind of doing a little stat padding, if we're honest. Blame F actually somehow kind of ninjas his way around all of it, gets a P250 frag onto Art, which has got to be annoying. I think everything's just going swimmingly, and all of a sudden that happens, but probably not much more. Case Dorado will go ahead and get the quad, and that's going to be a 3-0 start for Furia. Exactly what you want if you're a Furia fan.
It's going to be a tough one for Complexity to get back into this if they don't win this round. So we'll see what they decide to do. They might want to start things off just with a fairly passive approach. This is where things get interesting if you're a caller in Furia's position, because you can either try to take it slow yourself, play more default, or you could try to gamble and try to find a timing that completely blows up the CTs. And I think there is a school of thought that in a round like this, that it's actually very worth it to take that gamble, because if it works out for you, it's crippling to the CTs in the following rounds. But if it doesn't work out, then they get control pretty quickly again, back into it. And they have Furia do have a buffer of cash that they can get a buyout next round, even if they don't get a bomb plant in this one. So there's a bunch of things to factor into a decision in terms of how you call the strat for this round.
It is a tough one. Like, maybe you don't want to risk too much because you feel like you're ahead right now, 3-0. You just want to comfortably win this opening gun round and get Complexity's economy in a bad way and kind of start cruising your way to a big victory on your T-side nuke, which would be huge. And sometimes gambling at all on some type of really fast maneuver can kind of, it's a hard mental game to get past, I guess, sometimes. But either way, we are going to see Vinny find that opening blow onto Oboe. I think that was over towards either lobby or ramp room. So that's a big kill to catch immediately.
I wonder if they'll go into an upper play now, because taking out one of the upper play defenders, it certainly leaves this bomb site a little bit more exposed. And you do see some cycling away from outside. There might be a chance for an upper take coming through. Defense is looking a little bit bad here for Complexity.
Yeah.
They don't have too much.
No, not at all. It's looking really dicey right now for Complexity based on how much positioning, how much real estate Furia do own on this map right now. And the flashes and other nades are starting to pour in here from Furia on this upper bomb site. Config down now, all basically on poison, and gets caught in awkward space trying to drop in. And that's pretty much all she wrote for this one. You have to imagine Furia really clamping down now. Off to a hot start here on Nuke.
Yeah, this is a really great round. It just, again, it shows the comfort and experience of Furia on the map like Nuke. I think that they had a different plan in mind. They were sort of in the middle of running their default and getting that initial kind of outside control and so on. And then, whoa, okay, Vinny gets a kill on the upper bomb site. And suddenly, they don't even bother with the outside smokes as much. They're just like, let's just start cycling players back. And they had enough control outside to be able to get a mini split. And that kill on Oboe forces players out of the outside, so it makes it even easier to have those players around mini, because the remaining CTs have to reinforce the things that they do already have. And so then the upper split becomes really easy to execute. So it's just like a great understanding of the map, I think, from Furia, understanding the CT rotations really well.
think that's pretty much spot on. Also just hurt that, you know, when Poison's trying to rotate, he gets busted before he can even get on the ground and actually fire off an op shot. So there's a couple of different things that really played against Complexity in that round. But Furia, again, playing really well. Everyone's pitching in so far pretty equally as far as fragging goes. This round, Complexity, not a whole lot to work with here, just mostly the M4 on BlameF, and then it's just pistols for the rest. See BlameF, though, getting mega aggressive outside. He is pushed all the way to under Marshmallow, and he's not even done, it seems. Looks like he's trying to get even more ground. In the meantime, though, we're seeing Furia getting some good damage in over towards the upper bomb site here. Rush, though, is able to fight back and actually grab an AK, and now all of a sudden this gets really dangerous. But BlameF got caught on that flank, so that is huge catch for Furia.
Molly didn't work out for Rush, but he does hold on to the position and the AK. It's on 1 HP again. How many times? Well, I saw it one time before where he did a lot with just 1 HP, but in this instance, he is all that's left, all that stands, and don't know if you can really describe him as even standing at this point with just 1 health. Not too much to work with here for Rush. He's going to need that element of surprise. He has it currently. There's the peak, and the first bullet had to land right on the head, but it wouldn't. In this case, Furia, 5-0. They're really trusting their basics, and their basics are working out for them extremely well so far.
Yeah, nothing special. I mean, I think you're kind of spot on with that, just saying it's just back to basics. And I think that, I mean, this round's just one of those things where Complexity kind of have to go for something strange. You know, they can't just play standard. They didn't really have the equipment to do that, and so BlameF was kind of the big playmaker and all that, and he just got caught. He just happened to not be able to get that flank to work, and Fury able to clean up another round here. They're now up 5-0. They're wasting no time, it seems, trying to get maybe into this ramp room. They do have full control of it now. Oboe forced back off of it as well, so we can't even spot the drop down. Rush, though, has tucked into lower already. He's definitely aware that this could be a real threat. And Furia doesn't seem to be wasting much time pursuing.
Yeah, they still don't have position complexity really on this lower site. It is just really Rush. And he's going to go for the... Oh, no! But he drops straight in his line of fire, and that could be huge. Rush was definitely in a one-and-done position, given the swing that we saw. But that small element of fortuitousness going his way could really make an enormous difference. And especially now that Yuri, as the lurk, is dead, it's a 2v4 on this lower bomb site. They will be able to get the plant in the open, but Keisarato's in a position where he's quite exposed. There's a Molotov on Blame, smokes, flashes, whatever you want for a utility retake to be perfect for Complexity. And he's going forward. He knows he has to go forwards. He has to do something, and that could help out. But still, there's so much more left here. They don't know where Keisarato is just yet. They start to make their way forwards. There's one, there's the transfer. It's not quite good enough. It's up to Henny, and Henny is stuck here behind the flames. He's got to push forwards, 13 health. The defuse is coming through, and there's nothing that he can do about it. Complexity have won the round. Oh, Rush's defense there. You can't...
I mean, he is so lucky. He's probably saying thank you to Furia for just having that second guy jump right down his face. I don't even think he even adjusted his aim to get that second kill.
I don't think he even realized.
We're going to see it, yeah.
It's just straight,
it's
straight
just
into
a freebie. It doesn't get much more lucky than that if you're Rush.
Yeah, it's for sure. That's amazing that happened. That's such a big difference maker. But into the next one we go. In Furia, they have an opportunity to reset Complexity after that win, remove all the guns from their hands, take fast, squeaky control, vent control with the smoke as well. Arc with that, Krieg doing some really damaging work from that position, and Keisarato also bullying Complexity away from this A bomb site. They are so out of position, forced past the Molotov and into his doom. Poison is down, but Rush just and BlameF getting cheeky kills, and all of a sudden it's 1v3, and Blame has no position.
Yeah, Furia's been absolutely relentless so far here on Nuke, and their aggression towards the upper bomb site, their trading efficiency. And then, you know, the round before that, it was how quick they were able to take control ramp. They didn't win because they had like this unfortunate death over to Rush, but just their overall game plan and how they've been orchestrating their map control and these takes into these sites has been crazy convincing. And Complexity really appear to be kind of shocked. I feel like they're deer in the headlights in some of these scenarios.
Blame is lucky to be alive. Maybe BlameF can still extract some additional value in terms of kills from this. There's a challenge. Headshot connected. Krieg is great for those kinds of angles with the scope.
I just realized that deer in the headlights comment might be lost on you. I'm not sure if that's a reference here.
Oh, yeah, no, we have
okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's the universal one for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Right, so this is looking really bad for Complexity. They take the tactical timeout, and they definitely need it. What they've been doing, it's not really been working out too well for them. And
I'm kind of curious what the adjustment would really need to be. I mean, maybe more outside presence, you know, maybe just, I don't know.
yeah, so far, you know, it does seem like Poison's not really finding spots with his AWP to be in the right place at the right time to you know, get the shots off, whether it be the ramp rotation, the outside to ramp rotation positions that leave him more passive outside, or whether it, as you say, be a more concerted effort outside where Blaine goes aggressive and they get someone in garage and then maybe tuck Blame around the stairs, you know, whatever it might be. There's definitely some outside stuff we haven't seen.
It's also the fact that they haven't really had the utility to challenge the fast upper plays that Furia have thrown out there. I mean, normally you're going to be able to have incendiary smokes, HE grenades, whatever the case may be, to force Furia to take damage or second guess pressing that early, and they haven't really had that at their disposal. I think Furia's kind of abusing that privilege. But here it is, it's the normal outside smoke wall. It's a secret. This is a little bit more standard. This is a bit more what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and it's especially strong against the pistols. You can see they can bypass most things. You have to keep the pace like this, though. Nice frag from Rush, but not too much for his teammates to really do other than that. So there should be a 7-1 on the cards now.
It was inescapable, wasn't it, Dan?
Yeah.
Can't escape the 7-1, can you?
It seems really difficult for Complexity to find a way to stop Furia pretty much anywhere they go. And that's actually the thing that's a bit worrying. It's not just like, oh, Furia they're just winning outside, or they're just, you know, these set pieces are really strong. It's kind of like everything that they're doing is working out, and Complexity are finding difficulty in finding spots. And the times Blame's gone aggressive outside, he's not really found much in those rounds, unfortunately.
They do carry over 2 SGs thanks to some of these exit kills they were getting. I mean, they're going to lose the round, obviously, but those are still brilliant weapons to be able to carry over into the next round. So they're going to get some value out of this one, but they need to find some wins. I think if you let Fury get a couple of more rounds on T-side Nuke, I don't know how you come back from that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's getting to the point of no return, almost, it feels like. Because I don't know if I look at Complexity and think that this is going to be a big T-sided team on the map like this. And so this is starting to get me very worried for their sake at the very least. Obviously, if you're a Furia fan, I mean, not cracking open the champagne quite just yet, but it's certainly a good look for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I know when they played in the Katowice qualifiers, they had a really rough T-side against Cloud9. That's why they wound up losing that game. They didn't show really much of anything on their T-side there. That was kind of their most recent T-side they've played. They haven't played very many of them is the thing. So again, that experience isn't really there, but we'll see if they can still shore up their CT side. Poison in a good spot with this AWP, does leg one and does kill another. So he's got a pretty good amount of value out of that.
Good smoke as well. That's kind of suggests that he's still holding the angle, and Rush is in position on the lower side. So this is one of the rounds where, for the first time, Complexity actually have position ahead of the push, as opposed to Furia creating a timing where the CTs cannot have enough time to rotate into position. Complexity are forcing Furia to have to be just on the fly, concoct a second plan, and that plan can't be to peek into Poison because he's hitting his shots right now.
It's good to finally see him back online. I mean, I feel like that's what Complexity needed, was someone to be able to get a play and kind of give them a sigh of relief that they're not just going to have their rounds piled on them so rapidly. They just needed some breathing room, and it's been created by Poison. Config able to get one as well, and there you have it. Finally, Complexity, after a couple of rounds of loss and, of course, being down 0-5 to start the game, are finally getting a second round on the board.
Great shots from Poison here. As you said, this is a huge difference maker. And if he can continue to keep himself in the action with the AWP, you know, it's really going to work out nicely. And Nuka's an interesting map because for AWPers, it does require a lot of experience, because there's a lot of timings in terms of positioning, how you cycle through the various positions that you want to take. that is just, I don't really know how to explain it, but you see the very elite AWPers, they just have a really good sense for where to be at the right time. You know, Kenny, yes, you know, he made his name on Nuke, and it's a very hard map to AWP on. You know, Cirque as well as someone I also look to who finds great timings on a map like Nuke with his AWP defensively. And
can't forget Device, got to put him up
Device,
there.
Obviously, yeah, for sure. Device maybe the best of all of those,
right?
For sure. It's a map for, you know, very experienced AWPers. So Poison, that's one thing that we know he doesn't have too much of just yet at the top level.
Opening kill does go the way of Rush, though. So they're starting to finally get some nice early advantages in some of these rounds, something they weren't able to do for the bulk of this game. So they can continue to convert. As we do see Art looking to get aggressive here on top of Mini. BlameF playing towards CT, though, is certainly going to have kind of eyes peeled on any type of wrap attempt.
Be a small gap to work with here for Poison. Yes, absolutely so. Great shot. Good position too, mixing things up. Furia were not expecting that. Now they're down to 3 against the 5 of Complexity. So this is a fantastic start. Furia really having to work for any position at all. They've got something to work with now, but it's not that great. They're still locked out at the bomb site. There's a quick flashbang. Config! Oh god, how did he not get that? Completely blind, of course, but it looked like he's still going to get it. Poison! Oh my god, please. Just hits every shot! Oh, this guy, when he does it in style, doesn't he?
That's a couple of rounds now where he's multi-fragged. He had that double kill situation over towards Ramp Room not that long ago. And now he's had this round here. He's been able to dispatch of several members all by his lonesome.
What even is that?
Shots. Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible what he can do when he's feeling it. I think he's definitely going to be a name to keep an eye on in the opping department for the future. I think he could definitely be one of the top ones for 2020.
Send all the CSGO talent scouts to Bulgaria, man. They've got something about the AWPs in that country. Config and BlameF looking to stop this squeaky push. There's only pistols. And those pistols will be dealt with. Put in their place.
Unless he finally gets an easy round, Dan. He finally get a chance just to be able to get one under their belts without too much resistance. And there you have it. It's going to be a number 4 for Complexity. That's now 3 in a row. So starting to finally establish their CT side a bit here. Money is still kind of tight for Furia. They can obviously buy this round, but the problem becomes the long term. They're kind of in that buy-save rotation territory almost if they keep losing rounds. Complexity, on the other hand, have actually now established their economy in a big, big way. Even after they've bought everything they could possibly want, they still have BlameF just under 10K, and many of those members are over $5,000.
Early ramp pressure coming in from Furia this time, and the squeaky pressure will be dealt with by Config, making it look easy this time around. So that early lurk smoke not working for Furia now.
It's the second time Art tried that. The first time he did actually get a pick onto Heaven. This time Config shut it down. So that's a good adjustment from Complexity to put a stop to that. Now have a quick 5-on-3 in front of them. So again, they're starting to really find their groove. Starting to get these nice opening exchanges going their way. That's been making the world of difference.
And Complexity, they gave up the ramp position, but they got a frag out of it. So it's not really for free. And you can see Rush has got a great reposition, and he's got all the 1v1s, every single one. There's one more to go. Will it be a clean slate? No. Yuri will take him down, but he's against 4 now. Bomb can be picked up, but he's got to walk around, and that gives so much time for the Complexity players to run down to position. Trying to cover the exits, not overstepping, and Yuri really wanted to see somebody go a bit over aggressive there, but they held it. Good discipline from Poison and the rest of Complexity.
Poison hits so many headshots with an op. It's like something I've noticed. You know, usually you're not going for that when you're opting because you just know that you just need to hit anywhere except for like the legs or arms or something like that. Just get that chest shot, you're good. It's a bigger target, but he hits a ton of headshots with the op.
He just wants to make sure.
Yeah.
So they're really dead.
Really wants to get that 400 and something damage per shot.
All right. Another pistol round for Furia, so another potentially easier round overall for Complexity to contend with. And it really looks like a very different half. It took a while for Complexity to get started, but now they're looking like they found their flow. I think specifically, you know, Poison and Rush towards this ramp position, like shutting it down. Oh, team kill there.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Rush obviously doing some damage and all of that, but oh my goodness, they're actually getting a couple of kills. They actually found their way into the lower site. Config in a bit of trouble now, but he's able to get a safer angle. Starting to reposition as well. Actually comes up close. This could be risky. Oh, no, he's been caught by Yuri's op, and now it's a 2-on-2, and Complexity might let this one slip.
Yeah, they actually cannot afford to let this round go. This would be a hugely upsetting for Complexity. They need every single CT round, and sure they got money in the bank here, but they can't be giving up rounds. They need all of the remaining rounds. I can't really stress it enough. And right now they're coming into a retake, which is unfavorable. Look at this great shot from Yuri. He's not going to miss that one. Beautiful shot, really. And Obo, who's been struggling on Nuke so far, is now left in the 1v2 clutch. Doesn't know where the second player is, and that's a huge problem. There's the spot, but now he's dealing with the AWP. Good transfer attempt. Oh, he gets it. Oh, he's actually insane. Trying to make this work is very difficult, and Yuri, he's got headshots as well, not just Poison. There's a good attempt from Obo.
I thought he might have it there for a second. He actually had me believing for a bit, but at the same time, that is a rough loss take if you're Complexity. Those are the ones you got to get. I mean, you've already given up so many rounds here on your CT side, particularly just going down 0-5 to begin with was already a bit of a nightmare, and a round like that is one that you're going to come back to and kind of kick yourself for.
Yeah, and I think, you know, well, I'm not going to go into that, the analysis of the previous rounds. Onwards and upwards here, 8 rounds for Furia, 5 for Complexity. Again, they have a lot of money in the bank just because they've been so successful in some of the previous rounds. BlameF is going to hear the scuttling across the smokes or behind the smokes.
Yep.
Down to Secret, and the repositioning is not actually quite there just yet. Rush is playing the same position he's always been playing down here.
Yeah, that 4-round run that Complexity had, they survived with 4 or more members in every single one. So that really did help them build up the cash they need to make sure they have a full buy for the rest of the half. But they need the victories. You know, buying's great and all, but you have to connect the dots. Because Furia is off to a roaring start on Nuke here. Such a brilliant T side thus far. They've pretty much exercised control of everything they wanted. I mean, there's really been, it's been kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It just seems like they get away with everything.
Yeah, this is a really scary round in many respects. Furia just kind of waiting for a response here. Complexity waiting with bated breath for this push, and Config will take down the first one. So that's going to be a nice start for Complexity, but still very tense on this bomb site. Rush picks off another one, and Furia, they really slowed this one down, but it doesn't seem to be paying off for them. Now it starts to get harder and harder as time goes on. Finally, Rush gets taken out, but Poison again, he's in position, and when he's in position, he doesn't seem to miss, and he will at least get the bomb planted and apply the bomb plant pressure to the CTs. Now they've got to make the move. They've got to force their way into the site, and K Serato and Henny are looking very dangerous with these Kriegs, looking for the headshot scope. Then that's insane! K Serato, he's so quick, there's no time to respond, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Henny's got a great angle with this AWP. I don't know if there's anything they can do to stop this, and now it's just Poison going close, closes the door. He's holding the defuse right now. Will they go for it? Yes, they will open the door, and that's a wrap. Henny secures it, 9-5, and what a hold from Furia.
Brilliantly done there. You can't really fault anything they've done. It's just this big play from K Serato that pretty much put a damper on any retake opportunity that Complexity were hoping to orchestrate. And now there's just 1 round left in the half here. Complexity still again able to at least get a nice full buy, but they need this round. If you let Furia get 10 on their T-side Nuke, it's going to be so hard to come back from that, especially because I'm just not sure if Complexity T-side is well fleshed out yet. But we'll see. BlameF trying to go back towards his outside aggression here. He's up close on red, playing behind the blue boxes, hoping that he can maybe catch a T, not looking, and perhaps blindside. And indeed, he is going to find it, but Yuri had the great spacing to make sure that BlameF couldn't get more out of that. So it's all equal again.
Poison, with that presence outside, is going to once again keep things safe. And that alleviates a lot of pressure from Config. He doesn't have to worry about any mini aggression. And now Henny, he's got to find a pick for Furia. Vinny as well might not want to wait for that. Obo might actually give an angle. Oh, there's the push for the doors. Obo's got a perfect lineup there, and that's going to now just leave Henny alone. And he's looking for that rotation. He's going to get it, but at this point, what else can he do? Against 3 players, the bomb is down, looking for somebody to give him something. Will there be a lack of patience? Will there be a lack of discipline? Something, anything for Henny? No, nothing. Poison will take him down, and that's going to be that. We're going to see now 6 rounds of Complexity. I don't think it's enough, Dust. We're going to find out after this short break. For one of these two teams, it is the end of the line after this half, Dust, but who is it going to be? I feel like it's looking like it's going to be Complexity because they had an awful showing on that first half, and recovery is going to be very difficult.
I mean, they recovered, but it just came too late. I mean, they were so far down, and they did fight back, and they won themselves 6 rounds in like the last 10 that got played, so that's not bad, but they just couldn't close it out and like really take control of the game. But it was a decent enough recovery. At least it gives them a chance, right? They can win this pistol, work some magic, they might still have some hope.
And going for a fast play around the outside, actually, and Yuri is just lurking. We wouldn't expect a CT to be in this position. He could get set up for so many kills there. If he picks the right moment, it's difficult to know. He's starting to fire away with that UST. They can't even see him because it's silence. They have no idea where he is, but they're going to bypass the position. I think that is the smartest thing for them to do. But now K-Serato's going up the ladder, trying to catch them off guard. And maybe Yuri needed to get more than one because Complexity, hey, they didn't kill him, but they got better position, and now the bomb's down as well.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim right now for Furia on this retake, actually, especially with that kill for Poison. Yuri good for 1, but Complexity peeking together, trading efficiently. A great take from them through Heaven into the upper bomb site. A nice, well-designed pistol round strategy is going to have a big benefit, and then Poison just taking advantage of all the disturbances at Heaven to do his work at lobby. It was a great orchestrated attack there from Cole, and now it's 9-7. That's exactly what they needed. But
absolutely, yeah.
This is the problem, though. They have to get past this storm. This SMG buy. This is a very heavy second round buy.
Yeah, it looks really good, actually. And then aggression into the rat, but they're ready. That's a great position for Obo. You can't ask for better. And he'll be able to secure it, and there is a nice crossfire of Rush. But actually, they somehow get the trades. They force their way through the choke points, and it's all about this lobby control. The bomb is outside, though, so that is the saving grace here. They don't have to have the bomb dropped in an awful spot, but K-Serato's made his way on top, but it might not matter here because it looks like Config and BlameF are well on the way.
No, he's stopping. He's still got this bomb. He's just kind of sitting here. It's all going to come down to, oh my goodness, if he looks, Config's ready. No, he's waiting for it. Great job, Config.
Good call.
That was scary, though, I must say.
He must have had the ladder or something. There was maybe a sound cue there for him to know that.
That's definitely a possibility. Maybe he felt like if he tried to run, he would get shot in the back. Also, obviously, Obo is in a great spot, basically the perfect position to deal with the type of play that Furia are trying to run. And now they get gifted what should be a free tie game. I mean, there's nothing for Furia really in this round.
It is pretty mad that Furia did actually do so much damage there and made it look winnable. Very impressive, moving through the choke points. Even though Complexity was set up, they still did excellent damage. But another quick push. Poison not off to a good start on that spray, and they're losing a lot of health here. Rush has got 2, just barely. He's going to get taken down by the AK that was collected. K-Serato is dangerous to anything. He's been given an AK, and he is taking... Oh my god, he's taking liberties. Obo will finish him off, but Dust, that's way too much damage.
That's a squeaky butthole moment right there, Dan. That's
bad.
I mean, you're full clenched on that one.
The problem is that, okay, you know, Complexity is cool, right? They do win their rounds, that's great.
But the economy.
Exactly. they need to have some clean rounds so that they can suffer a loss and keep their momentum going. Right now, if they lose this round, the momentum's gone instantly.
A lot rides on this round, you have to imagine, because of that situation that we've just described. Although grossly, to be fair. So my apologies for that, but Complexity slowing things down just a bit. Just probably setting up for some type of outside control. Probably going to see that outside smoke wall. That is kind of their bread and butter. It's similar to mid control and other maps where this is kind of the foundation that you play from. And I imagine that's what we're going to be seeing here. And indeed, those smokes are starting to come out.
We saw this actually a little bit less with Furia's defaulting.
So yeah, you're right.
It's quite strange, and it seems to work, whatever, you know. I mean, that's the thing. They always play this offbeat T-side on nukes. Right. It's like what they were known for last year, at least. But regardless, Yuri's going to kick things off here with a kill onto Rush. That's not going to be a welcome sign for Complexity. Blame. If he can win this battle, though, that's huge. And with the HE Krieg combo, he secures it. 3v3, they have time to reset the situation. Looking maybe to split Mini and Squeaky onto Vinny, and that makes Vinny and Yuri key in this defense. They have good spots here. Vinny's hiding. This is perfect. Easy frag for Vinny. They don't even seem to really be able to get to him. And he's just so safe. They're going to, oh, this is a smart decision, rerouting things down to the lower bomb site.
It felt like a necessity at this point. The problem is they only have that one Molotov on config, but Obo at least catches his vent rotation right away and stance it off. And now he's wise to what's next, actually able to control the back calls as well. This is a smart play from Obo. And again, he knows there's one player that can threaten vent, so he's got his eyes on that as well. And so this is actually a pretty solid little setup here that Complexity has, and health is low on these two Furia members. And they're running out of time. I don't even think they have a kit in play unless there's one fallen somewhere. So they have to really work fast if they want to try to still have a chance at this.
It's going to go right down to the wire. Here comes the play down the vent. Here goes Config, and both players, Obo and Config, delivering their kills. And I completely agree, Dust. The game sense from Obo, the level of focus that he had when he immediately goes away from the vent position after getting threatened there to look for the player coming on the flank, that's such a smart move, because that player thinks he's going to get the drop on Obo, but no.
It's insane. I mean, this kid is only 16 years old. He is, I think, maybe the youngest professional player probably right now, if I had to take a guess.
He has to be, yeah.
And this is only his 5th LAN, period. And he hasn't even ever played small LANs. I mean, this guy, his first LAN was ECS Season 7 Finals. His second LAN was the major. So, I mean, he's had to learn fast, man. I mean, that's all I can really say.
Wow.
And here's the thing. Until Blast, he was playing on complexity lines that weren't fully formed yet. Like, you know, there was that transition period where they had gotten like Blame F and Rush, but they still had like Death and Company playing, and then they kind of further made that next move where you see Poison and Company coming in. So it's been like this transition period. He's had to play through all of that as an inexperienced player, and now he finally has the team, right? And that was cool to see him have that awareness already.
Yeah, that really made it so much easier. And Complexity, not looking too bad at the moment. 4 rounds in a row, all the rounds on the second half going to them. That makes me begin to believe this might be possible, honestly, because going into this half, it looked so desperately awful.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we didn't know if Complexity had a good T side. I mean, again, the sample size is still limited. When I've tried to watch their new games, it didn't appear like they had that much of one, but again, hadn't seen it enough. But now that they've proven, hey, we got a little bit of something on T side, now you can be like, okay, there's a fight ahead of us.
And as well, you know, the game plan, the preparation, it's hard to know how Complexity have been setting themselves up for this series. And, well, so far, it's not looking too bad, but it could all change. We've seen things change so quickly between these two teams in this series so far. Yuri's going to pick up a kill. I don't know that gun... Okay, the gun will be protected by Poison. So Poison does not want to allow that gun to go into the hands of his opponents, but he actually can't go that deep to try to deny the gun itself. He's got to play from this position. It could be 2 players cross-firing up there. Be quite careful that he doesn't go down as well. Speaking of which, Henny ready, and, well, there definitely will be at least a gun collected. Henny will be the one to get it. Good round from Furia. If you consider they just had the pistols, they will get damage and a creep out of this.
That's really well done. This forces so much rebuying out of Complexity. They have to rebuy 3 players. Their money isn't that built up yet. I mean, they've only won... I mean, they've won more of the rounds, but the problem is they've had to rebuy every time. I think every round except for the pistol, they've had to rebuy at least 3 players. So that is kind of a real problem. But at the same time, they've also been able to lock up this entire half thus far. And that is really nice for them because they've jumped up to a 2-round lead. It is the first time they've had a lead all game. So this is shaping up quite nicely for Complexity, actually. Now Furia is the one on the ropes. They are the wilder of this situation.
Oh, for sure. It definitely is now that, I completely agree, that position where Furia have got to start scratching their heads. Look at the playbook, figure it out. Because right now Complexity are finding that groove. And they're definitely a team that plays really well when they start getting that momentum, they start feeling it individually. It becomes a little bit scary. Poison on the AWP. We haven't seen too much from him as a T-side AWP on nuke just yet. It can be an awkward map, right, for an AWP, but initial nades towards the door. Slow from Complexity, but they may be very deceptive because it looks like they may want to go for a burst here after that initial utility. There's the burst into the upper bomb site. Yuri, what the hell was that? I don't understand the physics on that one.
How is it always headshots? Every time he opts someone, I swear it's a headshot. It's actually great. I don't get it. I can't wait to watch that replay. Hopefully he can win the round, but it's going to be hard 1v3. In all of that madness, we did see Furia, be the more efficient team in the fragging department, despite the crazy antics of Poison.
And there he goes, down the vent. He wants to try to outposition the CTs. There's still one on lower. It's a 1v1 though. If he wins this, it'll be huge. Poison, he doesn't get himself a chance at that one. K-Serata denies him. And Furia, they pick up their first round. Complexity, they try to throw a wrench into the works there, Dust. It just looks so easy and calm. I don't really get it, but that's cool, I guess.
Here's the problem that we were talking about, though. Is this a situation that we were fearing for Complexity, is that they've got nothing. They've got nothing in the tank.
Yeah, they lost too much money on the rounds that they've won.
Double op and play for Furia, by the way. That's a bit interesting. I feel like you see it sometimes on Nuke CT side, but it's definitely not as used as on other maps where it's like kind of a common fixture of the defense.
Yeah. Furia, Complexity won 5 rounds in a row. The first round they lose, they're broke. Completely broke. And that is not typical.
It's just because a lot of the rounds actually did come pretty close.
Furia played really well.
Yeah.
They played really well when they were low econ. And Art is going to turn his attention here towards the outside. Config, okay, Config's going to move out into position. Out of position, I should say. And it looks like there is not too much else to really speak of in this round. There's a Beagle or two, and that's really it.
I like to see a timeout from Complexity, honestly, just to, focus back up. I mean, they obviously have been tearing up this half, and maybe that's why they probably wouldn't want to take one, because they feel like they're winning most of the rounds, but this is a very important next round, because, I mean, your money is kind of in disarray. You're going to get a full buy here next, sure, but if you lose, you're back to saving again. That's when Fury starts building up a lead, so whether or not they talked over maybe something in that pistol round, I just think that this is where they need to dig deep and come up with their best play. Yeah, they need to crush the money immediately of Furia. Exactly. And it feels like such a difficult ask. And as you say, the double warp setup from Furia, it's really unusual. Again, it's really offbeat. That's just generally how I think you can describe Furia and how they play. And it's going to be interesting to see what the result is here as Complexity go quite far forward. Oh my god! Ow. That's a huge whiff. And with that, a Krieg is collected. And Complexity have some fast position down Secret. Dan, that's a hard one to watch. That is not, that's rough. That's real rough. Okay. No, it's continuing. The whiffs are apparently contagious right now for Furia, but K-Serata is at least able to get away with this life and get a new angle, so he still can pose a threat going forward. But as you noted, Complexity has such good positioning, but Finny, this is a nice little backstab here at Decon. He's going to be able to take down Blame F. That gets the numbers back even here. Still a long time left to go on this round as well. It means Complexity can kind of take their time, but they're also just conceding all the ground. Now Furia are getting all the positions they could want for a retake. They have all the kind of angles covered. They know that Complexity's kind of trapped in this area, but somehow, that late lurk, the late lurk from Rush breaks the stalemate. And now they can move forwards with advantage, potentially, or go back upstairs. They can cut noise a little bit. And now Furia are going to start wondering, Yuri, he's the only guy that can actually stop this. And beautiful. Poison jumps out there, baiting, and Rush finishes it off. Great team play from Complexity, and they look like they're now out. They've outpositioned Furia, and now Furia have no legs to stand on in this retake. It's all Rush, man. Those 2 kills he got basically opened up an avenue to get back into the upper bomb site. And then the efficient trading of Yuri. Yuri had such a good angle to make sure he only got 1 kill from that spot is so brilliant. And yeah, they're just going to save these 2 weapons, so Complexity going to get right back to their winning ways after losing a couple. They will be right back to being victorious. They'll take the lead now 12-11. And it's a neck-and-neck battle. You wouldn't want to have it any other way. You're trying to decide who's going to go on to those grand finals to play against Gen.G. So much on the line between the lion's share, the $100,000 prize pool, the slot for the DreamHack Masters Young Chirping in the summer, going up the ESL, DreamHack Pro Tour ranking system for future invites and qualifier positions. I mean, there's a lot of weight on this game, and Complexity, they're looking up to the task. It's just so awesome to see from a young team like this, just the level of detail sometimes. Oh, you went and did it. I didn't want to see it again, really. You went and did it. But to be fair, that's a really important moment in this one. Yeah. And also the thing there with Yuri, again, like, Yuri wins that round if Poison doesn't bait his shots out like that, because he'll get a much faster kill on the first player and then be able to shoot the second player.
and Rush doesn't have nearly as much time to try to trade it. And so just those small bits of detail, knowing that that's the one way you lose the round and then having an answer for it ahead of time shows that Complexity are really dialed in right now and looking really focused.
The thing is that that's like the one time you could have gotten the jump on Complexity playing that position, because that position gets used by CTs a decent amount to catch Ts off guard as they think they can just waltz down the stairs, because their first point of contact they think they're going to face is back halls. But now that you've run that gambit and failed, now Cole's going to look for that. And so you kind of lost your chance to pull the wool over their eyes. And that could definitely play into the mind games going forward, but...
Complexity really have to do this the hard way too, because we talked about them winning that last round to break the money, but Furia did have enough money to get another buy-in, so they have to do it all over again.
Yeah, and meanwhile their money is still vulnerable, so it's still a very tight economic game. It's definitely one of those moments where I'm sure fans of these teams are on the edge of their seats because it's so tense right now. Outside smoke's going to be coming out from Complexity, but they're not going to be playing off the back end. They're actually going to back up, maybe trying to throw a bit of a feint that they are taking outside control, but they're really looking to pry it upper. But Vinny, he has a dangerous position, Dan.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll be cognizant of this. This is a fairly common response that CTs will try to get that position back in case of a burst through door, and that's why that smoke that we just saw, especially that re-smoke, this got to be put into question at this point, those close positions. Complexity are going to be in trouble if they go for this upper play. It looks like Furia are really ready for this. We'll see how it pans out, though. Oh, the timing is pretty good. Oh, I don't know what the hell just happened there. He went back up the ladder and got another one, but Yuri from up high is dealing all the damage that's necessary to make this a good look for Furia. There's still players left, though. Blame and Config, they keep the round alive, and they have position. There's one stuck in the vent. They know Art is in the vent still, and Keisarato's now rotating around through Mini, so Complexity, they should be good to have this bomb go down and cover it, and there's the flash up high as well to keep it safe, extra safe. Oh man, they have a really good chance here. I don't know how they've turned this around. There's the next peek towards Mini. Now they know where Keisarato is. Config, got to bring out that Config game. Two players, one from Hut, one from Mini. Config doesn't know that though, as he looks for the next engagement, the next point of contact. Oh, he's so fast! Config's done it! That's absolutely ridiculous that Complexity find a way back in the round. They had this insane timing. I don't even get it, but it happened. It's a thing. And they're 13-11.
It's been a while since I've seen this config, Dan, and I'm loving every second of it, bro. He is a human highlight reel whenever he's in shape. He was always known for having that crazy good first bullet accuracy, crazy known for being able to create openings, to be a playmaker. His days coming up through Dignitas, when he played alongside like MSL and KRB and Tinsky, and that was where he started making a name for himself. He obviously transferred over to North with a lot of those guys and continued to build up his kind of reputation as a star-level entry player. And, you know, he had his off period. There was that whole Thorn article that came out, and he responded to that and said that, you know, I want to make a comeback. And, you know, he found a home here on Complexity. Some people criticize Complexity for taking a gamble on him. You could see both sides of that argument, I think, if you're being, you know, objective about it. But, man, he's been lighting it up here in Anaheim.
Yeah, honestly, these mid-round clutch situations from Complexity, even if they're weaker strategically, if you can do stuff like that, if you have the sense of the game like they're showing us, they can still win from positions like they started in, which is a terribly out-of-favor position. Not enough rounds on the T side, but every intense situation, they give it a good go, and we're seeing it actually now pan out. It's 13-11. They look like they're going to take this one.
There's no doubt now his aim is back. Like, I mean, I think we're seeing that. I mean, it's just about stringing it together consistently, though, is going to be the thing. But Hitty, that is a nice little op shot to find, kind of a lucky shot through the smoke. And he gets another onto Obo, down to 1 HP. He won't know that yet, but he has done so much work on his own. That is scary.
Oh my God, he's done it again.
Oh my God, how does he keep doing this? I think he might have spotted a little bit of something before he took that shot. It wasn't a complete blind shot that time around, but still, he's done so much work.
He might have done too much here. This is going to be very hard to recover from. Now, as you say, he doesn't really quite know the amount of damage that he has done. He doesn't know that there's like 150 plus damage that he has done. He doesn't know about it, which is quite amusing. However, his teammates are playing pretty safe positions. Once again, Complexity are going to have to deliver something pretty enormous.
He saw that.
Yeah, the Rush is just dead.
Probably.
Henny has him dead to rights here. There we go. And now what are you going to do? There's just nothing left. There's nothing left for Complexity. They've been gutted by these AWPs. And he's having the time of his life in this round. And they just got to give it up. They couldn't even run around here. This is just ridiculous.
It's actually great. Like, it just happens sometimes. Like, every now and then, as an opera, when you just take those guess shots, whether it be like double doors on Dust 2, or whether it just be through smokes on long angles, or whatever the case may be, sometimes those shots are just going to connect, and it's just going to mean the world of difference on how the round plays out. I mean, this is just a complete blind shot on Blame F. Just happens to get a nice timing here on Rush on the flank, and obviously we saw the damage he did previous to that outside, so finally, Furia are going to take a swing back. They've only won 3 rounds this half.
That's a gift from the gods right there.
Yeah.
That round. That's such a that puts Furia in a situation where they get a little bit of breathing room in an otherwise extremely difficult situation where they're losing rounds, a bunch of rounds, and a lot of them have been these clutches, these rounds where they started out in advantage, and then it's not through them necessarily misplaying it, but just a little bit of luck mixed in with a lot of clutch from Complexity and great team play that allows Complexity to somehow make that disadvantage turn out into an advantage eventually and into a round win. So Fury needed something like that.
And it's going to give it a chance to tie this game up now, too, because Complexity are working with very little here. I mean, they have the Scout on Poison, they have a couple of rifles. Config has been deadly with the AK, if we're being completely honest, these last couple of maps on T side, so maybe, just maybe, he'll still have that magic to pull something off, despite the fact that they are limited in their firepower.
Yuri's really been a god in this game for Furia. He's doing so well.
Yeah, 26 kills. He's definitely looking back in shape. I was kind of worried about him because I know he had a tough end to last year, and he was one of the star players of this team next to Queserado, and so to see him back in shape here in Anaheim is a good thought for Furia. Henny, a little bit of a one-way to peer over here, over towards CT spawn. Not going to catch anything from it, though. Complexity taking their time, very patient as they approach red.
Oh, God, that's so dangerous. Oh my God, it's so dangerous. Going up there when, you know, Henny's outside. He's basically Thor dropping the thunder, and I don't know how they managed to dodge that thunder. But here we go. Art's now turned his attention, cutting down one of the players, Obo, on the outside of this quick push down to the lower bomb site. They need a fast timing for a plant. They need the money in the bag. They need that bomb plant. Vinny looking to deny it, though. And, oh, Blame F is going to... Oh, God, okay. A couple of headshots later, and it's a 1 versus 3. The bomb... Oh, it doesn't go down. That's a big shame for Complexity. They really could have used the extra cash. They're going to have to save regardless, but if they got that extra $800, that's 5 deagles for each player. But, but they can't really afford to spend, they can't afford to deco right now. They have to actually, I think, full save.
No, this is where Furia starts taking control back again in this game. Very likely they're going to find this 14th round. I mean, there's really no way they shouldn't. It's just Glocks for Complexity that shouldn't have any business having impact in this round, but...
Just going all the way, Dust. It's going down to the wire.
Wouldn't have it any other way, and it's such an important game. We've had some intense matches, that is for sure, throughout this tournament. A lot of close calls, a lot of overtimes. Maybe we'll even get some of that in this one, we'll never know. Oh, Henny spots a little bit of something there.
Trying to force it out, he knows. Oh, he missed the molly, unfortunately for him. It's not supposed to bounce off a mini. It's just about waiting for the T's to push. They don't have to hold any aggressive positions because they don't want to get swarmed by the numbers. That's all that Complexity have to work with is numbers. So instead they want to take positions like this where they line up, and now if you want to get that gun, well, you got to move through Henny. So it should be a terminal velocity there. But they actually do collect the Krieg. Obo's on it.
Yeah. And a small victory for a round where you only have Glocks to actually get a rifle in your hands. It's going to be hard to do a lot with it, though, for honest. I mean, Art has a great position here to stop them from going for some type of lower bomb plant. Indeed, there it is. There's the stop. Smoke down as well to give him a little bit more safety as he lurks around. But Obo could maybe find the shot here. No, not going to happen. Didn't have the armor to take an extended fight there, but Config jumps in for one, picks up that M4. So they're actually getting a lot out of this, despite the fact that it was Glocks only, to be fair.
Yeah, 2 kills is great. The economy for Furia is sturdy enough, though, that at this point they can pretty much weather anything.
Right.
And their buy is not going to be, it will be unaffected by those kills. So that's good for them. And Complexity, they get their full buy-in, and not going to see an AWP on Poison. It's full rifles here, just a single Creek for Robo. Going to spend everything to get the full utility as full as they can make it. And this is it. This feels like this feels like an incredibly important round here. I feel like if Complexity can't find a way forward with this one, I think they're screwed. They've got to make this round work.
This does seem like everything hinges on this for Complexity's lifetime in this tournament. Furia, though, looking to try to, again, start their own redemption arc after a mixed bag at the end of last year. But it's not going to happen for Art this round. BlameF got so quickly into the back halls. Art trying to challenge after him is going to get caught.
This is huge because Blame is covering the rotation on Vent as his teammates go down secret. So the CTs only have really Henny in this position. He whiffs the first shot. Oh, Serato. He's managed to find position to do some serious damage here to this push. And what do they decide to do now? There is a rotation. They could go back up the Vent. That is an option available to them. They've got time to take that bomb back up the Vent. The spray comes through from Yuri. He's absolutely unstoppable so far, but he is the only one. And if they can take him down, oh, thank goodness for Complexity's sake. Yuri is a complete god. And you can't give him a chance to win these clutches, to have 1v1s. He'll win them.
Oh, Jason Lake is out there sweating. I can tell.
Oh yeah, of course.
He's up standing around. He's like hopping around. I can't blame him, man. This is a nail biter, bro. This is a crazy one. 14-14. A tactical timeout comes in.
The money.
Furia.
Actually, the money is not quite as good for Furia as
no, it's
first
not.
thought.
I mean, whoever wins this wins the game. You have to feel just based on the economies.
Yeah.
Unless someone gets like a crazy, like low buy opportunity. Because the money's pretty tight for Cole too after they make their purchases here. So a lot is on this one. So much. It's been just tooth and nail, man. It's been a slugfest these last 6 or so rounds.
Deep breaths all around as we resume play. It could all come down to this, as Dust alluded to. Initial harassment around the door, blow it open, get the smoke through, get the fire through, deny angles, deny vision, deny position on top of the hut with the Molotov. Counter utility has been thrown by Furia. Henny's missing Kevlar. Now they're missing a lot of utility because they were so worried about the fast plays.
Yep.
And that's all according to plan. Look what Furia have left. It's a minute 25, 2 smokes.
No
2 HEs, 1 flash, that's it.
1 dream.
And 1 kit. Definitely a lot of problems here for Furia. Complexity well set up. They've got a better look on utility. They don't have position outside. It's feeling like an upper take could be coming in. They're going to throw those outside smokes first.
Right.
See what they do with them.
Yeah, again, just kind of those smokes that can mean anything, right? I mean, you're just trying to show that it's possible you could be going lower to back halls, and you have to force those CTs to respect that position, but it's just BlameF doing it. He might be that late lurk into Mini to try to help pinch this upper bomb side, as again, as you noted, a lot of these guys are gathered up inside the lobby. You're starting to see them pour in now. Art, though, is top hut, but he gets taken care of by Obo, and here come the teams coming in, but Mini and Yuri are slicing and dicing them all the way through, leaving Poison left alone, and that's going to be it. It happens so fast. The dreams being ripped away from Complexity now, it seems. Now they have one last hope for overtime, but it's going to be labored with this economy.
This position, it did way too much damage. That did so much damage to us. There was no Molotov for it. The first trade didn't work, and then Complexity sort of in the chaos didn't quite realize in time, and it was too late.
Yeah, they killed the top hut player so fast too. It's the crazy part about that. But here they go, another fast upper push down.
This is for the game for Furia! Yuri gets a great spray down, and Complexity might be done here. It's just Poison and BlameF that are left alive, as Furia are looking too strong in this position. Burning BlameF, leaving just Poison, the young gun, to do what he can. He manages to extract an extra kill. He has the bomb on his back. There is some hope here for Poison. He's hoping that everybody's on the upper bomb site and that he's going to maybe beat a rotation here. He's going to have to go for a really fast plant, but they're really close to Decon right now. Over through the door, and Poison, he's done. He gets the bomb down, but there's no one to defend it, and that's going to be the game. Amazing stuff there from Furia. Dust, they've actually pulled it off. I didn't think they were going to get here. So much resilience for both teams. You've got to give so much credit to both of them. Even though Furia won this, Complexity showed us so much class throughout this series.
Yeah. I mean, I think with this combined with how they did at Blast, there definitely is some hope for that team and definitely a future for those guys over there. But Furia, it's nice to see them back in the finals. I mean, I feel like they've really had their struggles. They had a lot of time off. and it's cool to see them back in better shape, seeing Yuri play a lot better, get back to the star player that he was before. And that was definitely a fun game, definitely, you know, very, very close. That nuke came down to the wire. Either one of these teams is worthy of being in the finals of this tournament. They played their hearts out, and I think both these teams are taking a step in the right direction. But that's going to do it for us, Dan. I think that's us done here at Anaheim. It's been a pleasure casting with you through these semifinals.
Yeah,
it's been
likewise.
some fantastic games, and we're going to have the grand final set up for you now. You got old Gen.G, who's been kind of waiting it out, waiting for their time to shine again on stage, and now they know who their opponent's going to be.
And it's going to be a difficult matchup. Furia definitely going to be fired up, and I think that leaves us only one last thing to do, Dust. It's time to throw it to a quick break. We'll be back with the analysts to set up, well, to break that one down and to set up the next one. Enjoy.
Well, unfortunately, I was wrong. Complexity not able to take that victory over Furia. An NA final will not be happening here on North American soil. My bad. I'm your host, Bach, Sean Garrison Potter. What happened? Why did I end up being wrong?
Look, I don't really care why you're wrong. That was a banging series. We got all three maps, third map going the distance. I think we saw the best out of both teams. Complexity has nothing they should hang their head on. I know this is going to sting. It's going to hurt a lot. But I was surprised by the grit they had to grind it out from that 9-9 moment where BlameF makes the play to jump through into the garage smoke. And then the round, shortly after that, Config wins the 1-on-2. Later on, BlameF drops down the vent. I mean, they were fearless. And they made plays in the end of that game that I thought they would never make in those scenarios. So hats off to Complexity. Furia deserved this win, though.
They definitely did, and I gotta say, both of these squads going all the way back to Overpass and even this nuke, the creativity, the buddy system, the trading, everything was top-notch, and you can see that both of these squads really emphasized that trading ability, whether it was that buddy system or whether it was my favorite, just straight up baiting the person and making sure you fully secure that trade. So I thought it was a beautiful series.
I mean, adding on to what you said, the innovation, the boost on Overpass. You love that triple boost, right?
Good.
That's so cool.
Overpass was so interesting because we saw so many times where it felt like Complexity was doing something just really peculiar that didn't make much sense.
Yeah, Overpass was a weird one for Complexity. You can tell they're too new of a team to have a deep enough map pool to probably hang with Furia on Overpass. They really only had those dry monster hits, and they tried a couple other bomb site B hits, and they were semi-successful, but they couldn't get anything at A, and by the end of the match, it was too readable.
And it was really the same storyline for Furia, going back and bringing it over today. That chokehold. I mean, their aggression, they did not let complexity breathe whatsoever. It was beautiful to watch from Furia.
Well, speaking of Furia, Art over here on the interview couch in the living room. Gonna march on over here. I love that our dining room and our living room, just open floor plan is great.
The oranges are great.
Yeah, the oranges are fantastic. Feel free to help yourself.
Oh, nice.
They've only been sitting out all weekend, and a lot of people have touched them, so don't, yeah, exactly. Congratulations on the win. I guess I should apologize for doubting you guys, because I thought that complexity would come out and just guns blazing, and to an effect, they did. What was going through your team's mind on map 1 when complexity was just round after round after round, picking up rounds over you guys?
Actually, on the first map, I think we struggled on the gunfights and the duels. I think on the start of the game, we actually got good reads on them. We knew what they're doing, but it was just hard for us to read the shots. So I think that was our struggle on the start of the Mirage. And I thought we managed to get some rounds, we believe, but they just kept rolling.
How important was that sort of late comeback, even though you guys didn't take the map, into the second map? Having more rounds, did that help the mental state of the team compared to getting like 16 forward and completely blown out?
No, I don't think so. I think we were confident on, even if we took like 16-2 or 16-3, I think the confidence was the same, because we knew that we just lost on the CT side, and we know our T side is strong, but we just struggled too much on CT for a comeback, so we know it was just a problem on the map, not on overall.
Potter, Sean, you guys have some questions as well.
Yeah, Art, I wanted to ask you about Vinny. I think with his new role, it seems like he's taking over a lot of those aggressive responsibilities that seemed like in 2019 was solely all on you. How has that changed the dynamic within the team for yourself and for Vinny?
I think we're still trying to find our pace at the game, but Vinny is feeling more comfortable now and doing his things and just playing more aggressive. Before he was just playing more passive and support style, and now he's playing more aggressive and chasing for kills. So I think that's better for him, playstyle that fits him more.
Hey Art, Sean here. I was curious, when it comes to your guys' playstyle, you guys have a very unique playstyle where you're hyper aggressive. You in particular, actually. Do you prefer to play against teams like Complexity who match your playstyle, or maybe play against a more strategic team like a Gen.G or a North that you could have faced in the final?
I would say more strategic teams. I think they are easier for us to play because our playstyle fits better against them. Against more teams like this, or like us, it's harder for us to play. It's always like that, but we don't really matter. We just want to play.
All right, well, thank you for the interview. I know you guys have a lot of prep work, and you'd probably like to get some food in your stomach before you guys go into that grand final. Good luck later today.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Hey, we are going to walk right on back on over, strut my stuff back to this desk, past the peacock in the red coat. I'm told you have a highlight you really wanted to dig up there, Potter. What is it?
So this is going to be a replay going back to that boost that Sean was mentioning. This is a 3-man boost going over to the overpass. And look, it looks very simple and it looks very easy to execute, but this is all about timing. These guys have been running distractions through that monster. You can see the member in
Mas esse daí, sabe o que ela fez? Ela disse, olha, parece que a minha vida inteira eu trabalhei pensando nisso, tipo, nunca foi. Só que ela não explicou direito qual que era o outro... Ela falou o nome do vídeo que ele tinha. Só que quando deu errado, e aí eles começaram a procurar outra opção, ela já tinha feito mestrado, ela formou em design de interiores e fez um mestrado na UFRJ, na UFRJ do... Olha, agora que eu não montei que eu te falei. Ela pegou e fez lá na UFRJ um mestrado gratuito e super, tipo, renomado, entendeu? Tipo, não é qualquer universidade. Aí, eles puderam fazer um plano de negócio pra solicitar esse visto dela. Você acredita? Tipo assim, porque ela falou que muita gente falou, não, você não tem como conseguir, que não sei o que ela disse. E aí, quando ela foi no advogado, o advogado instruiu, não, dá sim, dá pra fazer, vamos fazer isso, porque o advogado que fez o próprio plano de negócio deles. Que tem advogado que faz e advogado que não faz. Aí ela até falou, olha, se eu fosse começar agora e fosse fazer com uma pessoa que não fosse fazer, eu não ia... Ela disse que ela não ia fazer, tipo, que ela achava que era uma coisa que não tinha como, entendeu?
Tá travado que eu vi.
Tá te xingando?
Não.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing. I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
day was so fun. Today's such a perfect day. We'll be fine, fine, fine. If tomorrow's half as good as today, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. If tomorrow's half as good as today, we'll be fine, fine, fine. If tomorrow's half as good as today, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. If tomorrow's half as good as today, we'll be fine, fine, fine. We are getting older, dear. The time's still on our side. Wanna take you with me, love. Need you by my side. Hold my hand forever, love. Be my Valentine. I gotta tell you in my arms and hold you close tonight. 'Cause good things happen on rainy days.
I come every year to see the communities.
Miller Lite shining a light on moderators for Twitch is just amazing to me.
We can't do what we do without the countless number of mods.
They're unsung heroes. Being able to meet Zach for the first time, that's gonna be dope.
It's really important to me to give the LGBTQ community a place they can be safe.
I used to be terrified to be myself.
Cheers.
Been there for each other, man.
No doubt.
I'm getting like choked up.
Thank you, Miller Lite, for supporting the gaming community at Twitch.
Warning.
Hello?
Hunting season is now open.
What is happening? What is all of this?
Only designated people
Why'd they kidnap a bunch of normal folk like us?
may be hunted
There's no escape.
at the manor.
You have no idea what you're up against.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Cookies.
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
like the games you play. I like the game. Game, the game. I like the games. I like the games you play. I like the game.
Suavecito, muy rico se siente cada vez que te veo en mi mente. Solo pienso en ti, no lo quiero admitir. Puedo ver que te pones nervioso, tu carita en tonos de rojo. Cuando estás junto a mí, yo te tengo así. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh. No hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras a toda manera. Oh. Vente esta noche a mi barrio, tráete el calor de verano. Vamos a bailar muy despacio, vamos. Oh. Vente esta noche a mi barrio, hasta que se haga temprano. Vamos a bailar muy despacio, vamos. Oh. Yo te tengo muy desesperado. El segundo que yo no te llamo, soy una adicción de lo mejor. Sé que juego con tus sentimientos por miedo de que vaya a sufrir. Si está bien para ti, está bien para mí. Venga, yo muevo la cadera hasta que te disuelvas. Oh. No hay reglas, haz lo que tú quieras a toda manera. Oh. Vente esta noche a mi barrio, tráete el calor de verano. Vamos a bailar muy despacio, vamos. Oh. Vente esta noche a mi barrio, hasta que se haga temprano. Vamos a bailar muy despacio, vamos. Oh. A mi barrio, muy despacio. A mi barrio, vente solito pa' mí. A mi barrio, muy despacio. A mi barrio, vente esta noche a mi barrio, tráete el calor de verano. Vamos a bailar muy despacio, vamos.
Warning.
Hello?
Hunting season is now open.
What is happening? What is all of this?
Only designated people
Why'd they kidnap a bunch of normal folk like us?
may be hunted
There's no escape.
at the manor.
You have no idea what you're up against.
Oh, hi, Samantha. You look more like a Heather. Do you ever get that? It's nice to finally meet you in person.
You're Pete Nokia?
Oh, the pic? That was actually a professional headshot? Oh,
I'm sure that's it. Yeah.
I think I lost a few pounds recently, too. I'm actually doing a juice cleanse. Wait, you don't...
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a chap wearing saddle, shining cow, branding fire, building lasso, throwing sharp, shooting cowboy. A whiskey drinking, grub eating, bean chewing, pistol loading, cattle herding, spur wearing cowboy. Just a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a chap wearing saddle, shining cow, branding fire, building lasso, throwing sharp, shooting cowboy. A whiskey drinking, grub eating, bean chewing, pistol loading, cattle herding, spur wearing cowboy. Just a
Hi guys, I'm Bach and I'm over here at the DreamHack Open CSGO stage. As you can see behind me, Ensign MIBR currently underway fighting for their tournament life. Why don't we see if we can find somebody to talk to and ask them what it is about DreamHack that they love. What is it that you love about DreamHack CSGO Open stages besides me and Potter and Sean Gares and Dust and DDK and Hugo and Harry?
The passion.
All right, thanks Eric for talking to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Adios.
All right, so now I'm over here at the Madden stage. It's kind of like actually playing football, but you don't get to sweat and you don't get hurt unless you have carpal tunnel. Totally different problem though. I don't know much about this. I guess it's good. I don't know. People seem pleased. There's a decent crowd here watching currently, and they get pretty hyped. We can hear them backstage sometimes over at the CSGO stage.
Oh, he dropped it! He missed the slot!
We've made our way over here to the Warcraft 3 stage now as well. Warcraft 3, a little bit older of a game, but it's been resurged as Blizzard recently remade the game. You can see behind me the plays going on. There's like elves and dwarves and dryads and all that fantasy shit. I have no fucking clue what's going on. We're over here at the Halo stage now where they're just getting ready to jump into the action. You can see the casters, analysts right behind me. This is the game probably most like Counter-Strike, although it's not really. It's the most like Counter-Strike here, a first-person shooter, but it's got a completely different style, completely different pace. It is played on PC for the first time, actually, and if we shift our focus over this way, we've got Magic going on. This is Magic Arena. It's not the same as the card-based game. It is a TCG, and they, like, shoot lightning bolts at each other and dress up as Gandalf. I totally lost on this, not exactly my scene. Well, that about wraps it up for me walking around DreamHack. I realized I know nothing about any of these other games, so I'm going to stick to Counter-Strike, and I'm going to head back here on the desk where I actually know what I'm talking about. See you guys next time.
DreamHack Open is brought to you by Corsair, Intel, Monster Energy, and U.S. Navy.
And welcome back, everyone. It's time to jump into the grand finals here for DreamHack Open Anaheim 2020. And as you saw at the break, I know nothing about anything else that happens at DreamHack. I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
There's like dryads and dwarves and elves. That's all I know.
Better you than me. I filmed that exact same thing, and mine was a lot like yours, except just
maybe a little more critical.
A lot better.
Oh.
I thought that was going a different
See ya.
route, a whole different way.
No.
You want to host then? Let's switch. Here.
I was really.
No, you're better at this. Go ahead. Slide on over.
I was really hoping that they wouldn't use mine, to be honest, because I had no idea what I was looking at.
I will say I know more about Warcraft than I was putting on. I did play ladder matches, but that was like 12, 15 years ago. It was a long time ago.
I've never played, so
I am dating myself so hard. Unfortunately, like I am not doing myself any sort of favors whatsoever. But we finally made it to the grand finals. Complexity is not playing like I expected. A little bit disappointing to not have a full NA final, but it is good to see Furia playing here. Potter, we've seen them in this position before. Is it their time to shine?
I think so. Like I said yesterday, this is looking like a Furia 2.0. We've got Vinny being very much involved within the unit. We've got Art finding a newfound success with less aggression than we've seen before in the past, a lot more calculated plays, and their prep coming into this event, you can clearly see it within the server. It's very calculated moves. The decision making, it is superb, and I've been impressed all weekend long.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Furia, right? They look a lot different than they look towards the later half of 2019, where they just only had that aggressive style. They didn't have a second dimension to their game. When we watch them here, you know, we're constantly complementing their boost and their new innovative style that they bring to every map we've seen, actually. So this is definitely a refreshed version of Furia.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. We'll see how the action kind of shaped up and came together. First match, Gen.G versus North. Gen.G might look more one-sided when you see that 2-0, but it was 16-13, 16-14. North had ample opportunity, but Gen.G kept kind of shutting them down in situations that should not have occurred. And then on the other side, we already talked about Furia going over Complexity 2-1. Let's look at that first series, though. Talk about that first series, the Gen.G series. What exactly happened over North?
Gen.G apparently just thrives in these close games because both their games against North, you know, went down to the wire 16-13, 16-14. Same thing goes for their Ents game and Complexity game earlier in the tournament. So it's just they find themselves in these late game scenarios and they can grind it out so well. All of their players stepping up well. We saw Bentet in that last series have banger matches. So, I mean, they're just doing everything very well.
They definitely are, and I mean, even look at this, Tim, with that op coming in huge with some impactful plays. We've been talking about Tim. Is he going to be able to show up? Is his op wielding as powerful as we saw early on in 2019? And it seems like he's starting to feel himself a little bit more and more because he's taking a lot more duels than we saw on that first day.
Yeah, the other player we would really like to talk about, and I'm sure you're going to say his name, is Sam. Young Sam has been playing so good for a player who's really playing on this type of stage for the first time in his career.
I think we all saw Sam's potential, right? As a young player, 17 years old, we all knew that he was going to have success eventually, but I don't think anyone would have guessed he would be the second highest rated player in the event and in the finals right now. That is mind-blowing stuff coming out of him, right? We thought he was a little bit behind, I guess, on the IQ plays in CS. He has the mechanical skill, but he's so young, he was making mistakes. Daps has somehow found a way to slot him into this team and fix all of those mistakes.
Exactly, and I mean, the press W religion, it seems like he has honed in on that. I mean, watching him hopping around in the server on a consistent basis, it seems like he's got a nice mixture of FPL and Tier 1 lands and Tier 2 lands, and now it's time for him to just find his sweet spot, you know? Find that sweet spot that he's going to be able to be consistent throughout all three of those platforms.
Now, you guys were talking about automatic as well, automatic's op. Is it going to be enough to counter the op on the other side, the op on Furia? And I'm talking, of course, of Henny. He looked lights out in that series, along with other players from Furia as well. It seemed like everyone from Furia was stepping it up.
I think, you know, I'm not expecting these two to run into each other all that much. Tim isn't really the type of opera that's going to get very aggressive. He's not like, you know, a poison that's going to re-peek into angles all the time. So, and Henny's the type of player, I've mentioned it time and time again, where he doesn't die, which means he's probably not fighting many operas as much as, you know, the other aggressive ones. So So I don't think we'll see these two head-to-head that much. I think they'll both have great series because very rarely do you see either of these players just completely fall off.
Now the maps are what really has me interested. I'm curious because I started even writing them down ahead of time and I just started putting question marks because I was like, I honestly don't know. I think we'll see what, Nuke and Dust 2 probably banned off the bat.
Probably so. You know, I'm curious whether Gen.G are going to pick Vertigo here or not. I'm hoping that they do. I think they're going to probably go ahead and pick Inferno here, though. The first vetoes, I'm thinking Gen.G are going to have to veto that overpass. We just saw Complexity get handled on that overpass by Furia. And I think Furia are going to have to veto Dust 2.
Yeah, Furia is not playing around on Overpass.
Yeah.
So they will, Gen.G will have to veto Overpass if I had to guess.
There you go.
It is, yep. And this is where things get interesting because Gen.G could pick into, Vertigo or Train even. And that's the key thing to look out for here. Furia can also go all over the place with their pick.
I think they go Nuke. Yeah, there's the Nuke pick because that's not a strong map. That's the dangerous thing with how well they've been playing on Overpass and understanding that Gen.G is not a strong Overpass team. And we watched that yesterday too when Furia played against North. Like they played, or not Furia, who played against North? It was days ago. I'm like getting my days all confused. When Furia played against North, it was a best of 1.
Yeah.
And they looked fantastic on Overpass then as well. So the final map will end up being Mirage, but we do see Nuke Inferno. So not the Vertigo pick, but the Inferno pick that we might have expected.
Yeah, and I'm slightly disappointed in Gen.G. I think that they could have had a 1-up in this series, in this grand final series, if they had that pocket Vertigo pick to bust it out here. Inferno certainly does look good for Gen.G though, but Furia are just as good on Inferno. We saw on the first day, they pulled out a win. Of course it was versus Endpoint, and they showed up on the second day.
Asterisk on that one.
Yeah, and the scoreline was very much one-sided, but we know Furia are efficient on Inferno, so yeah.
I've actually never been a fan of Furia's Inferno. I'm going to be quite honest. I think that, similar to MIBR, they falter a lot on their CT side, and I can never trust that they're going to walk away from their CT side with 8 rounds, which is a scary place to be for your map pick in a series.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats in general, it doesn't look like it's a map they really have a lot of success on. More recently, it seems like it's not something that they would like to play. I can't really give either team an edge, I feel like, with the map. Well, maybe a slight edge to Furia with that Nuke pick.
Sure, for sure.
I would have to agree with that.
Because Nuke comes out right off the bat and it's like, all right, we just watched them play Nuke. So now if anything, they've been kind of figuring out, okay, what do we need to change potentially on Nuke? But at the same point in time, you could argue that if Gen.G was doing their homework, watching them play, they know exactly what to expect. So there's a lot of balls up in the air. Like we don't really know what to see with this first map.
And
there's a lot of moving parts with Furia. I don't know what you were gonna say, but there's so many moving parts because of Art. Art makes so many plays on the map that I don't even think it's possible to counter him.
We were wondering what's going on towards that vent. Multiple occasions we saw Vent hopping around the vent. They did a double boost in the smoke in the vent. They have a lot of creative strategies through that. And not to mention, Yuri just beast moded it on Nuke in that semifinal. So carrying it over to the grand finals, I'm sure he's going to be able to continue that sort of success right here.
Well, we did sit down with the players before the semifinals, so why wouldn't we sit down with them before the finals to ask them about their journey thus far? Let's take a peek.
Down, Daps is removed. Conflict, the kills are coming in all in favor of Gen.G. Oh, Storm, that was through his teammate to finish off the remaining 2.
It feels so amazing. I mean, this is the long time I play in the grand final. We feel more confident, I mean, after beating North, and we're just gonna stay focused and play our game. I think we can take the trophy.
Opportunity to clutch this one out. A 1v2, they don't know where he is. He nails the first and the second.
I think we expect like a good game against them. We need to revenge because we lost them on the Katowice qualifier. So now it's our turn. I wish Gen.G a good final, but this we will take it.
Let's get this final going. We will destroy you guys.
Hansel is a savage.
Let's go!
Hansel Ferdinand. He's coming in swinging. I love it. Very fired up. If you actually saw, there were some pictures that went out. He's a very mute player, like personality-wise. When you look at him on stage, he's not necessarily going to get up and scream, but he still was fired up.
Hey, if I'm Hansel Ferdinand, I'm sitting there thinking, why didn't I move to NA a lot sooner? I could have been farming these guys all these years, but he finally comes over to NA, and within 1 month, he's in a grand finals at a DreamHack Open. So those are stories you can definitely write home about, and it's definitely impressive that Bentet actually showed up today in that semifinals, just because, we were wondering, is he going to be able to find that comfort level within a new squad that's as structured as DAP's teams tend to be?
He has had tons of success already, and he's playing the bomb sites with Sam, and their teamwork together is next level. Honestly, I'm surprised that their communication is so strong, given the fact that, Bentet is coming from, the Asian region, first time coming to NA to play for a team, and then Sam is a young kid, probably not used to communicating well in top tier 1 teams, but together, they just play off of each other so well.
I think the coolest thing about this was when he first came over, I had a flashback to Splice, the Machine Gun bring-in. I'm like, oh no, is this going to be like that? Because everyone talked about how Machine Gun was this promising talent in Southeast Asia, and then he came and played for Splice, and it fell apart so quickly. He ended up going back to Mongolia, and then his career just sort of evaporated at that point. Because the fear is, if you come here and it doesn't work, that's it. You've sort of laid it all on the line.
And I have to mention something that you touched on a little bit earlier, Mark, before we move over to the Furia side, is about Kusta. You mentioned that he's a little bit of an underrated player, and it seems like all his past teammates have nothing but good, positive things to say about him, and he brings those undervalued values towards the team and brings that impact in that manner as well.
Now we will jump on over to the other side. The Furia boys, they got a nice little break after that long series over Complexity, the 2-1 win, but they're settling back down and getting ready to jump into the server. So you can see Vinny, K. Serrato, Art, Henny, Yuri, they all showed up at various points throughout the tournament. Probably one of the craziest plays, though, was that K. Serrato 2-tap with the SG on the stairs. Like, if he doesn't do that, I don't know how much differently that round goes, and that map actually could have shifted Complexity.
Yeah, the skill on this team is just through the roof, right? Yuri, top-rated player in the entire event so far. And K. Serrato, obviously, he's been sought after so much in the Brazilian scene, particularly by MIBR. Can't get him. Vinny, on the other hand, he's the one that everyone overlooks, but he has had some monster performances. Aces on pistol round, that vent round at 14-14 to get them in the finals. The fact that he swung out and gets 3 kills from that spot when all of Complexity was there, he's just gotten so many impactful kills.
So many impactful kills indeed, and I have to agree with you. All 5 of these members certainly seem like they can absolutely show up. Those 2 taps you were talking about, Mark, from K. Serrato, when we were watching them in that green room in that moment, I was like, this is his aim. He's totally going to one-tap both of these guys coming in. So that kind of confidence as a viewer watching the player, that's amazing to have, just because he's going to be able to be good for 2 there.
Right now, Furia 2 riding that high coming into the series. There's a question of whether or not it's exhaustion or like that energy that's coming in too. Like, are they tired or are they amped up because of that win over Complexity?
I think they're amped up, right? Now, if it was drawn out an extra hour, I think they could crash. If this first map goes 3-0-2s and they lose, I'm going to go ahead and count them out for the second map, in fact. But I think they're riding that high still. They have the momentum. They're feeling good. And they have yet to lose a game. Both the teams in the finals, actually, they're the teams that went 2-0.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that. Now, looking at the opposition, Gen.G, they may have had that easier trip here in general. They haven't actually lost a single map yet, but they had a long break. Is that break something that could be detrimental?
I'm going to say no. I think these guys are on a honeymoon period right now, and I think they're learning as they go, and that just means they're a little bit more loose. They have a little bit less to lose, and they got a freestyle movement going on here over on the Gen.G side of things, so I think that should bode well for them to have less pressure on their shoulders.
Now, Furia 2 has been together for a while. Obviously, some of the pieces for Gen.G just falling into place more recently, but DAPS brings in a ton of structure. Is that going to be a deciding factor? Is that structure from DAPS going to be strong enough to match up against this team that's been playing together for a while?
I mean, that's the ultimate question, right? Is will the structure be able to stop Furia's aggression? Most of the time, outside of the top, tier 1 teams, the answer is no, honestly. It's very difficult to stop a team like Furia, and it's not because what they do is so unbeatable. It's because what you see in practice day in and day out is so different, and you can't get scrim partners like Furia. You just can't. It'd be like if you're in the NBA and you're about to go up against Shaq, right? there's not many people in practice that you can play that'll get you prepared to play Shaq.
That's so true. And yeah, you're right. Furia's relentless aggression is definitely going to be the crux for Gen.G because of that structure you mentioned. The crossfires, they're heavily dependent on those, especially on the defensive side. We saw complexities crumble under the aggression coming out of Furia. So I think that is definitely going to be a key factor here.
Prediction time, Christine. We'll start with you. Are you going with your boys on Furia?
Yes, I am. I'm going to go with Furia here. I do, once again, my heart is with Gen.G. I'm a huge fan of all of these players, but I got to go with Furia here. They've been impressing me all weekend long, and I think they're going to take it all the way. You're already getting ready.
All right. Taken away from my prediction like this, I'm going to go Furia. Furia's going to win this.
Furia's going to win this,
I mean,
say.
it's hard. It's hard for me to do that to my boy.
Did you hear that noise? What was that? There's something over there, I think. Oh, okay. I'm going with Gen.G, because somebody's got to be a fan of North American CS. What is this? I've been sabotaged. That's the second time, CG operator. I'm coming after you. I'm not super pleased. You did this. I wanted Gen.G, and they gave me
Furia.
Furia.
You're muted right now on stream.
It's okay. You have the proof in the sweater.
Yeah, exactly. No more of this. Oh, watch it back without the sound there, Sean. Let's take a look at the Twitch chat as well, see if you guys are vibing with me, and you are. Gen.G swinging for the fences. 67% of the viewers at home thinking that they're going to take the win over top of Furia. The Brazilian fans just haven't been showing up.
I'm disappointed in the Brazilian fan base. Honestly, what's going on? Is it because MIBR is just
shocking.
kind of flopping?
Yeah.
They're all just fair weather now? They're going to Gen.G?
It's weird.
What's going on?
Gen.G is the new hope.
Or do we have that many more NA fans all of a sudden? You know, we've got 3 contending NA teams now coming up, and now we've got all of a sudden a lot of NA fans in Twitch chat?
Well, the last time a North American team won a DreamHack Open Denver 2017, it was in October of that year. And you know who did it? Cloud9. Who was on that team? Automatic. Who's on the team right now that's in the finals? Automatic. That's why it's going to happen. We're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, you're going to watch Automatic hoist that trophy. Stay tuned.
So we both know there's Nazis living in America.
You know what the best revenge is? Revenge.
Let's do a little dance, make a little love, and get down tonight.
It's about justice for 11 million people.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The grand finals here of DreamHack Anaheim 2020. Furia taking on Gen.G, Harry. Certainly not the matchup we expected coming into this event. And Gen.G, I think, are the biggest surprise of all, right? These guys just form, they come to their first DreamHack Open, and they make a hell of a run. Yet to drop a map, both these teams yet to drop a series, and now we got to see who will be the first to fall.
Yeah, I mean, this is so exciting, and I think the fact that Gen.G have come here and made such a statement right up here, as you say, they haven't dropped a map yet to get to the grand finals. Things are looking up for NA Counter-Strike right now. And then over on the other side of the fence, we've got Furia, right? The Brazilian hope, the only Brazilian team left fighting its way through here, now find themselves in the grand finals, in the head-to-head, and this is exactly where Furia want to be.
Yeah, and you know, with MIBR already dropping, that's the biggest surprise. Furia, they've got big shoes to fill if they want to take up this position, and a best of three that we are jumping right into. No waiting around here as we start things off over on Nuke. It's the pick of Furia. It's a Brazilian boy starting on that T side, and I'm sure they're going to bring the heat.
Yeah, immediately going to be showing some presence in towards the lobby. Furia slowing down early on. We already saw a Nuke game from them just moments ago, and that was the Trailblazer, so hopefully this one can go in the same sort of fashion. Daps his dualies. They'll meet their demise up on top of the hut, but in the meantime, actually, kills have come in from Kusta. They try and get this bomb down through the vents, and while they do get 3 players down, they haven't got the bomb. That is the problem. Oh, it's not. Oh, he's got it down. In his dying breath, he has dropped the bomb down the vent. So there is still a chance here for Furia, and that kill there from Vinny is going to help out massively.
At this point, you're playing deathmatch. You're not even worrying about the package. A minute on the clock, and Furia need the kills. That wrap from Vinny does net 1, and Keisarato is going to be able to pick it back up. Gen.G, they've realized it has been retrieved by the likes of Furia. The question is, which site will it go to? Can always climb back up the vents, and Som seems to be aware of that. He is ready in the squeaky door, holding for the cross towards A. Bentet, in the meantime, down in the depths below. That smoke facilitating the path towards Deacon, and the cover from the door is there. Window shot does dink Bentet down low. Som's coming through the vents, and the retake is on.
Yeah, now just Keisarato left to beat, but many a man have tried and failed to do exactly that. Bomb's ticking away. He doesn't have armor. He's got this flashbang to try and force one of these engagements. He's just caught the timing here, but they've literally and metaphorically shut the door on him. Keisarato trying to get up into the window. They're on the bomb. They're sticking it. Damage done. He gets the first man off, but it's not the diffuser. Tom stuck it. And Keisarato, even though he gets the kills, it's not the round. Gen.G are going to get that one locked in and get off to a good start here on Nuke.
I love that play from Som. He's spinning on the bomb. He sits directly above it, meaning he can just 360 and 360, make his hitbox really, really hard to hit, and Keisarato can't close out the round. Som has been a pleasure to watch in this tournament, dropping 30s left and right. Such a young player, and Gen.G, they will start things off on the right foot here on the CT side. 1-0 lead, forced by for Furia. They've got guns behind that money from the bomb plant. Couple of Kriegs here. What can they do with them?
Oh, once again, trying to get out through the squeaky door, and they do actually manage to get a man down. Oh, just about slips by. And now with the map down in towards B, this is going to throw a bit of disruption into the back line of Gen.G. We can see Bentet heading down towards this B bomb site, and he's actually spotted Art. In the meantime, automatic, that could be a meaty nade, but actually, not that great. Damage done through the smoke, however, is going to leave the majority of these Furia players low, and this is ideal for Gen.G. Now they can just have these SMGs, this scout, kind of finish these tagged up players off as they try and get into this B bomb site.
Yeah, Gen.G know exactly what's going on. They've got numbers here, and the rotates are already coming down from the top site. Keisarato, a crucial kill, but he gets tagged coming through that door, and the damage painted even further across this Furia roster. Still, they're finding kills. Low HP, not holding them back, but automatic with a flick shot to keep Gen.G in this. The bomb, once again, dropped in no man's land, and automatic, he waits for no man. Second headshot of the round, and 1 by 1, Furia falling here. This Krieg from Yuri's got to do it all, and he's not exactly got a boatload of time either. That bomb in the middle of nowhere, and this is surely going to be a closed round by Gen.G. It will. Som shuts it down. 2 from him, 2 from Orti, and it's going to be Gen.G going 2-0 up.
Yeah, not breaking under the pressure. I mean, those rounds are the ones that you always see get out of hand, right? Where one player slips down into that B bomb site, the outside smokes go in, you force port around it, they can get out of hand very, very quickly. So Gen.G doing a stellar job of staying on top of this one. And now there's no money left for Furia, so this should be the 3-0 start that Gen.G were looking for here.
I like how consistently Furia are throwing this mini utility, right? Getting that smoke down always is going to make Gen.G question whether a player is lower. They're combining it with the Molotov on the hut roof as well. So Daps, he's being forced into a lot of these engagements. Now in this round, it works wonderfully. They are armorless pistols after all. But I'm even thinking back to the Julies where he gets knocked off by that molly. Great utility from Furia, but again, it's something that Gen.G are to expect. They just watched Furia play this exact map, and boy, did that go the distance.
Yeah, I'm curious how we're going to see Daps try and play with this top hut position, right? Because already these first 3 rounds, every single one of them, we've seen them try and force that early fight. So it's going to be interesting to see. You know, you can just sit up there with the smoke if you're Daps. You can just wait around and be ready for it. And now that we've got this full buy coming in, we're going to see exactly how he wants to deal with this problem. Kriegs across the board for Furia, no surprises there. Smokes and flashes going down towards outside now to facilitate this bomb cross. Molotov throwing in as well. That's going to flush out any potential close players. Automatic falling back into CT spawn. Looking for a gap in this smoke, but he can't quite find anything. He's just got to fall on back into hell here. Now, these smokes are going to start to dissipate. Furia, they haven't crossed into secret. Instead, they're trying to go for this mini wrap now that these smokes have faded. Daps, the timing there is not in his favor. He'll get picked up, and this now leaves Som inside of this A bomb site. He's running out of teammates. He's going to try and make a stand all alone, and he will get the first player off of the tally. 1 minute and 5 seconds, so still plenty of time for Furia to switch things up, but they're committed, they're going in, and Gen.G, they're falling apart at the seam.
I like how slow Furia are there once they get the first couple of kills. They just hold default. They know there's another player on the A site, and once they figure out Som's there, they don't rush him. He is the one going in for the peaks, and Furia just holding with Kriegs are going to get the advantage in those engagements. Bentet is trying to find an AWP, I presume, but he can't get it. And he's being hunted as well. Vinny dead. But now the position's been given up, and now they can send in the cavalry. Bentet, can he escape? He's really trying to find this AWP, and he gets it, but he won't get away with his life. Queserato up and above the red box is going to clean that one up. And it's going to be Furia finding their first here on this T side, getting in nice and early. Not letting Gen.G run away too heavily. Money's not great for Gen.G either. They've got the rifles in, but limited utility, and we know that Furia love to put the pressure on early and get players out through this door. Not going to be the case in this round. They go for the outside smokes, but Gen.G have just got to respect that and give them the control.
Oh, well, they give them the control towards outside, though. If we look on the minimap, Automatic and Bentet, they're actually starting to go aggressive. By the looks of things over here towards B, they've taken this little foothold over in the radio room. So they give with one hand towards outside, but they take with the other here on this lobby approach. They're going to get information that this side of the map looks to be clear. Now, Queserato is still floating around here, but if you're Gen.G, you've got a great idea as to where Furia might end up. They've spotted a bunch of players towards outside. But Daps and Kusta have been picked up in the meantime. 3-on-3, Furia, they've closed the gap, they've closed the distance, and this is where this lobby push now has to yield some results for Gen.G. It's going to make or it's going to break this round. Are they ready for Queserato, who has been waiting patiently all round long?
Timing is everything. Bentet's on the angle. He spotted Queserato. This fight already put him low. Queserato swings and he gets that kill. Som is stuck alone on A, but he has support from the heavens. Not for long. Automatic getting domed, and Som pushes the lobby to take the control back. But in this meantime, he loses the A site and even the fight. Yuri forcing it, not even going for the bomb plant there with low time, and it will work out for him. Furia doubling down on the rounds. You could see Gen.G knew exactly what was going on in that round. They were trying to put a lot of onus on taking that lobby control, but Queserato, I love how slowly he goes into those fights, how late he comes into play. He doesn't show anything, and Gen.G get a full sense of security inside of that lobby. They've now been broken, pistols out, USPs in the P250.
Yeah, no skin in this round for Gen.G. It is just these pistols. So this is where Furia are looking to tie things up and build up some money. That's a wallbang
onto Som there. Pretty unfortunate. He's found that's actually the one upgraded pistol that was in this round for Gen.G. I don't think we needed to worry about it very much to begin with, though. And Furia just kind of demonstrating this very, very measured approach once again. They're not keen on running fast, as we saw early on into these A hits, right? We haven't seen that hot Molotov come back in. They feel like they've found the recipe to success here in these slow plays. And this will be another one as they get this bomb planted up on the A bomb site.
Yeah, Gen.G put Stack down on the B site, at least in this round, hoping that Som could try and hold on to A, but with that man going down, Furia just sent in a lurk player and they cleared out the A site completely. Now it's all about getting the kills. And Art, he's very keen for that as well. He spotted a couple deep towards the CT yard, but these players are just waiting. And Art, he definitely doesn't need to give away a gun. He'll fall off, let his team pick up the pieces of this round, and those pieces will be picked up fairly quickly. It's going to be a third for Furia, equaling up with that of Gen.G. But guns at least coming back in. That was almost a team kill at the end of the round. Henny was shooting a gun over to Vinny to upgrade his MAC-10, and he almost killed Art, but not quite. No AWP here for automatic either, so rifles out for Gen.G, but it's far from perfect.
Yeah, we've already seen Gen.G try and fight this this slow style from Furia with these lobby takes. I was going to say maybe we see something different in this round, but Furia throwing in this volley of nades that they were doing earlier on, and they try to assemble this boost. Now that, he must have seen something there. This spam's going in, and these two players at the vents are brought down low. Kusta is already down here at B as well, trying to keep his eye on the vent position. Molotov is going to burn Art out into the open. Gen.G, this is a great little adjustment to deal with this aggression from Furia. Even spotting it and getting rid of that kind of impromptu, not really seen before boost over at those vents. Bentek now over at the ramp room. Ooh. One man has gotten out, and he didn't actually spot that there were two players here. All they've seen is Keserato. Vinny's close position over at Hell. Not gonna net a kill for Furia, but it does get them this 2v4 down towards the B bomb site.
Kusta's been hit all round long though, just patient. Smoke out, trade is there for Vinny, but 4 HP means a clutch is very unrealistic. He'll get the plant, no one here in time for anyone to stop that bomb from getting planted. And Vinny, he's gone back up, but he's heard the footsteps automatic, giving away his position. Vinny's hit a shot, surely not. Daps is going to close it from the doors, and Gen.G will get that retake after all. Like you say, great adjustment from Gen.G, right? Immediately putting Kusta down on that lower bomb site, taking players out of the yard. They had no AWP to contend for it anyway, so Kusta's able to watch that vents, stop Art from getting behind enemy lines, because even if Art doesn't get a kill from that position and just gets down towards B, you know there's a timer on that play. He can go anywhere. He can come up the vents if they want to go for an inner split. He can flank ramp to try and assist his team to take control of that area. He can even go up secret and fight yards. So you definitely want to have a player dealing with these vent dives that Furia are constantly going for. And we'll see if that continues to be the case.
And I mean, we're talking about the reactions, the cooling of this Gen.G squad. And for that, I mean, you got to look no further than the man who was just on our screens, Daps, right? You think about his 2.5-year tenure in NRG, consistently had players coming in and out, going through the doors, and was always kind of lifting the level that they were playing at throughout his tenure there in that squad. And I think, that experience, that exposure to having to play with so many different styles, so many different types of players, that's what makes him such a good leader here, especially when you do have, some of these young guns in the team. He's got his ideas, he knows what he wants, and he's kind of already got that vision as to how he wants this squad to look.
And I mean, if NRG wasn't evidence enough, right, of how he can, as you say, lift his players' performance, look at how well Som's playing, right? At least under Envy, we didn't really see anything from this young guy. And now under the leadership of Daps, well, he is just playing out of his mind, dropping 30s at a DreamHack Open like it's nothing. So definitely some, praise got to go the way the in-game leader here of Gen.G got them in this position in the first place, but how much further can they go? That's our question.
While we wait for these little issues to be put to bed, we can actually take a look at the money inside of the game, Hugo. We can take a look at the scene there, because it's been a little while. since we've seen some Counter-Strike on our screens. Now, obviously, with that last round, only 2 players survived for Gen.G, so they know they're not out the woods just yet in terms of these money troubles that could be cropping up any moment now. Furia, they've kind of dodged that pretty nicely as a result of keeping those 3 rounds that they were able to get. You know, they keep 2 out of 3 of them very, very clean. So the money's built up here for the T side. Furia, sure, they're down a round, but they're actually in a pretty good spot to turn this around. It's in kind of like this pivot point, right? These are, you'll see a few of these in a game of Counter-Strike where the money is in a spot where you can just put your opposition on the back foot, right? You can just springboard yourself ahead by a couple of rounds, and we're kind of about to head into one of them. So this next round is actually very important for both of these squads.
Yeah, especially considering on Furia on the T side, right? Being 1 round behind is nothing to be ashamed of at all. Nuke, a map that Gen.G showed to be at least prolific on that CT side in their opening day. We had them taking on Ents. They were receiving a bit of a beating, and they managed to pull an 11-round comeback to actually close out that map on the CT side in the opening matchup and knock Ents down to the lower bracket in their group, or the lower matchup in their group, which eventually ended them getting eliminated. That's pretty damn impressive.
As we can see there, we've got our admins on stage taking a look at this. I've heard there's a cable that's getting changed. I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess there's a cable getting changed,
that's
right? But like, I don't know what cable. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what they've done. But Gen.G, they're sabotaging both the stage and trying to get in the heads of Furia maybe with this little extended pause. Let's see.
Yeah, there's nothing rougher than this as a player as well, just having to sit there. You can't talk in these technical timeouts. You can't discuss your upcoming round with your team. You sometimes see these long tech timeouts end, and then immediately a tactical timeout is called, just so a team can get back on the same page, make sure, okay, we know what we're doing, here's our role, here's our plan. Because even just a minute or 2 can really throw a spanner in the works, especially on that T side. That being said, I'm sure Furia are happy with the break. They have played a long-ass best-of-3 earlier on just a moment ago, including on Nuke as well. So they went the distance against Complexity, 30 rounds there. Honestly, at one point, it really did look like Complexity's game. I mean, it went both ways, right? Furia was leading heavily at the start.
That was such a... something else that made that semi-final so good is, you could see out in the crowd, obviously, we always go on about it, man. We talk about Jason Lake more than we talk about Complexity at this point. But he was out there. Complexity. Yeah. Mr. Complexity was out in the crowd, and the fans were with him, and it was so insane to see, right? Like, having that level of interaction is something that's so unique to esports. You know what I mean? Like, you don't get that close to your favorite football players. You don't get that close to the owner of, I don't know, some huge organization,
no,
right?
Not since a restraining order.
Yeah, and ever since then, unsurprisingly, they've just turned me away every single time. But that's one of the things that's so great about this, Hugo. Now, obviously, I actually quite like these lull in the actions. It just lets us kind of sit here and ramble on. Looking at this Gen.G squad, another interesting player that I wanted to talk about was Automatic, right? And for him, I'm hoping this could be his road to recovery, right? And same really for Rush over in Complexity, because these two, they've been the 2 players from that Cloud9 squad, not including Skadoodle, obviously, who went to retirement, who are yet to even win an event since picking that major up.
Damn. While ago, Harry, 2 years.
Yeah, and it feels like it was yesterday. I still think it's exciting times for NA Counter-Strike right now. We've got, what, 3 NA teams in the top 20?
Yeah,
potentially 2 more on the rise.
That's not even just including teams that play within the NA scene that aren't necessarily from North America. So yeah, a lot of excitement in that sense. No longer the days of NACS lull, right? That's always appreciated. Now it's UKCS lull. Sadly.
I mean, even that's on the rise.
Yeah,
Endpoint did it right here.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So anything is possible. I like it that we can see what the players are doing in this time. That was like so stone-faced, so concentrated on this grand final.
See, if I was in one of these pauses, I'd just tap out and play Minesweeper. Keep that mind active.
Krunker.io actually in the web browser.
Make sure you got your brain still working at maximum level. Harry, you were wondering what cable is having a problem. It's the headset specifically. So one of the most important cables, I guess, in the game. I guess you could just have a wireless headset. That kind of negates that. I'm a wireless mouse user myself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Big fan, or?
Of course. Why would I want a wire getting in the way?
It's hard to go back, isn't it?
Yeah. Som's probably wishing he had no wires either, but you know, can't always be that way. I mean, he does have no wires right now because
yeah, that's the problem actually.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, there we go. There's a headset just been delivered to the stage. First of many times you're gonna have to deal with this, Som.
Here we go. It looks good. It looks like we're getting back into things at least, and that's always appreciated.
One of the things that's so wild to me is what Mark said over on the desk about NA not having won a DreamHack Open since Denver back in 2018. And the team that did that was Cloud9 with Automatic on, which is even more astonishing perhaps. Maybe history could repeat itself here today. I see the headsets back on. I think we're all ready. This young man has decided we can continue. And it looks like this pause might be coming to a close. Hugo, do you want to kind of summarize where we're at? Because it's been a while since we saw Counter-Strike on these screens. We've been looking at those wonderful faces up on the stage for a little too long now. Let's get them off. And let's focus on the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, 7 rounds in. Gen.G 4-3 up on the CT side of Nuke. They took those opening 3 rounds. Furia bounced back with the rifle rounds going their way. And finally, Gen.G have put a stop to it. But only temporarily, Harry. As said, the money on the edge of things here for Gen.G. They've got to buy, but those Molotovs are going to be scarce. And the AWP is going to be lacking as well. Furia on the other side are krieged up and ready to go. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting around. We are back into the business. Gen.G Furia, Nuke, map 1, the grand final, DreamHack Anaheim.
And Furia, they might not waste any time here. They were a little bit bored sitting around waiting, and now they try and go fast towards outside. It's actually Kusta to beat them to the punchline, though. He's got Automatic alongside him as well. These smokes have gone in, and that's just going to cut outside in 2. Kusta's made noise. They know he's here. They know there's a man nearby, and there's the lineup. Yuri able to finally get that trade onto Kusta. Better late than never. Automatic has still been able to keep this in favor of Gen.G, though, and that bomb was just spotted towards outside. Automatic still floating around, still taking heads off, and once again, that bomb is back in the prying eyes of Gen.G.
Automatic giving us the best example of why it can be dangerous to buy Kriegs on the T side. If you give them over, you give such a powerful weapon to a defensive side who's just aiming on holding angles. Bentet's moving into one, and he'll find Henny inside of the lobby. That was the one luck player Furia had. They put so much onus in taking outside in this round, and they barely got past the red box. Quesorato got to clutch it out on his own. 1-on-3. 2 players on this top site as well. Som still sitting back behind the silo, ready and waiting, and a man up above. Actually, rather, that is Som. So Bentet sitting on the site. And Quesorato, he's not seen the legs just yet. This could catch him off.
Oh, he's gotten down through the vents. He's actually just caught this timing to sneak down and around. Daps is the one man at this B-bomb site. He's hidden up on the silo, though, and it's not going to get checked. Quesorato, this should be his undoing. Daps just swings out. Easiest kill of his career. Gen.G, they're going to take that 5th round. They do it pretty cleanly as well. 3 players staying alive here over on this CT side. Kriegs kept forward as well. They're going to be feeling very happy about that. And perhaps most importantly for Gen.G, they've finally broken Furia's money here. This is where they're going to try and hop, skip, jump themselves a few rounds ahead.
Yeah, barely any investment here for Furia, so more just a run-over round for Gen.G. You can't expect more than a couple of kills off of this Deeg. Vinny with the only real skin of the game right now. Arts managed to get himself on main roof, but Kusta has been playing this garage position, making sure he watches for the mini split, allowing them to get down towards Secret, but we've already seen those early rotations that Gen.G have had. Daps down on B in the past, and Bentet as well. The only danger, of course, is if you're on main roof, Arc can jump around the corner and avoid Kusta's view. Now, the shadow might give away information, but it's all about the timing. Will Kusta catch it? Because they are run boosting right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to run boost high over the top. But no, he still saw it. He still sees Art there trying to drop into main. I like the attempt. I like the idea. Oh, my word. This Krieg is doing more damage. Here's the Glock. Smites him down. That's now a weapon picked up over outside. There's still a little ways to go before this gets out of hand, and they've actually even shut down Yuri. So one player who could have grabbed the Krieg. The Gen.G, they should be quick to get this round back under control.
Again, they've had to concede outside here. They have no one watching it. That's giving a lot of room for these two players. They could grab that Krieg. Of course, they don't know whether it's being watched or not, but it's worth the risk. K-Serato running wild for that weapon. 20 seconds, though, and Buntet's come out from above and dropped Vinny. Only one man left up, armed, but he throws it actually out of the map. Won't let Gen.G resecure that weapon. Smart play from K-Serato, ending the round nice and quickly as well, and giving Gen.G that 6-3 lead. Furia, though, coming back in with guns. Still going to be lacking the AWP, but on the T side of Nuke, that's really not the end of the world, and Gen.G haven't really been running one themselves. Finally, that will change. The gun coming out and thrown over to Automatic.
Yeah, I feel like this is the second AWP we've seen him have, and he didn't really fare too well with it the first time around. Pause called on in. This time it's for Furia, and they're looking to discuss tactics here heading into round number 10. A few seconds to make sure everyone's on the same page, and maybe we see them switch things up now. They've been going for this kind of slow default, these outside smokes getting thrown in the majority of these rounds. We've seen these fast A plays attempted with the hot Molotov. And I think now's the time for a classic kind of Furia misdirection where they do just throw something unexpected into the works here.
Yeah, that Molotov, that's going to be a bit of a problem for the smokes. Gen.G trying to disrupt the wall here for Furia. It's not going to do too well, though. Mollies do land correctly, but the smokes bloom entirely on them, so there's still a wall to cross behind for Furia. They're scared of someone being inside of the secret, though, taking it slow. Automatic, he is exactly there, not playing on the stairs, but instead waiting with the AWP. Furia haven't had to deal with anyone in this position before, but they definitely seem aware of the possibility. Kusta's been spotted in the garage as well. I have to fall back for now, but that might at least bait Furia into expecting less control down towards that B site, considering there is still yard presence for Gen.G. Yuri's still not budging. He'll take his sweet time down lower as Kusta watches the mini split. And the rest of Furia is still inside of the lobby, ready and waiting to burst A if need be. That door smoke has faded, and they are setting up utility towards the top site.
Yeah, that's the good thing about this hold, is you can very much play based around what you see and what you hear, right? How you see Gen.G are responding to this problem of players getting by outside. One player has gone rotating down towards that B-bomb site. In the meantime, Yuri's actually left Secret and is now trying to grab this hell position. They're looking to split this A-bomb site, and this is where Som has really got to try and make a difference, and instead, he's shut down almost immediately. Automatic now getting up through those secret stairs. Buntet over in heavens, and at least now they've got it back into this 2-on-2. That's courtesy of Automatic. K-Serato hidden down beneath heaven. Oh, he's so blind, and there's the kill. 1v1 now, and it's found for Automatic as he takes everybody down. 3 kills there, grabs the AWP, gets that defuse, and they're not ready to give Furia a 4th round just yet.
He even throws a killer flashbang for Buntet that blinds K-Serato on the site. You would assume Buntet's going to come in wide and get that kill, but Automatic just steals it away, man. What a perfect round from him, swapping out to the Krieg, moving through Furia's own smoke, and winning that retake on his own. Gen.G, a real lead right now, 7-3. We were talking about how 4-3 was anyone's game, but Furia's money's been broken twice now, and they are once again on pistols. Hero AK for Henny, and a MAC-10 for Art. We might see a vent dive attempt at least, but Molotov's down for Gen.G, trying to stop exactly that. Some dodging potential flashbangs. We haven't seen anyone go ramp really, apart from that one round where they crept Yuri and K-Serato out into position. Buntet has yet to be tested, and he's going to get a bit of a push his way. Gets one. Automatic in on the rotate. Buntet's dropped down towards B. Automatic needs to be careful. They're getting closer, and his AWP could be gifted away to these pistols. It will be. Now Heaven opened up as a route. Furia can go round the world if they want.
Yeah, this is a very unorthodox round of Counter-Strike. They've ended up in this like weird in-between nether realm of ramp and this heaven position. They're grouping up over towards hell, but the bomb is still back at ramp room, and Buntet's actually going aggressive here, starting to clear ramp. Now, this could come back to hurt Gen.G based on how successful this is, because now Furia come back to the ramp room, and that's Buntet eliminated. Sure, he gets the information, but this is going to leave Kusta all alone. 1v4 required. And rifles picked up for everyone on this Furia side. The AWP even gained as well. This is a damn near impossible 1v4 for this man.
Yeah, and the money's low as well. You could justify saving the weapon, but he seems interested in going for it. The tag is there, and that might just call him off of this round. But Furia, they've got his position, and they might just try and hunt him down. Climbing back up through the vents if they let him, and they will for the time being. Back towards a T-spawn. He avoids the bomb radius and avoids death. That's an M4 saved here for Gen.G, but ultimately Furia very happy with that round. They half buy, they put a 1 AK and a Mac 10 into the investment, and they come out with a round win and 4 alive. Even a free AWP as well, and that's something that Furia have not been able to afford so far this game. It's a big success for Furia in round number 11.
Yeah, this is going to leave Gen.G in a pretty awkward little spot now. They've actually, so I was curious if they were going to prioritize getting this AWP back in the hands of Automatic, and you understand why they've gone for it here. Henny, now with an AWP over on the side of Furia, you want something to combat that. This fast A play's been thrown in, and it might be the perfect solution to these problems. Som's back in the bomb site, still alive, still kicking, albeit narrowly. He's helped out a bit by Kusta, getting another, and oh dear, they've now combined for yet another kill in favor of Gen.G. 2 versus 4, Furia, blink and you miss it. They are massively on the back foot. That Molotov, gets a little bit dicey. But this bomb is in the prying eyes of everyone on Gen.G right now.
Som just burning all his utility, making matters worse for Furia. That door smoke allows Kusta to reposition, but he doesn't even need to. Furia don't have a Molotov to counteract this position, and it's such a strong one if that's the case. Might not matter. Automatic's found yet another kill, and it's going to be Vinny coming in through the door. Kusta can just play the timing, and he swings out wide. Missed shot. Vinny given an opportunity here. How much more can he get? It's a double peek from multiple layers, and Automatic just whips him out with the pistol. Gen.G, 8 rounds here on the CT side. That was a low buy for them. That was a perfect call, albeit for Furia, where they rush out of A. They know that Gen.G don't have the utility to hold, but Som holds his own at the back of the site, smokes himself off, buys time, and everyone comes rotating in to play around that bomb. Furia, reinvestment from them, but this is turning out to be a dicey half after all.
Now, once again, they go back to this early A utility. Now, I haven't really seen it yield the results that Furia are wanting it to thus far, right? Outside of that one round where they're able to get into A, they get those openers, and a lot of it is just kind of hinged on being able to best Som over inside of the bomb site. And that's not something that you've been able to do consistently if you're Furia. I'm not entirely sold, but this time they've been able to get a man down through the vents. That was the idea with that smoke cross. Buntet's already down at B. Daps is here alongside. A bomb is planted, and Furia running away with this round. Now 5 on 3. Buntet, still an unknown factor, still an unknown entity, now making his presence known. Needs a little bit more, spraying away. Buntet in with a second, and oh no, this is now back in favor of Gen.G on this retake. Buntet's gonna tap the bomb, tries to bait the peak. Keserato, sprays, but not quite the kill. And now Som versus Yuri. Smoke is down on the bomb, but they don't have a kit, and that is a heartbreaking way for this one to always got a kit, but I don't think there's time. It's going to be so close. He's
got it.
Oh, just about. Gen.G get the round, a 9th on the board. And Som's going to hold his own in the 1v1.
Oh, great information for his teammate, though, to tell him there's a kit dropped out on the site, right? You could see that was an almost a lost round off the back of the time, but Som picking it up at the last possible second. Gen.G, they're making it happen. Man, even converting these rounds despite not getting the opening kills. Art's been doing such a good job of finding early frags. He's got 4 opening kills already in this map so far. Actually, Art is the top 3 rated player in Counter-Strike Go of finding opening kills. So that's an impressive stat. And this time, Vinny is going to steal it away, though. Furia do get players down towards B. No smoke wall. They just take it dry, and Art's pushed up so close as well. Automatic surely not ready for this position, but the spray is perfect, and he does get that kill back into a 4-on-4, but so much control lost. Gen.G, how do they adjust to Yard being given away?
Well, I mean, you can already see it. Immediate rotation here, right? Automatic having to abandon his position has now actually taken one up down towards this B side of the map. He's reinforcing that. Buntet's currently over on the ramp room and can swing in if needed. This leaves Gen.G split 2-2 between either bomb site and no outside control. That makes me a little bit nervous for Som and Daps over here at the A side of the map if an A split were to come on in. But luckily enough for them, Furia, they're looking like they want to go in towards B right now. Furia are just all across the map. They're still trying to really feel out where they want to end up. Automatics decided to go for an information play, and that kill has started to shift all these CT players around, but then suddenly they find the bomb, and they see it in main. It's grabbed, it's snatched by Vinny, and he runs it down towards B, trying to rejoin Yuri. This is such an awkward round. Vinny waiting patiently, and they line up for him. So now it's only Daps left standing. He might try and catch the bomb going back up. There's 10 seconds. This bomb's got to go somewhere. It either goes down or it goes up, but instead they get the kill, and Furia cementing that 5th. Oh, that was close.
That was ballsy to hang around in the vents for such low time. He heard Daps, he knew he was in that position, and instead of just going up the ladder, he decided to commit to taking the fight. That led him in a position where he couldn't plant. And still he gets away with a frag. Very, very important kill there from Vinny, and a huge round from him as well. That puts Furia back on the board, but most importantly, breaks the cash. A 9-6 half potentially here for Furia if they can just put the final nail in the coffin. Scout outside for Automatic does land a tag. Pistols and no Molotovs, but Furia aren't going quickly into that A site. They don't want to run the gauntlet up against what could be and is a potential stack. Daps caught out of position. Another opening kill for Vinny, add it to the tally. Automatic trying to come into trade. He's done damage off this scout, tagging 2 players in this round. Won't matter for now, but that could have long-term effect.
Oh, slowly but surely, this bomb is heading towards ramp room. Buntet is honed in on this angle. He's been waiting all round for this peak. How's the crosshair placement, bud? Let's see. If he's got this first shot lined up, they managed to get past. He sees only one man. He's only seen one. Now suddenly the penny's going to drop. The flash has gone in, and Buntet's got to start running for the hills. Automatic already got some scout damage off, but that one's not going to connect. Furia, they've got ramp room. Do they want to take B? They're grouping up. Looking like they've got their mind made up. Buntet has this crossfire with Kuster. Damage done on the Deeg. Buntet looking for a bit more. And there's a 3rd for him, still alive, and the bomb at his feet. Buntet could do it all, as both of these players are tagged down low for Furia. It's Yuri and Vinny left standing, 2 versus 4, and only pistols to beat. Gen.G trying to do the impossible. 15 seconds. They've got to go, and they've got to go now. The kills are in, and Gen.G take double digits, 10-5 at the end of the first half. Buntet saves it and gets them where they want to be. Join us after a quick break. We'll be back with the second half of Nuke.
A chap wearing saddle, shining cow, branding fire, building lasso, throwing sharp, shooting cowboy. A whiskey drinking, grub eating, bean chewing.
No one knows where it comes from. It's the fighting spirit. Ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. As long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
Warning.
Hello?
Hunting season is now open.
What is happening? What is all of this?
Only designated people
Why'd they kidnap a bunch of normal folk like us?
may be hunted
There's no escape.
at the manor.
You have no idea what you're up against.
The sun is rising as the day begins. Time for reflecting on family and friends. And hey, we got something just for you. It's a cup of your favorite.
You dang woodchucks.
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best.
Wow, we got some rootin' tootin', AK shooting cowboys in the server right now. Gen.G sat 10-5 up at the end of that first half there. And Furia now moving into the CT side of things to try and switch this up and turn it around. Keserato at ramp, gonna be that. Oh, he's already dinked down low. Never mind, he might be out of this one. Henny tries to help out, but all the kills have come up in favor of Gen.G bar one right now. Heaven's getting wrapped, and they look to hit this A-bomb site.
Daps has heard come up the ladder as well. There's information here for Gen.G. The one man on the A site's getting shot from two sides, and Som finds that kill. Now 4-on-2, and like said, Keserato dinked on the first fight of this round. He is going to be in a tough spot. Henny coming in through the yard, and Gen.G, surely no way they can physically lose this round here. No reason to hunt down these players. Henny saving his armor. In Keserato, probably similar situation as well. Gen.G, they find the pistol round to start things off, Harry. This is going to be an 11-5 lead with the potential of more. Furia expected to force on the CT side, especially being down so many rounds, but that could only work in Gen.G's favor. If they can find these anti-forces, that could lead them 13-5 up before you know it. And Tet's trying to clean up the couple of CTs saving armor.
Also, we've seen Daps by dualies a lot now, and I'm starting to, at first I'm like, all right, maybe he's just having a good time, maybe he's trying to enjoy himself, but maybe he's trying to make this meta. I don't know, he keeps doing it. He keeps doing it at the minute. I've yet to see it pay off for him.
If you want utility that comes under $400, what pistol do you buy? I guess on the CT side, dually somewhat makes sense over a P250. T side though, I mean, yeah, it's lost on me, Harry. I have no idea. We'll have to talk to him and figure out the mindset. I mean, some people claim it works. Look at Nitro. I just don't think it does.
And again, some people, claim the Earth is a globe, and
yeah, look at
what do they know? Gen.G getting players down through the vents. Well, not vents, stairs rather. Setting up towards outside. Buntet's going to be left to hold this secret push. Meanwhile, the rest of Automatic, Daps and co trying to take heaven control here for Gen.G. Furia, how have they responded to this loss of outside control? I'm seeing 3 bodies in this A-bomb site right now. It looks like they just boosted a man back up into heaven from the top of hut. And so this is at least going to offer a peek, a bit of insight into where one of these players lies. That's Automatic picking up Vinny there. Kills are going left and right though, and it's Automatic's position that should be the thing that locks this round in for Gen.G.
Yeah, they're even keeping players down on B as well with the utility. They eventually get rid of Henny and decide why not just take the B site. Keserato is here though. He's come rotating with a rifle, and Kusta's found him jumping up above, and that's the one man who was armed for the job dead. Yuri alone may as well look for some kills here, make some money, but could argue a save as well. Doesn't really matter. This is a lost round. This is a 12-5 lead. And as we said, Harry, that 13-5 looking more realistic with every second that passes. Could this really be a stomp in the grand finals from Gen.G? I mean, what a start that would be for this team in 2020. This is Furia's map pick. This is one that they took complexity to their knees moments ago. And Gen.G are making it look easy. One more easy round before the job gets tough, though, and Furia have brought 5 nades to the party. They're looking for, an explosion here towards ramp.
Look at all these nades, look at the artillery. I want to know where that's going in. I want to know what the game plan is here for Furia. They're going to hold it for as long as they can. They're waiting to hear these footsteps. Look at this little crossfire. It is the most intense dodgeball Gen.G will have ever played if they go towards ramp room right now. And luckily enough for them, they've decided, you know what, we are going to go to the polar opposite position. We get down outside, we got the smokes, we got the range. And so they're going to cross with that bomb in tow. They just might have navigated these rather treacherous waters very, very well.
I mean, these nades are still good, because if Gen.G take outside and go down towards B, all these players can come from ramp and throw grenades towards that plant spot. So there's options here for Furia. Gen.G are on lower right now, so let's see if this actually has any impact, because Gen.G have taken quite a lot of real estate on this B site. They pushed up towards the windows. Furia holding on to 4 grenades now, waiting for the time to strike. That bomb yet to make its way down. Som's in the double doors right now with it. Molotov cuts Furia out, but the smoke is favorable. They can throw nades through a smoke with no problem. That's a great kill from Art. Now the grenade's coming in. Som is on the site, but they're too late for it. Art trying to throw his, but he gets caught on the peak, and Som is just slaughtering these Brazilian players here. Nades are gone, and any hope out the window for Furia. 13 rounds for Gen.G. Keserato just needs to make it so.
The thing that's so impressive about this, and Gen.G still looking so hot here in the first map of this grand final, is you look at their path through this event and you know, the group that they started in. There's no doubt in my mind that they started in the harder group, right? They've got Complexity, MIBR, and ENCE in there. Then in the semi-finals, they go on to play versus North. You know, they really have had a hard time of it throughout this event thus far, and they've gone undefeated. That could be set to continue here and now, at least early on in this grand finals, with them picking this one up. This is kind of do or die time for Furia. If this one slips through their fingers, Gen.G just might run away with it, and they know it. The pressure is on now. 4 on 4, ramp room's taken, and Gen.G, they could just sprint into this B bomb site right now and catch it with only Art here.
I love how committed they are, running through his smoke in the first rifle round just to get down lower. The issue is they've lost 2 men, and Som is going to have to trade. That smoke lets a player get out on top of the site here on B. Vinny is waiting in the wings. That molly cuts off his retreat. He has to hide inside of the smoke, but it will fade eventually, and shots are connecting. They've got to be hearing this. Som is waiting for the moment to strike. Once that smoke fades, Daps has done the damage. Som cleans up the kill, and he knows there's another man here in Decon as well. Just commits to the plant, but he will pay the final price for that, going down. No rush for that bomb really needed, but Daps is now alone. 1 on 2, more than doable.
Oh, Daps, so sad. It looked like he was ready for that. Eddie will remove him, so no 1v2 highlight for Daps, at least for that round there. Fury are going to keep the dream alive as they pick up that 6th, and that's such an important one to pick up, right? If you lose that as Furia, suddenly that 13-5 scoreline spirals to a 14-5. You've got to take a partial investment. You're giving over map point to your opposition in you know, 9 times out of 10, if that's the decision you have to make. And so if Furia wanted to turn this around, if they wanted to have a chance still in this map, they needed that one. Now they've got to keep building upon it. We saw with MIBR yesterday, they were struggling to ever chain 2 consecutive rounds together, and that was their undoing. So that cannot be the case here for the other big boy Brazilian team in the grand final.
I've got flashbacks to Art whiffing last map in this position, but luckily enough, he doesn't have a Krieg, so the spray is going to be a little bit easier to control. He doesn't smoke himself off. The molly only just touches him. So this is really, really good. I don't know if Gen.G will expect him in this position after they've double mollied it. Henny falling back. Vinny's been caught outside. Art's thrown a smoke, and that does give up his position. So Gen.G, they want nothing to do with this. They're going to double back and go towards the lobby instead. They've got a pick to their name. They've spread Fury a Finn, and now they're going back in towards A.
Obuntet though, is he ready? Is he ready for this? Little menace for Yuri, hidden in this smoke. It dissipates, the Molotov hasn't made noise. Gen.G get out through Squeaky. Oh, Art's gonna get out of the vents, but Yuri is still a question mark, still an unknown entity. So much of this is gonna fall onto his shoulders from the hot push, and he only gets 1 before Daps is in with the trade. Bomb plant will come in here. Gen.G, 4 on 3, bomb planted up at A, Furia. So often you would see teams maybe give this a look in and then have to make that gut-wrenching call to save. Is that what the Brazilians are gonna have to do? Or are they gonna attempt this one with the risk of giving over 14?
Doesn't seem to be the case. Art sneaking away, looked in for a second, but you know, it'd be nice to see Keserato flash him through heaven, really. MP9 armor, it's kind of do or die, but I understand wanting everything to play with for what could be the last couple of rounds of this map, of your map pick as Furia. Harry, you talk about Gen.G having a hard time in terms of their group and their matches, but still coming out on top. I think the most exciting part of all of this is every single map that they've played here at DreamHack Open Anaheim, while they've won them all, they've all gone the distance. Every game has either been 16-13 or 16-14, 29 or 30 rounds. Well, this is the first game, at least for now, I don't want to jinx it, but they're winning dominantly, and it looks like it might just go their way in an extremely dominant fashion, unless Furia can build together a huge comeback. Gen.G just getting better every single matchup.
Yeah, it starts to feel like, you're playing up against like this self-learning AI when you're up against Daps, man. You'll face him the first time, you'll take him the full 30, you'll face him the second, you'll only get 29, but it's still all right. And then the time after that, 23-round game, you're done, you're sent home. But let's wait and see. Furia are trying to turn this one around. The AWP's still in play. Henny was able to hold on to that. SMGs accompany the couple of rifles that they've been able to field here. It is not a good buy for Furia. Instead, we're going to have to see some big heroics here from these few rifle players that we've got. That's what we're relying on if they want to keep this map going any longer.
It's crazy that Furia have 11 opening kills in this map so far, and Gen.G only have 9 to their name, yet this scoreline is so one-sided. Constantly coming back from these 4-on-5s. So Furia know, even though they're getting these opening frags, it means nothing in the long run. The rounds are what matter, and well, they are what is lacking as well. Henny is outside with the AWP. Not going to get flashed out for a peek, just looking to take a dry fight. Smokes are being set up for Gen.G to cross towards Secret.
Oh, tag onto Daps. Not enough to deter Gen.G from outside. He's actually even keen on taking the fight there, is Daps. Smokes are down. That's going to give them safe passage into Secret. Henny is none the wiser. The rest of Gen.G, well, they're over here at ramp. They're looking to split into this B bomb site. Henny's read this well, though. If you look on the minimap, he's left that outside position. He was down towards Hell. He's joined up with Serato here at the ramp room. So they've got a bit of a crossfire set up. They've got this ability to trade off of one another. They actually go ahead and break that down now, concede the ramp room. And for Gen.G, this is exactly what they wanted. 15 seconds, though. Time is going to be the enemy of Gen.G. Are they going to clear? He could win this round here and now. Oh, no. They haven't checked him. 8 seconds. The bomb is dropped. Surely there's no time. And Gen.G, they might have made a bit of a mistake on this one. They've misjudged it as they get shut down. Automatic. He's even running the risk of going down after time. And he will. So Furia, a 7th. Double AWP carried forward. And sending your opponent's economy down into the doldrums.
He at least makes it expensive, right? Couple of kills right before that round closes. But yeah, I mean, Furia do such a good job of avoiding the battles, of avoiding the gunfights for so long. They let Gen.G take that B control. They let them take ramp and both outside. And they wait till, Gen.G have to get a bomb down in the last 20 seconds. That's when they start to pounce. Art coming up with a crucial kill, dropping that bomb on the site. And 14-7, the start for Furia. Will Gen.G put it to a bittersweet end, though? Like you said, double AWP. Art's here again with the AWP. Waiting for Gen.G to make their move. They're coming.
Oh, misflick there from Art. Not fast enough. Outside control getting taken. There's no smokes with it. This is ballsy. They're running up against double AWP and they just sprint across outside. Luckily enough for them, no one from Furia is here keeping an eye on this. At least no one with the scoped rifles. Serato's kind of like a little bit curious as to what's outside. It's a standoff. Oh, that's not ready for Yuri to just be a couple of inches too short there, crouching down beneath the bullets. Serato, his turn to step up. Only good for one, though, as the trade comes in. Gen.G still with this outside presence, and I think the real mystery man right now is Kusta. He comes in, he wrapped all the way through CT, so Serato never even saw him. With that kill coming in, Furia are going to start to expect that there could be this heaven wrap, right? But Kusta has come in very, very fast and very, very quietly into this position. But I'm having flashbacks to last round. Time's running out once again, and it could be everything. Gen.G, they get the kills, but it's a 1v2, and that bomb is dropped. Kusta's got to pick up the pace. He's got to try and get it planted. 10 seconds, taps in the numbers now. Running in through the hut, shot missed on the AWP. Kusta gets the first, and oh, he's going to get all 4 at the end. Match point for Gen.G, 15-7, and Kusta gets them there. Oh, what a clutch. You could feel that one building up.
He throws the god tier smoke as well. He bounces a smoke off the vent. It goes above him and 180s perfectly on the site. I'd love to know if that was purpose, because it doesn't get much better than that. That single-handedly saves him in the bomb plant, and Furia must be crumbling after that clutch. 4 kills from Kusta, a 1-on-2 to find map point, and on Furia's map pick no less. Nuke might just be coming to a close. Furia, 3rd tactical timeout in this map so far. It's coming through. Gen.G have not even felt pressured. And this, wow, this is something to behold. Money gone. A scout on Henny, pistols, an M4, and Gen.G armed to the teeth, looking to close it out.
Dabs doesn't even have a gun. He doesn't even have armor. He's dropped over to the rest of the team. This is an odd one from him, but he's looking to make a bit of a statement. Kill comes in from automatic. Man advantage taken. Gen.G, 4 kills is all that separates them from taking this first map in the grand final and moving 1-0 up. Furia, can they muster a defense here? Henny's got to sit back and watch as his 4 teammates from beyond the grave try and salvage this round.
Gen.G are all over the place right now. They have all the control. Outside, again, this heaven wrap, the one in the last round, and Furia have misread it. They put numbers down on that lower site. They are boosting to watch for that heaven position, but they're going to be late to the party. Gen.G might be inside of A before Furia's rotations have even realized. Art is trying to come in, but he's going to be too late. That's Gen.G up and above the top site, and it's about to all come through.
Yeah, first kill, second kill. They needed 4, and they've got 3 of them. There it is. And this map comes to a close. Gen.G, they're going to take it, and they'll take it dominantly at that. They put themselves in a great spot now in this grand final, and a chance to continue their undefeated streak as well here at DreamHack Open Anaheim.
Yeah, not just undefeated, but 29 and 30 round matches across this entire tournament for them. Well, that was their first dominant victory, and in the grand final, no less, against a Furia that has been looking on fire so far this tournament. So you've got to give it out to Gen.G. They have really shown up today. The question is, can they continue? Can they do it on Inferno as well? That's the next map coming up for them. It's one that Sean on the desk doesn't rep Furia on, and one that we've already seen Gen.G have success on this tournament as well. So everything is pointing in the way of the North Americans. Can they do it, Harry?
I mean, there's a stage is set, right, for Gen.G to continue this upwards trajectory and to come to this event, their first LAN with this squad, and dominate in this fashion. You know, and I'm really hoping that they can. Buntet, I feel like we haven't even really had to even see him step up in the capacity that he was back in the Asian region, right? So I think that you've still got even more to give if you're Gen.G, and I think heading into this second map, that's where things get interesting, right? Furia, they've got to try and bounce back. Gen.G, they're looking to take it undefeated. Can they, or will it be a Furia redemption story? Join us after a quick break to find out.
This is my elevation, baby, I'm calling it your creation. Let's celebrate, this is a new line to my story. I'm in the spotlight and it's looking good now for me. Wouldn't it be good if we all went hey, hey, hey? You say hey, hey. Picture perfect. Good if we all went hey, hey, hey. You say hey, hey. Picture perfect. Good if we all went hey, hey, hey. You say hey, hey. Picture perfect. Good if we all went hey, hey, hey. You say hey, hey. Picture perfect. I'm in BPM 120, messing with the bass to get it plenty. That's where I roll. my swag, I get to show 'em. Got this secret feeling blue when I tell you that I'm dealing with the things I've lost. Time to have my own fun. I'm gonna be the bad one at any cost. Let's celebrate, this is a new line to my story. I'm in the spotlight and it's looking good now for me.
Trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best.
The boys from Gen.G are certainly rootin' tootin', trailblazing cowboys, whatever that song is, as they just went over top of Furia in the first map, 16-7 on Nuke. Great first game coming in from the boys over on Gen.G. What do you think, Potter?
I think it was amazing to watch. I think Gen.G came out swinging. You can clearly see that they had an answer for every move that Furia were making. From the vent boost shenanigans that we were talking about in that pregame, they were just getting consistently spammed from the get-go. Kusta with the answer down secret lower. Anytime Furia tried to make plays towards that secret, sure, sometimes Gen.G gave it up, but most of the time it was Kusta that was down there making a lot of pressure on Furia, and it made it seem like Furia was running out of answers, even though they seemed so strong on that nuke just yesterday.
Yeah, all the players from Gen.G, you mentioned Kusta, the players in my mind, I'm thinking Sam, Bentet, Automatic, all had fantastic games. Daps obviously called a great game. He went 1 for 7 in entry frags. It never even seemed like a problem. Like, not once did I think, oh, Gen.G's losing entry frags, the game's not going their way. No, they were playing so well. They were trading off of each other when they needed to. And I thought Sam stepped up again in massive ways. I don't know where this came from, but this level he's showing this event, he's like top tier right now.
Potter, you have a replay for us. What is it?
Yes, this is going to take a look at Furia Vinny's clutch. I just thought that this was spectacular. The eye test, it was impressive to watch. He's going to be going down vent side very quickly. Keep in mind, there's only about 15 seconds left on the clock, but Vinny, he's got the cojones to reopen the door. He understands that the CT defenders are going to try to stop the plant as soon as possible, and he utilizes that sort of pressure to his advantage. He knows it's a numbers game. He knows where the rotations are going to be coming from, and he selects those duels, calculates it, and it just looks so easy for Vinny.
Yeah, his game sense right there was perfect. So he had his teammate waiting in lower, which you couldn't see because X-ray was off. His teammate was waiting in lower, so he knew if he went to go plant the bomb, those guys following him through decon are going to flank immediately and kill him. So the only choice he has is to turn around and take that fight, but fake the door shut, which is what he did. So he just 200 IQ'd them. All 3 of those frags he outsmarted to get.
Unfortunately, as great as that play was, it was only a drop in the bucket, as we did see Gen.G taking the series pretty easily over top of them as well. What are your expectations now as we move into Inferno? Not exactly a strong map for the boys on Furia.
No, not a strong map for the boys on Furia. I think Sam and Bentet in that B site really impressed me earlier in this event. I love how Daps calls on Inferno. I always thought he was probably one of the best Inferno callers in all of North America. Probably the best, actually. He has a solid default. He knows how to mid-game really well after he takes mid-control. And he gets banana control whenever he wants it, which is important for any team that plays Inferno. So because of that, I'm now flopping. I'm flopping over to Gen.G.
I'm just as excited as you are, but I don't want to jinx Gen.G in any way, so I'm going to stick to my guns here. I am concerned slightly about Automatic. I mentioned yesterday on that Inferno, or sorry, on day 1 on that Inferno, he was almost deemed irrelevant throughout the entirety of that CT side. He was not able to get involved towards those A hits whatsoever, and it just seemed like his timing was slightly off. Today, he seems to be hitting his shots. He seems to be in form. I don't expect him to look as lost as he did in that first match, but he definitely has to step it up to hold down that arch side.
That's actually a very good point. I didn't really think about the fact that Tim seemed a little lost last time that we saw them on Inferno, and it kind of made me question the whole Tim being the primary opera of Gen.G. That has looked totally different over the last 2 days, so I don't expect to see that same thing. I've seen him play arch side before dozens of times, and he never looked how he did on that first day. So I think that was more of an anomaly, and I think today we're going to see a different version of him.
So, I gotta ask, do you think we should redo the predictions again? Because now you're saying Gen.G, and I said Gen.G, and you guys gave me Furia for whatever reason. So, I kind of feel like we should bring it back.
Bring it back?
I think you're still sticking with Furia, is that correct?
I'm going to. I'm a superstitious person.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm Asian. It comes with the genes, but I'm gonna stick with Furia. But man, I'm rooting for both of these teams.
All right, well, I believe we are going to throw things to a break when we come up back. Map 2, Inferno. Does Furia have it to force it to map 3, or will it be Gen.G lifting the trophy? Stay tuned.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go. Brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
I know that your grandma was killed. I also know you went looking for the person who killed your grandma. And I think you didn't do it alone. There is a right way.
How to not to get into the States.
I'm gonna find out. And a wrong way.
We get back to work.
To get justice. You can still choose to do the right thing.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip. Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Big round hole, they'll make it fit. Whatever you need and a whole lot more. They got it all over at the hardware store. A pick, a shovel, a spade, a rake. American made, it'll never break. They got 10 wash tubs and radio flyers, Christmas lights and turkey fryers. Chain and rope cut to any length, chicken wire any height. I'm a rootin', kickin', trailblazing cow.
run, make a run to the hardware store. I need a new screen for my old screen door. Washers and screws and nails by the pound. You can't find it there. You can't find what I do best. If it ain't in store, they can order it. Square peg, round hole, they'll make it fit. Whatever you need and a whole lot more, they got it all over at the hardware store. What I do best. There's a little brass bell hanging on a string. When you walk in, they can hear it ring. Any project, trailblazing cowboy, driving my cattle out west. I'm a rootin' tootin' trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best.
Wow, Gen.G, they laid down the law, and now looking to go flawless here. If they can take this in a 2-0 fashion, they will have done exactly that. In the grand final, they sit 1-0 up. Gen.G, they have been on one hell of a journey here in Anaheim, right? They have looked so good. They are yet to drop a map, and that's now continuing. Furia finding themselves on the back foot, 0-1 down after losing Nuke. They've got to try and bounce back.
Yeah, they've got a lot to do, right? Already, you know, being the only team representing Brazil here, MIBR falling in that group stage, and now, I mean, Furia, they really want to make a name for themselves, but this would be, you know, one for the ages if they could pull it back. Not only Gen.G's map pick and back, they've proved versatile in this tournament, online, and just wherever they go. Well, now Furia, a team that have struggled with Inferno in the past, are going to have to put that all to the wayside and show us what they got. They will have that CT side start, considering it's Gen.G's map pick, so little benefits in that sense, but let's find out what this game's got in store for us if Gen.G can make it dominant like the last.
Yeah, to quote a Mr. OJ Borg, let's get it on. Furia going down through mid. Vinny in tow, Yuri alongside him, and they're trying to up the pace in this round. Now hiding down in the tunnels. Oh dear, it's a bit of a slaughter hole. Never mind a water hole. They're all coming down towards the bottom of mid. Kuster and Daps suddenly left in a 2-on-3. This has been such a messy pistol round. Now looking to group up, looking to get this bomb to safety over in the apartments. Looking like they want to try and go for an A split, but Henny's already fallen back into the pit, and he's got Vinny over at long to come in to help out. This crossfire is here ahead of time, and there's a huge gap in that smoke. There's not even a gap in the smoke. That is just a missed smoke. And Daps now alone. 4 points of health in a dream. He's got the bomb planted at the very least, but surely that's it. They've spotted him now. They know that he's here. Oh dear, Daps is trying to stay alive, but it's not going to happen. Furia, they'll get themselves the pistol here.
Yeah, at least starting things off on the right foot, right with Keserato, 3 kills already. And the favored side. Bomb plant though, the question is, do Gen.G force straight into the second round, right? You can get a hero AK, you can maybe get a Krieg on someone who found a kill. Throw that one over to an armored player. There are options here, but Furia already setting a bit of a decimating pace by pushing middle in the pistol round. They clearly want to get back into the swing of things. There's the buy for Gen.G. 2 Kriegs, a Galil, and a Scout and Bentet. This is a pretty decent investment. Daps taking a hit for his team on just a P250. Deep mollies down mid. Gen.G do go wide past them though. We've got a man running up, that's automatic. And in the meantime, Art is running down. Banana. Control there for Furia with 3 players. If Gen.G can get ahead of this rotation, they can take the A site before a third man's here.
Oh, the aggression down through Banana from Henny and Vinny, though. This could lead to a great timing here for an extra player to rotate around towards this A bomb site. They've set both these Banana players up so deep. They've got all this information, and maybe once that smoke dissipates, that's when we see players start to move around. Already inside of the A-bomb site, though, kills are coming in from Yuri. Buntet does at least get that trade. Keserato now inside of this site, and they are not ready for him. It's down to a 2-on-2 with bomb under Furia control, but there's a man lost in CT in the form of Kuster, and now arriving at shore is Som. Keserato, last man standing, albeit briefly. Gen.G are going to turn that round on its head, and they'll pick it up.
3 kills off the back of Som with the Krieg as well. He's the top-rated player of this entire tournament, and that is, you know, a fantastic start for him into the second round of this game already. Third and fourth top are Yuri and Keserato. Fifth coming in for Automatic. So only 2 players of Gen.G in those top 5s, but they are making it work. And now the force back for Furia. They're going to be the ones trying to get it done with less. A scout on Keserato, pistols elsewhere. Som's already opened up down the top of Banana, taking Vinny down. That will force a rotation. Art's got to be running right back through the spawn. But one thing that we did see from Gen.G when they played Complexity on this map a couple of days ago was how quick they were at, you know, following Daps calls, rotating immediately off the back of information. If Daps makes a call that they want to get out of Banana or hit A, even though they have 4 players here, they'll do it like that. They will wait for no one. And so Gen.G, well, they're walking into a stack right now, but they don't know it.
Yeah, the thing that is a little bit optimistic is that there's still this smoke right over in the back of Furia. They might be looking to try and play this delay play, but now the smokes have actually gone out. And oh dear, they sent the bomb in first, and that now is in the enemy front line. They're trying to retrieve it, and they are getting kills. Art's only good for 1, and Henny's put down as well. So Gen.G, they've recovered. Som with 2, Automatic on 3. And they'll just about secure that conversion for Gen.G.
It looks like they sent in Daps, and then he gets killed, and he realizes they've got a stack there and tries to make the call that we should get out of here, but without realizing that the bomb was actually on his back and lost in no man's land. By that point, you've got to double down, you've got to commit, and Gen.G did exactly that very well. Could have gotten out of hand, but luckily the eco is made quick work of.
Yeah, it's actually very, very good that they have that realization, like, okay, we got to go back in, we got to go, because as we were just saying, there's still a flash, there's still a smoke on Furia. If you disengage, if you give them a couple of seconds to get that utility in, gather up a few of those guns, they can make something of that round. So Gen.G have navigated these waters well. Art set up over in the apartment. Zeus is out, Daps has made noise, and there it is.
Hello.
Oh, hang on a minute. No, it's not coming. Woo, not quite, not quite. Oh, close though. That's pretty much the only exciting thing that should happen in this round, so we can just kind of tune out for the remainder of it. Just these pistols over at B. And Gen.G are at A.
A recipe for success, at least for them. Furia stacked up on that B side. They got the boost as well. Vinny's even on top of new boxes. But not interesting for now. Gen.G have already worked out the fact that A's clear. Just checking all the cubby corners, being careful. He was killed by Keserato at the back of the site just a couple of rounds ago. Had the bomb in his hands, caught off guard. Not this time. Gen.G clearing every cubby and now sending players out on the hunt, making sure that no one can get behind or through one of these gaps and try and get a defuse going. Goose are going to hang around just in case, but Daps on an SMG, nothing to lose, everything to gain, especially money. Oh, it's messy, but he gets it done. Vinny's dead, and now a couple more at the back of the site for Gen.G to try and find.
Yeah, it's just stat padding, and oh, Som loves padding those stats. He gets it up, and 169 ADR, by the way. 244 ADR, so we're actually selling him short. He's had a hell of a debut here with this squad, has Som, and I think that is really one of the most exciting things about this Gen.G squad is these young players kind of, you know, starting to have the fire lit beneath them. You've got a capable leader in Daps, you've got some imports, some experienced players brought into the mix, the variety of different styles of Counter-Strike, and then you've also got these young, malleable, moldable players like Som, who clearly is a star in the making, right? I get like vintage, you know, early day Kirby vibes from him, a young gun putting up these incredible numbers for his squad.
Yeah, I think a lot of people expected Bentet to be the big name of this team, and rightly so, considering how much he did domestically in Asia. Wow, those are some great nades. Look at the amount of damage that Fury have gotten away with. That's something that Launders calls unconfirmed damage. Because Furia, they don't know how much damage they've done. They don't know that 2 players are on sub 10 HP and Bentet's down to 50. That creates problems for Gen.G, without a doubt. Bentet regaining that banana control, at the very least knowing that Furia are unlikely to have more utility in store for him. Gen.G seeming like they want to end on this site as well. They've managed to push Furia all the way back towards the safety of the library, but that means Arc can just rotate towards B on a whim. Won't be needed for now, but they might realize that later on. Bomb B with 2, 3 on A. This is a commitment for Gen.G as they try and get players through the apartment and fake out the fact that this is an A play. That only makes Arc commit further inside of the site, but this B exec is going to be coming in late with 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's nice. They've thrown the 2 low HP, 1 bullet away from players dying over here at the A bomb site just to sell this fake, and they're doing a great job. And at some point, the penny's got to drop. 10 seconds, now the utility goes in and Furia go, all right, yeah, they're faking it. Like we expected, the bomb dropped, and he dealt with, but there's only 1 man left over here at B. Got to try and get this bomb planted all alone, does Buntet, and so low on HP, he gets shut down. Furia, they're able to put a second up on the board as these rifles come on out.
I love the idea there for Gen.G. Unfortunately, Furia do such a good job of dodging the engagements and hiding, and with Gen.G not getting any fights, Furia had no need to rotate. They still have 3 players on A. That long player came inside of the site as well, and so they can just commit to the double B setup. And with Gen.G not being able to get that first immediate trade on B, well, that's the round lost. So a nice try considering, you know, what they were working with in terms of health, but it's not going to work out. That's a great pick from Tim up towards the top of Banana. Vinny dead on B. Look at the rotate as well. Furia know that Gen.G love this B bomb site so much, and they're going back towards it with numbers. 3 CTs here to try and contain.
Yeah, this is looking like a very good read from Furia. Henny left fighting.
Whoa.
Oh dear.
Some of your own medicine.
Yeah. Have those 2 grenades back from the last round. And you could see Henny was really gunning for that fight, kind of comfortable in the knowledge that if he gets that engagement, you know, likely gonna have some success in the opening duel. And then if he goes down, maybe Gen.G just rush that B site. Instead, from his deep push, he sees nothing. So now they start to rotate back to A, and this is where Yuri is locking things down. Art's now arrived as well, but he's just offering himself up on the chopping block. Yuri hidden down in the pit. This Famus has been deadly, but it's laid to rest. And 1 by 1, Furia, they have been shut out of this A bomb site in spite of Yuri's best efforts.
Yeah, 1 man left to do it all. He's got a kit, and coming in through the apps as well means he might be able to catch an element of surprise. Not going to commit to it though, just double backing through second mid, saving his weapon for a rainy day. There's a bit of money here still for Furia to buy around this gun, but that's going to be a confirmed round for Gen.G. 4 on the board on this T side. Furia, the pressure's got to be on. They know Gen.G love this map. They're already down 1 in this series. This is the grand final as well. And Furia has so much to prove. I mean, you know, this team first entered the top 20 exactly a year ago, back in February 2019. They managed to stay in the top 20 for the entire year up until this point, only now dropping into 21st place in the world. First time in a year, despite all the ups, despite all the downs, and they finally want to get into that position, but winning this event would be the perfect way to do that. However, it might be slipping through their fingers. Automatic getting a lot of value off of the T-side AWP as well. Easier said than done at times. Furia, they won't have the money to reinvest here and fight back against that. Just Henny on the save gun and some pistols around it.
Once again, there's this early 3-man setup over towards the B bomb site. Gen.G have been very, very keen on trying to go for this top banana control. And this round they get it, and they'll take that all day long. Art's been able to navigate that smoke somehow to retrieve the M4 from his teammate's body. That was kind of the real talking point there, was if that rifle just gets thrown away, just gets lost from the arsenal of Furia, they're going to make the executive decision to group everyone up at this B bomb, just like, albeit momentarily. They haven't seen nor heard anything for a while now, so they now change their mind on that one.
They're just getting conditioned so early on into being scared for this B site, and that only plays in the hand of Gen.G going forward into this half. They know they have Furia scared. This rotate back, though, is perfectly timed. Yuri's gone for a full rotate back towards the A site, but it might be a little bit too late to the party. Queserato, the 1 rifle, the 1 weapon, the 1 hope. What can he do?
I mean, they know where he is, and that's enough to get rid of him. Art still alive, still in this fight, but time's running out. That's a nice shot. Still, players coming his way, and they cut him down. The lack of armor sending his aim flying. Try as he might, not able to win that fight. Gen.G 5-2 as they continue to build upon this lead. Their second round in a row now, and a chance once again to reset Furia's economy back into, or sorry, send Furia's economy down into the doldrums. They could really just start to run away with this, and that's one of these scary situations you can end up in, especially if you're over on the CT side as Furia, where you are just buying and then having to, you know, partially invest in a round after if you lose that, and then you buy and you just rinse, repeat that. You never really have everything that you need. And that's why, you know, this AWP on K-Serato that's been bought out in this round is, I'm pretty sure, the first that we've seen over on the Furia side thus far. Almost 8 rounds into this first half.
Ooh, burning. Tippy toes getting scorched. He's going to move back into short, though. Art's been smoked in middle, and he's got to be very careful. Luckily for him, no one here. And this is what has been conditioning Furia. These rounds, Gen.G looking like they're just going to flat out execute in towards B. There are Molotovs, though, or one rather. Vinny with the smoke as well. One's just landed. That's going to delay things for 15 or so seconds. Double nade in CT. Vinny just moved out of that position. Perfectly timed. That should force a rotate, seeing those 2 grenades, because Furia know that Gen.G have a minimum of 2 players at the top of Banana, and nothing has been shown on A. This kill decides it all, in K-Serato taking down Kusta. That actually, it goes the wrong way for Furia. Sends Art back towards A, but it is still going to be this B execute. Can these 2 players hold the line?
Oh, well, the resmoke's coming over at top Banana. That means Gen.G, they've got to decide now. Do they want to flash through? Do they want to go? Or are they going to run away? The nade drops the bomb, and now they're committed. They're going in. They've got to get past Vinny. And there's the flick back from Automatic to shut him down. 20 seconds on this clock. And now starting to plug in these numbers. Perhaps going to get the bomb planted, but it all falls onto the shoulders of Automatic here. AWP in hands. Over at the B bomb site. We've all got our memories. And Automatic gonna strike the first one down. Player beneath him and not quite able to land the flick. Furia, they'll make that 3v1 happen, only losing 1 man in the process. And they're gonna get a 3rd round on the board. Looking to get back into this now.
Yeah, double site setup completely caught Gen.G off guard that time. Furia have been running a lot of CT coffin plays and giving up the site. Well, now they had 2 players on the orange side and new box. And after 1 kill's found, 1 trade rather from Gen.G, they don't expect the second man so close. Add in the fact that Art gets a grenade kill as well, coming off of that rotate through the spawn. Gen.G could have assumed the site was clear. Gets messy, and it's broken the economy once again, this time for the T's. Back to pistols. Bentet holding on to the bottom of Banana, but the AWP is here and it's got a free reign. There's 2 of them now for Furia. K-Serato on long side getting pushed, and that's a bomb being dropped. Dap's dead as well, and the bomb just getting transported closer and closer to the CT side. K-Serato is adding names to the scoreboard. And he might just get a little bit more. 2 players around this corner. Oh, the flash is good though. The trades are in, and Furia make quick work of that eco round regardless.
Yeah, they call him judge, jury, and executioner. That K-Serato's closed over at the long side. Furia, they're going to get that 4th over on the board now. Starting to get this one closer and closer. Gen.G throwing this investment in, and they've got pretty much everything they need. Kusta's a little bit limited, and that allows him to get some utility for the squad here. You don't really have enough utility if you're Gen.G to throw these fakes in that they've been liking to do. They might just have to commit, and getting that kill early, well, that's going to help out massively. Bentet finding the early opener for Gen.G. Now sees them sat 5 on 4, and this has kind of shifted that pressure around. It was on Gen.G to make a play early on. They've done their side of the bargain now, and so now it falls to Furia's end to try and make a play, to try and snatch back this advantage.
Oh, these grenades, oh dear. They're so good. Som's down to 4. Heavy setup on B. Gen.G not ready for Art on the corner. Bentet gets caught. The flash back in for Furia, and they're just keeping the pressure up. Gen.G, they might want to ditch this B site after all. Som so low, playing with fire, fighting through this smoke. At this point, Gen.G have elevated the pace. They've realized this site is somewhat empty. Yuri being caught on rotation. Daps just running through smokes to take map control here. K-Serato is alone inside of the A site, and he's got a lot to do.
Yeah, since finding this AWP in his hands, he's looked good, but he's got to look better than ever now, and he gets bested immediately by Som. Kusta arriving as well. And Art is thrown into an otherwise impossible clutch. Does do damage. 3 of these players are so low on HP, but there is no way that Art can know this. He's just got to back away. Gen.G are going to keep this lead building up in their favor. 6-4. One man staying alive. An investment back in for Furia in the next round. This one is feeling more back and forth than Nuke, that's for sure.
Nice read from Gen.G, though, at least in anticipating the fact that there were 3 players in B in that round. Furia not only having the double nade, but also having a player fighting sandbags while a flash was thrown in from Coffin. So Gen.G, they realize that, they spot the fact that there's 3, and they elevate the pace towards long. Daps not only getting that kill onto Yuri on rotation, but just taking the map control away from Furia and leaving Keserato in a position where he's getting split from so many sides on A. Som, of course, finding that crucial kill and keeping himself at the top of the scoreboard in this server. Keeping Gen.G in the lead, gunning for first place, gunning for not only $50,000, but a spot at DreamHack Masters Jönköping as well. That's a huge deal for a roster like Gen.G that would have a real difficult time of grinding those qualifiers. They are not easy online, but this would just mean a guaranteed invite to that huge tournament. And Gen.G a chance to do what they're doing right now against some of the best teams in the world.
And on the flip side of that, right, you look to Furia. What would this mean to them, that spot in Jönköping? And well, I mean, they were at both Masters event last year, right? They've had now to try and earn a spot, and that's because, you know, they have kind of been on this bit of a downward trajectory. They're trying to bounce themselves back up, and this could be that first step in the right direction. Before we even start to think about that, though, they've got to pick up this map. They've got to take us to a third. They've got to take us the distance, and they are on the back foot here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be bittersweet, right? But top 4 back at Dallas for Furia. They had a huge performance, so maybe not even making Masters this time. But they're not out the woods yet. It's not done. It's not decided. The invites have not been sent out. That name still blank. Automatic, careful on the corner. Keserato's got an AWP, but that molly will keep him at bay for the time being. Gen.G moving into middle. Furia have had no problem with playing passive over on this A site, giving up a lot of room. Gen.G, they'll take that room. They'll move right up. 4 players out through middle. We've got Daps in the apartments as well, spotting for anything here. Art and Yuri, double pit side play. And Keserato in the corner, waiting for that smoke to fade.
Flashes go in. This is Keserato's chance. First shot lands. Is he going to go back in for more? His teammates in pit set him up with a flashbang, and it's good. Missed shot, though, on the no-scope. And now Art trying to hold down the A-bomb site, but he's only good for 1. Leaves us in a 2-on-2. Automatic, I love this. He's keen on taking this fight and locking down the banana side. Now he's just missed the timing here. Creeping on up through mid while this long... Oh no! Automatic, the timing's just not there. Both times it eludes him. And now Buntet down in the pit. This should have been a Gen.G round. He's got to try and make it so. First kill coming on in. Is he ready for Henny in the same spot? Some noise has been made. Henny, ooh, time's running out now. And Buntet, so good at not giving up this fight. So patient down in the pit. And he doesn't budge. He doesn't give up. It's another round for Gen.G.
What a god, man. It's so nice to see Asian exports to the US have success. You know, it was a talking point on the desk. We didn't see much from Machine Gun when he came over to NA all those years ago, but Buntet, the first man since, and he is really making a name for himself here as well as he has back in, well, his previous teams in Tyloo. 7-4 right now for Gen.G. Automatic as well. He gets timed. He hears Henny or Vinny running up mid, and that's why he decides to look away from long. He hears those footsteps. He tries to force the fight, and as he does that, long player comes in to kill him. Luckily enough, Bentet's there to save the day, and once again, A is empty of Brazilian players. Gen.G doubling down with the pace and taking this A site and the round in and of itself. There's going to be almost nothing Furia can do here with the USPs. They've been cordoned out by the smokes, rushing back in through middle. They might try and surprise Gen.G in through the apartments, but Kusta is mulling about, waiting for this fight.
Oh! Well, he gets one, and almost a second, and to his credit. But this is still an 8th round for Gen.G, right? Furia aren't going to give this one a look at. They don't really have anything. And it was nice that, we've been giving Gen.G a lot of credit for the speed and how kind of receptive they are to the decisions that Daps comes to. Well, that round there, he's over towards top mid, and I think it's Kusta checking Banana, sees that just a handful of nades go raining in onto him and Buntet, and they immediately know that it's a stack. So Daps just charges into that A-bomb site, gets it locked down. Once he's actually in the site, you're not that worried about losing the round if you're Gen.G. So they'll keep it nice and clean. A Krieg is held forward, though, by Vinny over on the side of Furia. So let's see if he can get some usage out of this as a pause is called on in.
I mean, one of the biggest benefits of saving that gun here is not just the fact that the Krieg is incredible on the CT side, but that facilitates utility, and it's something that Furia, while they wouldn't have had an abundance of. A few grenades here, but by and large, 4.5k per player. That will limit you on going for the full molly, smoke, nade, flash combo. Luckily, it won't stop Vinny.
And especially, you think about how good that utility usage has been at Banana. We've highlighted it time and time again. In so many of these rounds, we've had, Gen.G players sub 10 HP in the opening 20 seconds on the back of that HE stack down Banana.
I'd love to see Furia take matters into their own hands a little bit more. They are getting executed on really well by Gen.G. Even the pistol round here was where Furia just pushed down mid and established dominance and took that in their favor. They've been so good at getting aggressive on CT side Inferno in the past. I'd love a mid push in this round, and I think we might just get it as well. Molotov down and someone running deep down. Bentet, he's been smoked off, and he's got to be careful. Art's waiting. They run right through. The bomb's dropped, and Art gets 2. Henny with the support as well. Gen.G, they are getting splattered in the middle. Can they do anything about it?
Oh, Kusta's just snuck by a man in apartments. Now, Yuri's a little bit suspicious as to what might lurk in this smoke. They just bypassed one another. Kusta creeping forward, looking to provide for Gen.G. 2 players, 3 players over here at this A-bomb site now with the arrival of Queserato into library. And with this graveyard pit set up, the apartments is not where you want to find yourself. You're going to be at the mercy of both of these angles as you try and get on in. That's the bomb dropped over at long, and now for Kusta. I mean, we've seen clutches from him in this series thus far, but this is a clutch that's a little too much to ask. They don't find anything. Furia, with that change of pace, the mid push, the confidence may be surging back through them again. They're going to get a 5th round.
Furia at least finding something here. If they could get the last couple of rounds of the half, that would be splendid. But Gen.G surely going to expect more aggression of the likes. You can't run that kind of setup every single round. So do they just fall back into these passive plays that Gen.G have been waiting for? Molotov in middle, Queserato peeking round it with the AWP. Oh, grenades again. Oh, so much damage. Bentet put down to 30 by the double nade. He just can't catch a break when it comes to this utility. Automatic, even getting chipped away at as well.
The thing that's so impressive about those nades is it's not even like they're just set nading down onto the logs, right? That one there, they actually play it very kind of situationally. Buntet's holding the bottom of Banana. He thinks he's playing it safe, but he still gets naded down to 30 HP. At Furia, they did only have 2 players over here towards the B-bomb site for a little while. They actually had a man pushed all the way down Banana, and so then they grouped 3 up over here, and now have changed their mind. They haven't seen or heard anything at B in a very long while, and they did, as I said, have deep Banana control at one point in time. So they've made the decision to rotate players away. Is this a decision they're going to come to regret, though?
Especially with Gen.G throwing fake utility over A, that only delays this rotation from Furia. Henny's not even started to consider it yet, but once those smokes come through, the penny is going to drop. And the smiles as well. Furia They are relying on one man and one man alone. That is Vinny. What can he do on his own here at the back of the site? The spray not connecting. Daps with an immediate entry kill. Gen.G are all over this bomb site. With that, it might just be a save. Furia, if they don't get smoke kills here and now, they might have to hold on to these guns for the last round of the half.
And it's the gut-wrenching call to have to make. Oh, and you've really put stock in these 4 players surviving. If you are Furia right now, you can afford to lose one of these players at a maximum. You do not want to lose any more than that. And so Gen.G, you know, heading into this last round of the half, sure they don't have much money. I hope they send a couple of players hunting. I hope they go looking to break this Furia economy. It's another sad round where, once again, there's so much damage done to Gen.G, and maybe if Furia know that, maybe they attempt it, but you don't have that information. They just have to play it safe.
It's honestly like Daps has wall hacks, man, because these reads from Gen.G have been so good at conditioning Furia. Early in the map, we had heavy B plays on Gen.G. Furia start running triple, sometimes even quad B setups, and Gen.G avoid it by going A. The first round, Furia gamble on a quad A stack in the entire half. Gen.G go for a full B execute with no banana control at the start of the round. Completely outplaying Furia in their heads, rent-free. And let's see what the charges will be for this last round of the half. Another mid push. It might just be the solution. Art, he found 2 kills off of doing this last time. Can he do it again?
Yeah, this is Art's round. He's gotten down through mid. He finds that first kill, and now they're looking to deal with him. They're thinking, surely not again. And he'll actually leave up past the cart, back towards this B bomb site. Art just bails out of middle, and I kind of love this from Furia. They show a presence in mid. They show a man in the front line of Gen.G.
Look how indecisive they are, though.
Yeah, that's a little bit worrisome.
Furia can't even decide which site they want to play, and they're going to still gamble with a solo B. I think this is a huge risk to be pulling into, you know, the last round of the half when you have a 5-on-3, you have the advantage, you can afford to play 2 on B, and luckily enough, they do rotate Art back. That would have been a big mistake if Gen.G just walked up banana, executed in the 3-on-5, win the site without a death, and then potentially even close the round and the half off the back of that. Luckily, it's not going to be a problem. Furia have the numbers to defend. It's all about actually getting the defense in order.
Yeah, the thing that's so scary here, if you're Gen.G, imagine being in their shoes. The last you saw, Art was somewhere, anywhere in middle, and you had no idea where he's gone. So you've got to check every one of these angles. This has wasted a lot of time. This has burnt that clock down. Henny given a chance there, and a huge chance at that, but he's missed it. And now, Art's fallen at the back of the bomb site. Gen.G, 15 seconds. They're going to get this bomb planted. A 3-on-4. They might be a man down, but stranger things have happened. Henny waiting for his teammates to move into position. Keserato, last man to join on in, gets into the ruins here. Double AWP in the retake. Not ideal, no banana presence either, and with CT smoked, all 4 of these players have got to come through ruins or go running through that smoke. They try and boost over the top, and they will at least trade, but time is the problem. Time is their enemy here. You've got to go faster, Furia, and Daps shutting down 1 and a second as well, and now he's just waiting. They tap the bomb, it baits the peak, the kill is found, but there's no time left. Gen.G, 10-5 on the half once again. It's flashbacks to nuke as the scoreline reads the same. Will the outcome be the same? And will Gen.G take this 2-0? Or is this where Furia resurge in the second half? Join us after a quick break. This grand final could be about to conclude.
What is happening? What is all of this?
We hunt human beings for sport.
They're not human beings. You one of them?
They're playing you!
Rated R.
Hello. I saw you move in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip. Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies.
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Trailblazing cowboys.
like Chap, wearing saddle, shining cow, branding fire, building lasso, throwing sharp, shooting cowboy. A whiskey drinking, grub eating, bean chewing, pistol loading, cattle herding, spur wearing cowboy. Just a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, riding that Cadillac way. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. Rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, riding that Cadillac way. I'm a rootin', tootin', trailblazing cowboy, doing what I do best. I'm a rootin', tootin'.
Oh, it's getting hot in here. Furia 5-10 as they sit 0-1 down in this grand final. The Brazilians have got to pick it up if they want to stand any chance at contending for this title with Gen.G, who have shown to be monsters thus far. Pistol round underway, and Kusta and Automatic both heading over towards the apartments. Now Automatic's going to keep dueling mid. And actually now backing on off, it's a triple stack over here at this B side of the map. Gen.G showing a very heavy top mid presence and taking these fights. I wonder if they're trying to push Furia into this three-man stack over at the B bomb site.
Well, it's worked wonders for now. The shots need to connect though as well. Bentet thinks already the back. He has gone down, but there's a second man in that position. Som is waiting for them to cross. Do they check it? Vinny does, but Som's going to get the headshot. Going back in for more, missing some bullets, and Henny eventually diving him down. The B site stack does crumble under the push from Furia, but the retake can come in. I mean, Bomb's not even down yet. Gen.G just hunting for these kills, and it's going to come back to haunt them. Daps alone, getting chased, and Yuri will finish off that round. Furia, they may be running into the triple B stack, but they have the firepower to contend. A couple of missed USP shots, and those pistols do just, well, I mean, go how they go sometimes. 6-10, the start of the comeback. Exactly what Furia needed to keep this map going, and Gen.G are going to force the issue.
Oh, Som tries his hand at the banana peak. Now, it's always a little bit risky. We know how good Furia have been over here with their utility, so he actually now falls on back. Furia just spreading out. They've seen and they've heard these pistols, so they should anticipate this this force buy from Gen.G. Automatic once again deep up in the apartments, and he's looking for anything. Just wants to catch a player crossing, and oof. Great shot from Yuri. Automatic going to be kicking himself after that one. And advantage now taken for Furia, and the response is in from Gen.G. They stack the 4 remaining players over towards this B bomb site. Furia, they might be about to walk in, and there's nobody home over here at A.
Well, Daps is returning, but he's got a smoke down on long to move through. Going to just go right aggressively through it. Luckily, a huge gap for him to exploit, but Furia have already pushed their players up short, and that's been made clear here for Gen.G. The rest of these B players might just save guns. As Daps is here, he might as well put a go into it. Try and get a gun, try and get a kill. He spotted Vinny's arms. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Vinny swinging off and does get that kill, and the rest of Gen.G just saving. No real reason to go hunting. You can't win this round. You can at best get a couple of guns, but you may as well just save, as you know an eco is coming up in the next. Still smoke's held on as well, so they can continue to delay Furia in the upcoming round, assuming they're on the correct bomb site. Not the case here.
I mean, this is already the one like notable difference from Nuke, right? We kind of saw for Furia there. After the 10-5 half, we get that 13 rounds floating on the board for Gen.G, and suddenly, you know, you've got so little room to maneuver that comeback. All it takes is one little mistake or one big play from anyone on this Gen.G squad, and that match slips through your fingers, as we saw, right? But here on Inferno, they've actually started to bring the heat nice and early in this second half. Not only getting the pistol, but now finding the conversion as well. This is actually perfect for Furia. These are the exact conditions they needed if they wanted to stand a chance, and they just might. Cesarato arriving over at Banana, has the rest of his team in tow. And they're just going to slow it right down. They know that a lot of these pistols were saved, that there's still utility here for Gen.G. They don't want to risk more than they have to in this round. They want to try and keep as many players alive as possible. That's going to start to probe B, and actually, that bomb's going over towards Banana. There's a few more players building up at this side of the map.
Bentet even has a smoke on A, and I think he's about to smoke off mid as well. That could only further push Furia into B, but they've committed regardless. Into the stack they go. Oh dear, Som's found 2 off the Deagle. That might send these players packing the bomb. Not committed, but Bentet is still here, hiding in the A site. Furia trying to get ahead of things, trying to get into the site before the rotations are in. Bentet, if he can get this kill, that would be everything, and he's found the gun as well. That's a big problem. Smoke at his feet as well only obscures the vision of Furia. They will find the player rotating through the library, but Bentet is buying time by just being here. The kill's in for Yuri. He doubles it. Low HP for both of these players on Furia, but they can get a bomb plant.
Yeah, Kusta and Dabs, they've got to try and finish the job that Bentet and Som started. They waste no time. They go through the smoke. The first kill is in, and the second shortly found. Kusta and Daps fighting side by side, brothers in arms, and an 11th round for Gen.G. This stack at the... Oh my goodness. And Som is just looking, oh my word, better than ever. This is it. You do not want to be anywhere else apart from watching this game unfold before your very eyes. Furia back in with another buy. Gen.G, they've got a buy. These are the rounds we've been waiting for. AWP in the hand of Automatic. And a fast mid play from Furia as they take this top mid control, flashing Automatic off. It's Kusta waiting in the hidey hole that could do a lot. Daps is on the other side of this smoke, and now Kusta swings on out, takes one to the grave with him, but his victory's short-lived. Automatic still back inside of the bomb site, has a teammate swung on in to join him. That's Som. This has left that B bomb site high, dry, and unprotected though.
Yeah, Bentet rotated off. He's reconsidering. He's hanging around in CT to at least watch for a smoke to come through. But with Furia going quiet on A, that should definitely send the alarm bells pounding for Gen.G. The rotations are coming in, but it's all a ruse. Furia just slowing it down to look to still commit towards A, and Gen.G have gambled on the wrong side of the map. Now they could boost up and send Som back towards A. That could be what's going on right now, or Bentet rather on the rotation. But right now, with everything going quiet, it points towards B from Gen.G. Furia could be just walking up Banana right now, and they might, in fact, after all. So while for a second that looked like a missed stack, it's going to come back to work in Gen.G's favor. Furia, 2 smokes. It's a B execute perfect for them. But that boost is still going to be an important position here for Som.
Oh, this nade could do a hell of a lot as well. Yuri's been brought down low earlier on in this round. Could find himself on the receiving end, but instead it's going to fall to Som to do the damage from the boost again. Kills go left and right, and Yuri's actually found himself in the clutch here. Automatic is a long way away. Yuri's got to get this bomb planted, and he will get those numbers punched in. And now it's down to this round. This is a big one for Furia. This decides, what goes on with the money, whether or not they're able to keep fielding these buys. Yuri, already brought down low in the round, has to try and deal with Automatic, and he swings out. He sees the barrel, but Yuri is fast. Incredibly fast. Furia, they're going to get that 8th. They'll keep the dream alive. And now, I mean, really, there should be a 9th round about to follow here. This game is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Gen.G's money's been broken as well, so Furia able to really get this one close. Surely nothing in this one for Gen.G. Daps has a Molotov, and they are going to push behind it, right down middle. Furia did a lot of this in the CT side to great effect, but Som's pistols again showing up, finding one. Automatic, similar story, but it comes at a cost. 2 in for Yuri, and the B side, while it's not been taken, it can be the bomb though. It's been caught off alone. Henny needs assistance. Art has come back to try and assist, but Bentet is doubled up with Daps. First man dead. Do they know about the second? Daps has been spotted, and Art is trying to pave a path for his team to get back up with the bomb. Henny letting these players cross, the communication not there. Luckily the kills are For a second, that looked like it could have fallen apart for Furia, as clearly some communication problems in that one, but the round is there regardless. That being said, an eco round for the likes of Gen.G, and they get 3 kills and make it look very doable, so that sets them up well moving forward, considering everything is in their hands now. AWP, lots of utility on the most part.
This CT half, we've seen Automatic look so, like, antsy, wanting to take these early fights, right? Wanting to take these early engagements. And the fact now he's got that AWP back in hand, and there isn't one over on the side of Furia, I think this is the round where we could see some magic from him. And there's that first kill already coming in over at top Banana, trying to chain together a bit more through the wall. Now, at the very least, he's secured this 5-on-4 for Gen.G, and he sent Furia away from Banana, away from this B bomb site, and in to this 3-man hold over at A. They're going to smoke off long. That leaves Kusta locked out of the round. Buntet about to get nullified as well. He actually goes through that smoke, helped out with a flash from Kusta, and is still alive, still kicking. Art finally reclaims at least 1 kill, but the numbers lying with Gen.G right now. We got to see more from Furia as they try and get into this A bomb site.
Daps is still in the pit as well. The Molotov comes in, it's pushed him out. Yuri's found him. Automatic on the flank, can't find a thing with the AWP. Again, getting caught off, and Som is too far away to join in on this party. It's going to be double digits taken. Furia not giving up on this T side. More than that, they are about to get back into the swing of things to equal up the scoreline. Follow-up round should be their chance to do so, with Gen.G's money getting completely swept from underneath them. This gun save does at least provide something in that follow-up round, but it won't be met with much else. Furia, great call once they spot that AWP over on B and the triple B setup. While they didn't know it, they early rotate back towards A and actually get ahead of Bentet's position. He might have got a kill up through the archway, but quickly traded down to low HP. And Dab's getting caught in the pit as well. That's a position that, you know, after we spoke to him after that complexity game on Inferno, he was saying that he's never played in the pit before on any of his teams in the past. So that's a new role that he's had to pick up, and he certainly claims to be having problems with it. Furia do a good job of getting him out of position there with a Molotov. And the rest is history. A 10th round for the Brazilians, another eco for Gen.G, and the chance to equal up for Furia.
Partial investment now from the Gen.G side. And we've seen these look pretty good for this squad. So let's see if they can offer something up here heading into round 22. I think one thing that Furia have been doing a great job of is just not giving up any of these early fights, right? They play so painfully slowly early on that if you're Gen.G, you really don't have any idea as to where these plays are coming in till the moment they come through. And whenever we've seen players from Gen.G try and go for these early fights, well, you know, thinking back to like that round prior with Automatic peeking down Banana, they'll get like the 1 kill. But the moment that Furia get a drop of information, they play off the back of it, and they play as the remaining 4. They group up, and they'll take these gunfights across the map. So Gen.G are just having to play very reactive Counter-Strike. First kill found for Kusta in this one. He actually barrels down to try and get the gun, and that's a little bit optimistic. Serato on the other side doesn't want to let him get it, but he was able, in his dying breath, to put that weapon in the hands of Buntet. Kusta, he has bestowed on this 1 man at B the means to do damage. Buntet now has to answer the call, and the AK is coming alive. That's why we put it on his back. The response is in, and Henny doubles up as well. This round is chaos. This round is almost drawing to a close. Henny's got 10 seconds. He's got to get the bomb planted. He starts to put in the numbers. Daps up through Banana, and good night, Henny defuses in. And Gen.G, they'll take a 12th round, and they'll keep this lead building up.
That's such an important kill for Daps as well. I've seen numerous clips of him already in this series, missing shots of the CZ and missing these one-on-ones, but winning such a crucial one at the back of the B site. Henny didn't realize his time was low. He was fighting towards CT before that realization kicked in, and Buntet, what a round. Not only getting these 3 kills to note, but when Kusta gets that kill with the P250, Buntet threw a smoke that hit the first man going into B. That not only stops his movement, but tells Kusta via audio that there's a man up close. He is able to go wide, get that kill, get the gun, and give it to Buntet. who single-handedly makes that round a reality for Gen.G. 12 rounds to 10, an eco win as well. And Furia's money on its last legs. They've got to buy here, but if they lose this round, not only are Gen.G going to start to take a significant lead, but they will have anti-ecos to make it just that bit easier.
Furia stand staring at the feet of the Goliath in front of them. Gen.G trying to trample their way to victory here at DreamHack Open Anaheim. Furia, they're running out of chances to fight back. They're running out of money. They're running out of time. We've got to see a fantastic individual and team effort across the board if they want to turn this around now.
It's a nice molly. That forces automatic back up into the safety of the A site, but we can imagine that AWP will reaggress. As you said it yourself, automatic been keen to try and find these opening jewels here with the AWP. Success in the past, will the present be the same? That flash gets him off the angle, he's got to move back, he's got to run to the site. Fully blind, Vinny spammed as well through the smoke. Kusta playing with fire here on the side of that smoke, will also back up. 3 players on A here for Gen.G, but they've got no information. That smoke is going to cut them off, and automatic wants to fight ahead of it. This is a huge risk, but the reward is also great. Oh, so close. And Furia, they're just going to speed it up.
Yeah, straight in to the unknown though, and it's these close players inside of the A site that are turning Furia into mincemeat. Daps is spraying, and there's a kill, there's a round. Gen.G 13 to 10. Furia gets sent packing from that A bomb site. And as they get into the crunch, as they get into the thick of it, inside of A, the smokes are down, the vision's obscured, and there's just so many bodies here firing back at you. What were you to do if you're Furia? And now comes a gut-wrenching moment in this game. Furia taking a full eco in round 24, 10 to 13. You know the odds are you're giving this round over to Gen.G. You've got to do something spectacular. Gusta, he's not one for miracles. There's the kill, and Henny left alone. All alone for that matter in a 1v2. He's at least got the bomb. He's retrieved an M4. Can he do anything?
Oh, but he's gotten ahead of these rotations here. Daps is the only player left up on the A site, and he is spotting mid, but Henny might be able to jump across. He has, trying to find the fight. Daps is going to go in, and Henny just gets around the corner. That will allow for the plant. The second man in library, too late to the party, but he has got him trapped. Automatic can watch his sight, and he can't move a muscle, and the grenades come in and misses. Molotov same. They don't know whether he's inside of the site or on default, but that information has been transpired, and automatic has pushed up with the pistol. Gen.G, it gets sweaty, it gets close, but it gets 14. That was a great eco for Furia as well, right? Heavy grenades up Banana. They did so much damage to Gen.G stack over on B. They had players playing anti-flash on the sandbags, and luckily Kusta has this mow down with the Krieg, or that round could have completely fallen apart. B given over, and only 2 players left on rotation. That could have been a Furia round with Glocks, but it will not.
Ooh. The pause music, man, it adds so much. You can feel the tension right now. Furia, they know this is do or die. And you only get to pick one, and it's the decision that you make in moments like this that shape everything. Furia in with this investment, a final pause, a final chance to make sure everyone is ready. They know what's on the line. And Gen.G looking to do this flawless, automatic. AWP out, not going to go peeking down mid. Instead, this first bit of contact could be found once again at this pesky B site. It's Som, grouped close over by the half wall. He's going to force K-Serato forward. Som, ooh, dear, caught, trying to exit from Banana. He gets toasted. Buntet Throws that nade in. It's a little bit risky as they're already close. They're coming round. Buntet's got to try hole B, and he falters almost immediately. Now, Gen.G, they so commonly have this three-man stack here, and they had it in the early stages of the round, but they were not anticipating this pace, this speed from Furia. And so this just might have to be a save.
Yeah, what else have you got really? You don't want to give away an AWP. You don't want to lose your limited money that will be able to buy up in the follow-up round if these guns are kept. Automatic is the bank of the team right now with $9,000, and they want to keep it that way. Furia, on the plus side for them, that's a flawless round. That's 5 alive, and that's all the money they ever needed in this round. Som, at least he gets that smoke out in his dying breath, but it's not enough to hold back the tirade of T's into the B site. 11 rounds for Furia. Very much possible, very much doable. 3 rounds behind now. Will Gen.G let their foot off the gas at the final moment?
You can cut the silence in here with a knife. It's just so thick. The atmosphere, man, it's kind of nuts. Gen.G back in with an investment of Furia, looking to make this comeback a reality. Koosta's gone aggressive down through mid. He's trying to change the name of the game. He's trying to up the pace, but he's lost his teammate.
Oh, no.
Almost some damage off. Almost another frag for Gen.G to hold on to. But instead, it's ended up flipped on its head once again, and now this stack coming in over towards the A bomb site. Have they gambled wrong?
That rotate definitely got hurt. Some ran through Speedway, and Furia are all over Banana. They at least know that Gen.G left one player off of that B bomb site, and that's only going to tempt them further into this. Buntet's double back in towards B, but is he going to be too late here? The smoke's already coming through. Luckily, no one's ahead of them. Som's going to come and join him, but Furia are only faking out. They're only throwing grenades to walk back towards middle. Gen.G double faked, duped. Will they be ready for it? Daps, he's got a Molotov on long, but they're already running up short side. He's not inside of the site in time. Can he put a stop to this? Going wide, ready for the first, but Vinny's gonna land the immediate kill, and Som's already been dropped as he comes through that smoke as well. Buntet, it's Save City. Get out of here, buddy. Furia on to 12.
And it's getting scary now because, you know, Furia chaining these couple together. We've seen investments in all of these from Gen.G, and we've seen Furia struggling to do exactly this, chaining these rounds together. Well, now they're finally doing it. They're putting themselves in a good spot. And the thing that's even scarier, if you're a Gen.G fan, is that Furia have been keeping these rounds incredibly clean. 4 players staying alive here to boot. That's just going to throw this team money through the roof. They are feeling it now, Furia. These are the circumstances they wanted.
And Gen.G, you've got to wonder what the calls are like inside of the team speak, right? They've tried a lot. They've tried these heavy B setups early on. Furia countered it by going late into that site after the rotates had left. They throw Koosta right down mid, and Automatic gets blinded, misses his shot. Koosta gets 1.5 kills, putting a man on 9 HP. If he finds that frag, maybe that round is theirs. But maybe running out of options here for Gen.G. What is going to be the game plan? What's the idea moving forward? Fury keeping them on their toes. Gen.G, they're on eco, but they're going to put these guns to good use. Again, back down through middle. Automatic looking for a fast fight. Fury coming up through second mid as well. That flash is fantastic, but is there going to be a player that spots a barrel? He sees a man in the apartment, and he gets the kill, but there's no one here to capitalize or trade. Art's running back, but the dink is in. It's not enough. Yuri's found another frag, and remember, there's only one gun in play here for Gen.G.
Yeah, Furia, they've just pumped the brakes. They're still scared. They've seen how close these pistol rounds have got, and they don't want to get ahead of themselves. You do not want to have your comeback put to an abrupt end when you're only up against these pistols. So they'll try and play the time game now. A minute left on the clock. Sneaking their way up through second mid. They have not made a drop of noise for Gen.G to play off the back of. And Furia still looking to make their mind up as to where this one is ending. I think Yuri made a step in apps as well, and that's why now they leave this bomb. They actually send it away. He's going to rejoin over at Banana. Som and his Deagle alone inside of the B bomb site. As good as this man has looked, this is asking so much of him. This is asking so much from just one player. He's hidden on the fountain, and he falls immediately. K-Serato bests him in the head-to-head. Furia, they're going to take this 13th round for Buntet and Daps. This is not even one they give a look in.
Yeah, there's a couple of guns dropped in middle, at least from that early push that Automatic bestowed upon this round. So Daps could look to try and grab an M4 and upgrade. He's only on 7 points of health, so it's all worth the risk. We'll get a Krieg, that's fantastic. Him and Buntet gonna be able to save guns, but if you're Furia, you've got to be wondering whether you want to chase this one down. You have the money. As you said, Harry, clean rounds from these Brazilian players in the last couple. 4 in the previous, 5 in the prior. And in this one, a similar situation. So they move down Banana, but not too keenly hunting these guns. It's gonna be a 13th round though. Slow and Steady wins the race, and they're certainly calculated. Gen.G, they've got to be crumbling right now. This is a hard situation to be in. But with those guns saved, they can afford everything they need. That AWP, again, a priority you'd imagine. I'd love to see Automatic over towards that B site with the AWP. We've pretty much only seen him on short side. We've not seen an attempt at throwing that AWP over towards the B site since the first time he had it this half. That worked out in getting him a kill at the very least. It's just been Buntet and Som on this site instead. But even early triple B setups with lots of utility down Banana has been a bit of a mainstay for Gen.G, so that could again continue to be prolific. We'll see where Automatic takes his weapon.
Round 28. This is a map that's going the distance, whether we like it or not.
And we like it.
Oh, we do. We love to see it. Gen.G trying with all their might to hold on to this lead that they had, but the Wolves are at the door. Furia just one behind that of Gen.G now. Grouping up over in second mid, some fake utility getting thrown in from Queserato here at Banana. The rest of his team trying to take top mid control. Daps, the one player nearby who could maybe have something to say about this, will get smoked on off. Automatic. He's got this AWP over at short side and he's looking to put it to use. There's the first kill coming in. And for the first time in a while, Gen.G going to be sat a man up here.
Yeah, crucial opener. It's been Furia finding those first picks round after round in this T-side comeback. They're on a 3 in a row right now. Gen.G looking to get that map, that match, that series, that championship point. 4 kills away from it. Utility down Banana has put Queserato on his last legs. 3 on this A site, 4 for Furia, looking to commit. That smoke goes down on top of the Molotov. That does give them a way out of the apartments, but also makes it very, very difficult. Automatic's watching lower, Kusta firing upper, and he's already dinked Yuri as well, down low, but does he realize?
Yeah, Kusta doesn't even know. Yuri just had to leave. He's actually had to just concede and wait up in the apartments for these short players to make some noise, but the kills come in. 10 seconds. Furia, they've got to start to pick up the pace, and Automatic split down one. The time is not enough. And that's the lineup from Som regardless. Gen.G, they'll reach map and series point. If they get this, they take the title here in Anaheim. They lock in a DreamHack Masters spot, and they get to say they did it all flawlessly as well. 1 round, that's all they need. Furia, they're 2 behind. They're close. They're close. They've been nipping at their heels all game long, and they don't want to let them get away now at the final hurdle. No. There's an opener found here. Furia, they want to drag this on, but Automatic says it's home time. First kill comes in, and he's still sticking around. Might come to regret that. Daps here with the trade. This round is chaos. He's gone quiet over at short. His teammates have rotated in, but Daps falls. They're both here. They're already arriving from this B site, and Buntet pulls us back into a 2-on-2.
There's a gap as well. Som's playing around that cubby, but he could try and find a fight through that towards the pit. That's where Vinny sits in this post plant. A Molotov still to cut this player out, but I think they've realized, I think they've spotted him. The barrel giving it away. Queserato's got to run. He's burning in the flames. He's on fire, but he needs these kills. He can't afford to shift. Som has found the kill, and it's all on Vinny.
Down in the pit, time ticking away. They throw a boost up over the top, but Vinny is fast on the trigger. Is he ready for the same again? Is he ready for twice in the same spot? Lightning will strike twice today as Furia get the 14th. One away now from an overtime. We're going all 30, and for Gen.G, look down that list on the right. Hugo, it's a grim picture. The money's run out. Furia, they wanted overtime, they needed overtime. It would start all over again, and we just might get there.
And the value of those clean rounds that Furia were putting together on the comeback comes back to save them as well. Fast play for Som down Bernard. He gets caught on a flash, and Bentet's going to have to trade him out. 4-on-4. Gen.G at least keep it even, but they lose control towards that B site. Automatic wants to try and grab a gun. He's got nothing to play with. MP9 out the map. There's an AK at his feet, but smoke just to make sure that Furia don't catch him in transition. Waiting to see if they spam. They do not. Is he going to grab that gun? Hasn't got forever. Eventually will pick it up. Has to sneak, otherwise the audio of him picking up that weapon does get heard. And luckily, in the midst, he grabs a Molotov as well. Considering he is a solo B player, that Molotov is, or could be, his saving grace. And they're coming.
Automatic alone at the B-bomb site, and overtime on the cards. Come on, this is Cloud9 Majory vibes all over, admittedly. Wrong player, wrong place, but it's good enough. And they will go away from B. They don't go pushing into it. 40 seconds. Furia. They have worked so hard to get us to this point, to have a chance at overtime. All that's left to do now is try and seal the deal. Buntet, Kusta, inside of the A-bomb site. Kills go left and right, but Yuri's doubled up. Daps trying to hold down the apartments, and he's going to hide. He's going to bide his time. There's seconds left on this clock for that bomb to go down, and they do get it across into the site. They'll plug in those numbers. The rotation's in from Automatic. Daps has been picked up, and now one man left standing to carry the hopes of Gen.G forward. This bomb 3/4 of the way ticked, and Automatic not getting given a fight. Now knows he's got to go and seek them out himself. That leaves him in the prying eyes of Yuri, and we're going to overtime. We'll wipe the slate clean, and we'll go again.
In every game that Gen.G have taken Anaheim, they've all gone the distance, Harry. They've all gone 29 or 30 rounds prior to this series. Not only their first dominant victory back on the map pick of Furia on Nuke, but now even more than 30. Overtime in the grand final is exactly what we wanted here. Furia on a huge T-side comeback. It was 10 rounds in the first half of Inferno. Gen.G's T-side was impeccable, and Furia have done the damage as well. Is it going to be in vain, though? Can they close it out in extra time? The questions we'll have to wait and see. Money now no longer a problem, and boy, was it a problem for Gen.G in that second half. They now get to wipe the sweat off their forehead and arm themselves to the teeth.
And that's the thing. I mean, we've all been pleasantly surprised by how the young guns of Som and also a man like Kusta has been looking on this Gen.G squad. But these are the moments where you're in the overtimes. You're in these tight jams in best of threes in the grand final up there on the big stage. And these are the moments where that pressure starts to build up, starts to mount.
Not just pressure, but experience. Furia have been here before. They've been in these situations, so they know how to deal with it. Gen.G, a new roster, a new lineup, their first LAN, and all the pressure on them to try and close this one out. They find the first kill. They start things off on the right foot. Vinny walking a smoke. Timing is everything. Kusta's come in on rotation. He's going to peek him from the library, but not spotted anything just yet. Two players here. Hungry for a battle. The flash does work, but the smokes are coming in to cut off his line of sight. Doesn't matter. Peek before they blooms. Vinny's in with the trade. Automatic can't have any say into this fight with that smoke coming down in his face, and so he's just got to hide. Two players still on the B site, and that's where the bomb's going.
Yeah, Som's been spotted over on the pillar. He's trying to shrink himself down. He's trying to hide behind it, but this isn't a cartoon. This isn't Pink Panther. He's getting spotted. He's getting tagged on down, just whittled away, slowly but surely. He's begging for help. He's begging for assistance, but Bentet can do nothing but look on as his teammate is murdered before his very eyes. There's the trade. 14 seconds. Furia, there's no time to fake. There's no time to change your mind. You've got to go now. And it's into the Maws of the Beast. They go. Henny finished off. And Gen.G gonna take the first in overtime, 16-15.
And they just continue to have the right players in the right place at the right time, not only in that last round of regulation with 4 players on A, or 3 rather in the 4-on-4, but even there, 3 players down on B, Furia walking into the setup, even though, you know, some gets completely naded out of position, that AWP coming in on rotation to save the day. Needs down mid again. Gen.G not wanting to be the ones to force the fight though, not wanting to get aggressive as Furia. They've got all the pressure on their shoulders. Banana conceded. K-Serato has been playing in the smoke from time to time to good effect. Automatic fighting second as well. Nades going up, the flash will keep him back. Oh dear, the grenade as well, landing at his feet, almost stops him in his tracks and puts him up for Furia, but they won't be able to capitalize. The Molotov holds them back and they're going to go in with more utility. Kusta tucked in the corner. He's got the support of Automatic if need be. It might be needed after all. Molotov to clear out this position. Been used. They've got to check it.
It is just a barrage of flashes from either side. No one sees anything. And now that Vision has returned, they kill. Strike one from the tally. Oh, Kusta. They line up for him. He sprays, gets himself 2, and now leaves Gen.G in a very good spot in this round. Daps down in the pit. And he looks comfortable here. First kill coming in from him. K-Serato looking for the trade. Isn't going to be given the chance. Has to go and seek it out himself. And holding the cross is Automatic. 17 rounds for Gen.G. They might have struggled getting that 1 to get them over the line in the first place. But here in overtime, everything is coming up in favor of Gen.G.
Yeah, right. Overtime changes everything, right? The rules are different, and you know the last 30 rounds go out the window. But this has been a game of T sides. And fact of the matter is that's back-to-back rounds with Gen.G on the CT half. If they can find 3 here, then surely 1 is attainable. Furia, can they try and put 1 on the board in this half? What they were doing so well in regulation, crawling back from their knees on the T side. Gen.G just waiting in the wings. It's been back-to-back A rounds that have not gone too well for them. Nades going back over Banana, but nothing too considerable. Art is boosted up on top of the logs to spot for re-aggression. With that smoke, it can be common. Gen.G, 3 players here. There is still pressure being put on mid, so this is a gamble by Gen.G. No guaranteed information to play off the back of, but it's the right call to make, at least for now. The question is, do these players hang around? Som's on the second AWP as well. Smoke's coming in. He's got the utility to fight back.
Yeah, they'll trade the guns around a little bit.
He actually just has an M4 dropped at his feet, so he can just swap between those 2 weapons. That's actually a really smart play, considering it's the last round of overtime. Shuffle a gun over towards B, and you have a lot more versatility.
Also, it gives you the option. If you wanted to try and play mind games, you can try and fake that there's a 3rd player here firing off with one of those AWPs, but that's not the case. Instead, they'll have to hold this the old-fashioned way, and Buntet is cut down at the first hurdle. Som, the pressure's on him now, and he'll rally the call. 2 kills for him. Vinny's trying to hold the backline, and he does cut 1 man off.
Oh, no!
Daps. Oh, dear. This bomb's coming back towards him. He hears everything. Daps could win this round right now, and that's the bomb dropped. Vinny alone. He's grabbed it. He's running. He's running as fast as he can, but there's not enough time. Gen.G, 18-15. And Daps has got his stopwatch out as now they're back on match series championship point once again.
Those plane tickets to Yoshaping are already being booked in their name, it seems. Can Furia scratch that out? Can Furia put a stop to it? 3 rounds in a row needed on their CT side, and they struggled with it in regulation, Harry, putting 5 rounds to their name. If you recall, some of the only successful rounds that Furia had in that first half of regulation were those mid pushes, were the rounds where they could get in the face of Gen.G and force the engagements. Will that be the call? Will that be the play, the plan for Furia? Or do they not want to take that risk? It's known by Gen.G. They should be ready for it if it's the case, and they've got the AWP on Automatic to hold on to the middle position. 2 AWPs for Furia. We didn't get to see that in regulation, but with overtime, anything is possible.
Oh, it really is. For Furia, all it takes is one little mistake and they are done. They cannot afford now to lose this opening duel. No one on Furia is going to want to be the man to give up this first kill. They'll all sit back. They're all playing passive, waiting for these fights to come to them. Vinny's going to come back towards this B-bomb site, try and join Henny here. Still so much time left on the clock. Resmoke in towards top banana. Furia might try and vie for control here once again. Gen.G have backed up. They've taken this bomb away for the time being. Two players starting to pressure top mid. That bomb still floating down towards the bottom of banana. Could go either way. And some noise has been made at A. They've seen a lot of utility. It has baited a fourth man around from B. Gen.G now storming towards this B site. Rotations around from Vinny. Another man on Speedway. First kill comes in from the AWP of Henny. Gen.G trying to get into the bomb site. Henny's been flashed in. The kills, it's chaos. It's pandemonium. Gen.G still have two players standing and they're trying to get this bomb planted once again. Damage done on the spray, but it's not enough. And now it comes down to a 3v2 retake of this B bomb site for match and series point.
Stalemate. Furia waiting. They need those rotations. They don't know if Banana's even clear. And Daps, he's seen an arm. He's seen a shoulder. He knows Art's coming around this corner. No flashbangs to get these CTs in. All utility gone. And out of the picture, Daps waits. And he misses a shot. Kusta's there to back him up. The time low, ticking down. Furia need the kills. Yuri's got the wall bang, but Daps, the last stand at the back of the site. He's got one. The bomb tapped. They have to stick it. Daps has won the round. And surely this is done. It is 19-15. Gen.G go flawless in overtime. And they are your DreamHack Open Anaheim champions.
Yeah, yesterday marks the 40th anniversary of the Miracle on Ice. Well, this is NA's mini miracle on land, baby. They do it flawless. They don't drop a map. Gen.G are looking good. And man, what a way to end this event. They're going to be hoisting that trophy. And for players like Som, like Kusta, in this squad, their first LAN event, they'll be lifting that trophy high. Oh boy, the future might be looking bright for NA Counter-Strike. They'll take to the stage, handshakes all around. And now join me in a moment. Welcome to the stage, your DreamHack Open Anaheim champions, Gen.G!
Absolutely unbelievable run here by Gen.G, and you saw the person they let lift trophy first, Som. Unbelievable, his journey, his career in general, from the highest highs and the lowest lows, his time with his former team in MV, a thing of the past now. He has made a name for himself here on this stage.
MVP.
I mean, honestly, he's the MVP in my mind.
Not even close, yeah. Clear-cut MVP, that 3K to seal the deal right there on that B hit late. Oh my goodness. It looked like they were crumbling. I got a little bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie. But wow, the perseverance of this team, 175 rounds played over 6 maps.
A lot.
That is insane.
It is a lot of Counter-Strike that we saw indeed, and man, Som, he is such a stud player in that server. You mentioned that he's an FPO player, he's a freestyle player, but who knew he could also be an anchor towards that B bomb site on multiple occasions, just shutting down Furia's attack, and it was just a collective effort. We were taking a look at that scoreboard, just evenly distributed all across the board. And I even noticed in this matchup, Kusta was like a gun delivery system. He delivered 2 guns in 2 separate instances, once to Bentet and once the other to Som. And it was just all around just teamwork, and it was beautiful to watch.
Man, there's so many cool plays throughout this entire game. I love the eco plays coming out of Bentet to hold down the B bomb site. Oh man, the plays, the calls from Daps in the first half of that Inferno game were so on point. Pulling rotates to B, immediately calling rushes up mid on the wrap, killing the rotator in spawn. Everything they did is just so impressive, in my opinion. This was such a huge performance out of a young squad.
A few moments that were a little concerning at times, maybe a little bit jittery as the score got closer and closer to that tie point, but they do end up coming out on top. We don't even go to a third map. They looked fantastic throughout their journey, and look at the smiles as well. They didn't just win a trophy here. They also punched a ticket to DreamHack Master Jean Chopin, so we will be seeing much more of this team.
Yeah, Bentet, for sure. I love seeing Bentet win a tournament, all right? It's been a minute. I can't even remember, have I? I don't even know. He has deserved this for so long, and to have it on his first